the which afore is fairly to be kenned. Nothing of importance now indeed remains for me but briefly to estimate the character of my work and to take cordial leave of my readers, thanking them for the interest they have accorded to these volumes and for enabling me thus successfully to complete the decade. Without pride, malice or over diffidence, I would claim to have fulfilled the promise contained in my foreword. The anthropological notes and notelets, which not only illustrate and read between the lines of the text, but assist the student of Muslim life and of Arabo-Egyptian manners, customs and language in a multitude of matters shunned by books, form a repertory of Eastern knowledge in its esoteric phase, sexual as well as social. To assert that such law is unnecessary is to state, as every traveller knows, an absurdum. Few phenomena are more startling than the vision of a venerable infant, who has lived half his long life in the midst of the wildest anthropological vagaries and monstrosities, and yet who absolutely ignores all that India or Burma enacts under his very eyes. This is crass ignorance, not the naive innocence of Saint Francis who, seeing a man and a maid in a dark corner, raised his hands to heaven and thanked the Lord that there was still in the world so much of Christian charity. Against such lack of knowledge my notes are a protest, and I may claim success despite the difficulty of the task. A traveller familiar with Syria and Palestine, Herr Landberg, writes, La plume refuserates sans service, la langue serait insuffisante, si celui qui connaît la vida tous les jours des orientaux, c'est des classes élevées, voulait la dévoiler. L'Europe est bien loin d'envoyer la moindre idée. In this matter I have done my best, at a time too when the hapless English traveller is expected to write like a young lady for young ladies, and never to notice what underlies the most superficial stratum. And I also maintain that the free treatment of topics usually tabooed and held to be alike to unknown and unfitted for publicity will be a national benefit to an empire of opinion, whose very basis and buttresses are a thorough knowledge by the rulers of the ruled. Men have been crowned with gold in the capital for lesser services rendered to the Respublica. That the work contains errors, shortcomings and many a lapsus, I am the first and foremost to declare. Yet in justice to myself I must also notice that the macula are few and far between. Even the most unfriendly and interested critics have failed to point out an abnormal number of slips. And before pronouncing the vote laudite, or, as Easterns more politely say, I implore that my poor name may be raised aloft on the tongue of praise, let me invoke the Fairfield and courteous favour which the Persian poet expected from his readers. Fail it, and fault thou find, nor jibe nor jeer, none may be found of faults and failings clear. Richard F. Burton. Athenaeum Club, September 30th, 86. Appendix. Memorandum. I make no apology for the number and extent of bibliographical and other lists given in this appendix. They may cumber the book, but they are necessary to complete my design. This has been to supply throughout the 10 volumes the young Arabist and student of Orientalism and Anthropology with such assistance as I can render him, and it is my conviction that if with the aid of this version he will master the original text of the Thousand Nights and a Night, he will find himself at home amongst educated men in Egypt and Syria, Najd and Mesopotamia, and be able to converse with them like a gentleman, not, as too often happens in Anglo-India, like a Gorawala groom. With this object he will learn by heart what instinct and inclination suggest of the proverbs and instances, the verses, the d'esprit and especially the Quranic citations scattered about the text, and my indices will enable him to hunt up the tale or the verses which he may require for quotation when writing an ordinary letter to a native correspondent. Thus he will be spared the wasted labour of wading through volumes in order to pick up a line. The following is the list of indices : Appendix I. Index to the tales in the 10 volumes. 2. Alphabetical table of the notes, anthropological, etc., prepared by F. Stingas, Ph.D. 3. Alphabetical table of first lines, metrical portion, in English and Arabic, prepared by Dr. Stingas. 4. Tables of contents of the various Arabic texts. A. The unfinished Calcutta edition, 1814-18. B. The Breslau text, 1825-43, from Mr. Payne's version. C. The Macnagden Autonomous context, AD 1839-42, and the Bullock edition, AH 1251 equals AD 1835-36, from Mr. Payne's version. D. The same with Mr. Lane's and my version. Appendix 2. Contributions to the bibliography of the 1001 Nights, and their imitations, with a table showing the contents of the principal editions and translations of the Nights. By W. F. Kirby, author of Ed de Mariat, An Oriental Romance, The New Arabian Nights, $C. Appendix I. Index I. Index to the tales and proper names. N.B. The Roman numerals denote the volume, page numbers have been omitted. Abdullah the fisherman and Abdullah the merman, 9. Abdullah bin Fazl and his brothers, 9. Abdullah bin Mama with the man of Bassora and his slave girl, v. Abd al-Rahman the Moor's story of the Rook, v. Abu Hassan al-Zadi and the Khorasan man, 4. Abu Hassan, how he break wind, v. Abu Isa and Karat Ali, the loves of, v. Abu Ja'far the leper, Abu al-Hassan al-Darajand, v. Abu Qadadiyah and Abu Sir the barber, 9. Abu al-Aswad and his squinting slave girl, v. Abu al-Hassan and his slave girl Tawaddad, v. Abu al-Hassan al-Daraj and Abu Ja'far the leper, v. Abu al-Hassan of Khorasan, 9. Abu Muhammad Hay's lazy bones, 4. Abu Nawaz, Harun al-Rashid with the damsel and, 4. Abu Nawaz and the three boys, v. Abu Sir the barber, Abu Qadadiyah and, 9. Abu Suwaid and the handsome old woman, v. Abu Yusuf with Harun al-Rashid and his wazir Juf'ah, the imam, 4. Abu Yusuf with al-Rashid and Zubaydah, the imam, 4. Adam, the birds and beasts and the son of, 3. Adi bin Zayd and the princess Hind, v. Ajib, the history of Gurub and his brother, vi. Alabama al-Din Abu al-Shamat, 4. Alexandria, the sharper of, and the master of police, 4. Ali bin Bakr and Shams al-Nahar, 3. Ali of Cairo, the adventures of Mercury, 7. Ali Nur al-Din and Miriam the girdle girl, 8. Ali the Persian and the Kurd sharper, 4. Ali Shah and Zumarad, 4. Ali bin Tahir and the girl Mayonnaise, v. Al-Malik al-Nazir, Saladin, and the three chiefs of police, 4. Almsgiving, the woman whose hands were cut off for, 4. Amin, al, and his uncle Ibrahim bin al-Mahdi, v. Anushirwan, Kisra, and the village damsel, v. Anushirwan, the righteousness of king, v. Angel of death and the king of the children of Israel, v. The angel of death with the proud king and the devout man, v. Angel of death and the rich king, v. Anas al-Jalis, Nur al-Din Ali and the damsel, 2. Ape, the king's daughter and their, 4. Apples, the 3, Arab girl, Harun al-Rashid and their, 7. Arab youth, the Caliph Hisham and their, 4. Ardashir and Hayat al-Nufus, 7. Asmai, al, and the three girls of Bassora, 7. As, the ox and their, As, the wild, the fox and, 9. Asher, Musab bin al-Zubayr and his wife, v. Aziz and Aziza, tale of, 2. Aziza, Aziz and, 2. Badawi, Jafar the Barmecide and the old, v. Badawi, Omar bin al-Khattab and the young, v. Badawi, and his wife, v. 7. Badi al-Jamal, Saif al-Muluk and, 7. Badr Basim of Persia, Junna the sea-born, and his son king, 7. Badr al-Din Hassan, Nur al-Din Ali of Cairo and his son, I. Baghdad, the haunted house in V. Baghdad, Caliph of the fishermen of 8. Baghdad, the porter and the 3 ladies of I. Baghdad, the ruined man of, and his slave girl, 9. Baghdad, the sweep and the noble lady of 4. The Khan story of the Hashish eater, 2. Banu Tay, the lovers of the V. Banwara, the lovers of the V. Baba's tale of himself, the I. Baba's first brother, story of the I. Baba's second brother, story of the I. Baba's third brother, story of the I. Baba's fourth brother, story of the I. Baba's fifth brother, story of the I. Baba's sixth brother, story of the I. Baba, Abu Qadadiyah and Abu Sirtha, 9. Baba surgeon, Ibrahim bin al-Mahdi and their 4. Barmecide, Jafar and the old Badawi, V. Basora, the man of, and his slave girl, Abdullah bin Mamawith, V. Basora, Al-Azmayan the 3 girls of 7. Basora, Hassan of, and the king's daughter of the jinn, 8. Basora, the lovers of 7. Bath, Harun al-Rashid and Ubaidah in their V. Bathkeeper's wife, the wazir's son and their Vi. Beansler, Jafar the Barmecide and their 4. Bear, Warden the butcher's adventure with the lady and their 4. Beasts and the son of Adam, the birds and 3. Behram, Prince of Persia, and the Princess Al-Atma, Vi. Belvedere, the house with their Vi. Birds and beasts and the carpenter, the 3. Birds, the falcon and their 3. Birds, the speech of the page who feigned to know, Vi. Black slave, the pious, V. Blacksmith who could handle fire without hurt, the V. Blind man and the cripple, the 9. Boys, Abu Nawas and the 3, V. Boy and girl at school, the loves of the V. Boy and the thieves, the 9. Boy, the woman who had to love a, and the other who had to love a man, V. Brass, the city of Vi. Broker's story, the Christian, I. Buddha and Jubay bin Umayr, the loves of 4. Buddha, Kamar al-Zaman and 3. Bucket, story of the eunuch, 2. Bullock police, story of the chief of the 4. Bull and the ass, story of I. Balukiya, adventures of V. Butcher's adventure with the lady and the bear, warden there, 4. Butter, the fakir and his pot of 9. Cairo, new, police, story of the chief of the 4. Cairo, old, police, story of the chief of the 4. Cairo, the adventures of Mercury Ali of 7. Caliph al-Mamun and the strange doctor, 4. Caliph, the mock, 4. Kashmir singing girl, the goldsmith and their Vi. Cat and the crow, the 3. Cat and the mouse, the 9. Champion, the Muslim, and the Christian laddie, the chaste wife, the rake's trick against the Vi. Christian broker's story, the I. City of Labtate, the Vi. Cloud, the saint to whom Allah gave a to serve him, the cobbler, man there, and his wife Fatima, X. Confectioner, his wife and the parrot, the Vi. Crab, the fishes and their 9. Craft and malice of women, the Vi. Cripple, the blind man and their 9. Crow, the fox and their 3. Crow and the serpent, the 9. Crow, the cat and their 3. Crows and the hawk, the 9. Dalila the crafty and her daughter Zainab the coney catcher, the rogueries of 7. Atma, the princess Sal, Prince Behram of Persia and Vi. Death, the angel of, and the king of the children of Israel, V. Death, the angel of, with the proud king and the devout man, V. Death, the angel of, and the rich king, V. Debauchee and the 3-year-old child, the Vi. Desert, the old woman who dwelt in there, and the pilgrim, V. Device, the wives, to cheat her husband, vi. Devil, Ibrahim of Mosul and there, 7. Devil, Isaac of Mosul and his mistress and there, 7. Devout Israelite, the, 4. Devout Traymaker and his wife, the, v. Devout Prince, the, v. Devout Woman and the 2 wicked elders, the, v. Dibble al-Khazai and Muslim bin al-Walid, v. Dish of Gold, the man who stole the dogs, 4. Doctor, the Strange, and the Caliph al-Mamun, 4 dogs. Dish of Gold, the man who stole their, 4. Dream, the ruined man who became rich through a, 4. Drop of honey, the, vi. Duban, the physician, I. Dunya, Taj al-Muluk and the princess, 2. Duraj, Abu al-Hasan al, and Abu Ja'far the leper, v. Dust, the woman who made her husband sift, vi. Daya, Abu Sir the barber and Abu Qadha, 9. Eagle, the sparrow and there, 3. Ebony horse, the, v. Egypt, the man of Upper, and his Frankish wife, 9. Elders, the devout woman and the 2 wicked, v. Eldest lady's story, the, I. Enchanted spring, the, vi. Enchanted youth, the, I. Envied, the envier and their, I. Envier and the envied, the, I. Eunuch bucket, tail of the, 2. Eunuch gaffer, tail of the, 2. Fakir and his jar of butter, the, 9. Falcon and the partridge, the, 3. Falcon, King Sindibad and his, I. Fatima, Marif the cobbler and his wife, X. Bath bin Kakan, Al, and Al-Mutawakil, v. Ferryman of the Nile and the hermit, the, v. First old man's story, I. Fisherman, Abdullah the merman and Abdullah there, 9. Fisherman of Baghdad, Khalifa there, 8. Fisherman, the foolish, 9. Fisherman and the jinni, the, I. Fisherman, Kasra and Shirin and there, v. Fishes and the crab, the, 9. 5 suitors, the lady and her, vi. Flea and the mouse, the, 3. Folk, the fox and their, vi. Forger, Yea bin Khalid and their, 4. Fox and the crow, the, 3. Fox and the folk, the, vi. Fox, the wolf and their, 3. Franklin and the tortoises, the, 9. Frank King's daughter, Ali Nur al-Din and their, 8. Frank wife, the man of Upper Egypt and his, 9. Fuller and his son, the, vi. Generous friend, the poor man and his, 4. Ghanim bin Abe the thrall o' love, 2. Ghurab and his brother Ajib, the history of, vi. Girl, Harun al-Rashid and the Arab, 7. Girl at school, the loves of the boy and, v. Girls of Basora, Al-Azmayan the 3, 7. Girls, Harun al-Rashid and the 3, v. Girls, Harun al-Rashid and the 2, v. Goldsmith and the Kashmir singing girl, the, vi. Goldsmith's wife, the water carrier and their, v. Hajjaj, al-Hind daughter of al-Nu'man and, 7. Hajjaj, al, and the pious man, v. Hakim, the Caliph al, and the merchant, v. Hamid the Badawi, tale of, 2. Hariri, al, Abu Zayd's lament for his impotency. Final note to Volume 8 Harun al-Rashid and the Arab Girl, 7. Harun al-Rashid and the Slave Girl and the Imam Abu Yusuf, 4. Harun al-Rashid with the Damsel and Abu Nawaz, 4. Harun al-Rashid and Abu Hassan the Merchant of Oman, 9. Harun al-Rashid and the 3 girls, v. Harun al-Rashid and the 2 girls, v. Harun al-Rashid and the 3 poets, v. Harun al-Rashid and Ubaidah in the bath, v. Hashishita, the Khan's tale of the 2. Hassan of Basora and the king's daughter of the Jinn, 7. Hassan, King Muhammad bin Sabik and the merchant, 7. Hatim al-Ta'i, his generosity after death, 4. Haunted house in Baghdad, the, v. Hawk, the crows and their, 9. Hayat al-Nufus, R-Urand, 7. hedgehog and the wood pigeons, the 3. Hermit, the ferryman of the Nile and their, the hermits, the 3. Hind, Adipinzade and the princess, the Hind, daughter of Al-Nu'uman and Al-Hajjaj, 7. Hind, King Jaladov, and his was the Ishimas, 9. Hisham and the Arab youth, the Caliph, 4. Honey, the drop of, the horse, the ebony, the house with the belvedere, the hunchback's tale, the husband and the parrot, the Ibn al-Karabi, Masrurand, the Ibrahim al-Qas and the Christian king's daughter, the Ibrahim. Bin al-Kasib and Jamila, 9. Ibrahim. Of Mosul and the devil, 7. Ibrahim. Bin al-Mahdi and al-Amin, the Ibrahim. Bin al-Mahdi and the barber surgeon, 4. Ibrahim. Bin al-Mahdi and the merchant sister, 4. Ifrit's mistress and the king's son, the ignorant man who set up for a schoolmaster, the Ikrimah al-Fayyaz, Guzaima bin Bishrand, 7. Imam Abu Yusuf with al-Rashid and Zubaydah, the 4. Introduction. Story of King Shahir and his brother, Iram, the city of, 4. Isaac of Mosul's story of Khadijah and the Caliph Mamun, 4. Isaac of Mosul and the merchant, the Isaac of Mosul and his mistress and the devil, 7. Island, the king of the is Kanazu al-Karnain and a certain tribe of poor folk, the Israelite, the devout, 4. Jackals and the wolf, the 9. Jafar the Barmecide and the Beansler, 4. Jafar the Barmecide and the old Badawi, the Jafar bin al-Had, Muhammad al-Amin, and the Jamila, Ibrahim bin al-Kasib, and 9. Jansha, the story of the Jalad of Hind and his was Yishimas, king, 9. Jeweller's wife, Kamar al-Zaman and their, 9. Jewish Qazi and his biased wife, the Jewish doctor's tale, the Jinni, the fisherman and their, Jinni, the trader and their, Jubayr bin Amir and Buda, the loves of, 4. Judra and his brethren, the Junna the sea-born and her son King Badr Basim of Persia, 7. Justice of Providence, the Kafir, story of the eunuch, 2. Kalanos tale, the first, Kalanos tale the second, Kalanos tale the third, Kamar al-Zaman and Buda, 3. Kamar al-Zaman and the jeweller's wife, 9. Qazi, the Jewish, and his biased wife, the Khadijah and the Caliph Mamun, Isaac of Mosul's story of, 4. Caliph the fisherman of Baghdad, note from Bresl. Edit, 8. Caliph of the fisherman of Baghdad, 8. Cause, Ibrahim and the Christian king's daughter, the Khorasan, Abu Hassan al-Zadi and the man from, 4. Khorasan, Abu al-Hassan of, 9. Kasra and Shirin and the fisherman, the Qusaima bin Bishr and Ikrim al-Fayyaz, 7. King Jalad, Shumaz his wazir and his son Word Khan, 9. King of the island, the King and the pilgrim prince, the unjust, 9. King and the virtuous wife, the King and his wazir's wife, the King's daughter and the ape, the 4. King's son and the Ifrit's mistress, the King's son and the merchant's wife, the King's son and the gla, the Kings, the 2, 9. Kisra a Nashirwan and the village damsel, the Kurd sharper, Ali the Persian in there, 4. Karat Ali and Abu Isa, the Gus police and the sharper, chief of the 4 Abdate, the city of, 4. Lady of Baghdad, the sweep and the noble, 4. Lady story, the eldest, Lady and her 5 suitors, the do, and her 2 lovers, the ladies of Baghdad, the porter and the 3, laughed again, the man who never, lazy bones, Abu Muhammad Hais, 4. Leper, Abu al-Hasan al-Daraj and Abu Juath Arthur, v. Lover, the mad, v. Lover who feigned himself a thief, to save his mistress' honor, v. 4. Lover's trick against the chaste wife, v. Vi. Lovers of Basora, v. 7. Lovers of the Banu Ta'i, v. v. Lovers of the Banu Ora, v. v. Lovers the lady and her two, vi. Lovers of Al-Medina, v. 7. Lovers the three unfortunate, v. Loves of the boy and girl at school, v. v. Loves of Abu Isa and Karat Alain, v. v. Maman, Isaac of Mosul's story of Khadijah and the Caliph, 4. Maman, Al, and the pyramids of Egypt, v. Maman and the strange scholar, the Caliph, 4. Man bin Zayda and the Badawi, 4. Man the son of Zayda and the three girls, 4. Mad lover, v. 7. Magic horse, v. v. Mabuba, al-Mutawakil and his favorite, 4. Malik al-Nazir, al, and the three masters of police, 4. Malik al-Nazir and his wazir, 7. Man and his wife, v. 9. Man who never laughed during the rest of his days, v. vi. Man, the woman who had to love a, and the other who had to love a boy, v. Man of Upper Egypt and his Frankish wife, 9. Man of Al-Yaman and his 6 slave girls, 4. Man who stole the dog's dish of gold, 4. Man who saw the night of power, 3 wishes, vi. Man's dispute with a learned woman about boys and girls, v. Marif the copper and his wife Fatima, x. Manzo, Yahya bin Khalid and, 4. Masrur and Ibn al-Karabi, v. Masrur and Zayn al-Muwassif, 8. Medina, al, the lovers of, 7. Merchant of Oman, v. 9. Merchant and the robbers, v. 9. Merchant and the 2 sharpers, v. 3. Merchant's sister, Ibrahim bin al-Mahdi and their, 4. Merchant's wife, the king's son and their, vi. Merchant's wife and the parrot, v. I. Mercury Ali of Cairo, the adventures of, 7. Merman, and Abdullah the fisherman, Abdullah the, 9. Miller and his wife, v. v. Miriam, Ali Nur al-Din and, 8. Miser and loaves of bread, v. vi. Mock Caliph, v. 4. Muhammad al-Amin and Jafar bin al-Had, v. Muhammad bin Sabik and the merchant Hassan, king, 7. Money changer, the thief and their, 4. Monkey, the thief and his, 3. Muslim champion and the Christian laddie, v. v. Mouse, v. and the cat, 9. Mouse and the flea, v. 3. Mouse and the ichneumon, v. 3. Manis, Ali bin Tahir and the girl, v. Musab bin al-Zubayr and Isha, his wife, v. Muslim bin al-Walid and Dibl al-Guzai, v. Mutawakil, al, and al-Fath bin Qakan, v. Mutawakil and his favorite Mabuba, 4. Mutamaz, al, and his wife Amama, v. Naomi, Nama bin al-Rabia and his slave girl, 4. Nazarene broker's story, v. I. Necklace, the stolen, vi. Niggard and the loaves of bread, v. vi. Knight of power, the man who saw the, vi. Nile, the ferryman of the, and the hermit, v. Nama bin al-Rabia and Naomi his slave girl, 4. Nur al-Din Ali and the damsel Anas al-Jalis, 2. Nur al-Din of Cairo and his son Badr al-Din Hassan, I. Ogress, the king's son and their, vi. Old man's story, the first, I. Old man's story the second, I. Old man's story the third, I. Old woman, Abu Suwaid and the handsome, v. Omar bin al-Nu'man and his sons Sharkan and Zor al-Makan, the tale of King, 2. Omar bin al-Khattab and the young Badawi, v. Oman, the merchant of, 9. Otbah and Raya, 7. Page who feigned to know the speech of birds, v. vi. Paradise, the apples of, v. Parrot, the merchant's wife and their, I. Partridge, the hawk and their, 3. Peacock, the sparrow and their, 3. Persian and the curd sharper, Ali their, 4. Physician Duban, the, I. Physician's story, the Jewish, I. Pilgrim and the old woman who dwelt in the desert, the, Pilgrim prince, the unjust king and their, 9. Bias black slave, the, Pigeons, the hedgehog and their, 3. Pigeons, the 2, Platmaker and his wife, the devout, Poets, Harun al-Rashid and the 3, Police of Bulak, story of the chief of the, 4. Police of Gus and the Sharper, the chief of the, 4. Police of New Cairo, story of the chief of the, 4. Police of Old Cairo, story of the chief of the, 4. Police, the 3 masters of Al-Malik, Al-Nazir and, 4. Poor man and his friend in need, the, 4. Porter and the 3 ladies of Baghdad, the, I. Portress, the tale of the, I. Prince Bihram and the Princess Al-Atma, vi. Prince the ensorcelled, I. Prince and the Gula, the, I. Prince, the devout, the. Prince, the pilgrim, the unjust king and, 9. Prior who became a Muslim, the, Providence, the justice of, the. Purse, the stolen, vi. Pyramids of Egypt, Al-Mamun and their, the. Queen of the serpents, the, Rake strick against the chaste wife, the, Raya, Otba and, 7. Reeve's tale, the, I. Rogueries of Dalila the crafty and her daughter Zainab the coney catcher, the, 7. Rosin Hood, and Al-Wujud and the Wazir's daughter, the. Ruined man of Baghdad and his slave girl, the, 9. Ruined man who became rich again through a dream, the, 4. Muq, Abd al-Rahman the Moor's story of the, Said bin Salim and the Barmecides, the. Saint to whom Ali gave a cloud to serve him, the, Saker and the birds, the, 3. Sandalwood merchant and the sharpers, the, Saif al-Muluk and Badi al-Jaml, 7. School, the loves of the boy and the girl at, the. Schoolmaster who fell in love by report, the, Schoolmaster the foolish, the. Schoolmaster the ignorant man who set up for a, the. Serpent, the crow and their, 9. Serpent charmer and his wife, 9. Serpents, the queen of the, sexes, relative excellence of the, Shahir and his brother, king, introduction, I. Shahir, king, and his brother, I. Shams al-Nahar, Ali bin Background, 3. Sharper of Alexandria and the chief of police, the, 4. Sharper, Ali the Persian in the Kurd, 4. Sharper, the chief of the Gus police and their, 4. Sharper, the simpleton and their, the. Sharpers, the merchant and the 2, 3. Do. The sandalwood merchant and their, vi. Sharkan and Zor al-Makan, the history of King Omar bin al-Nu'man and his sons, 2. Sheikh's story, the first, I. Sheikh's story, the second, I. Sheikh's story, the third, I. Shepherd and the thief, the, 9. Shimmers, King Jalad of Hind and his Wazir, 9. Shipwrecked woman and her child, the, Shirin and the fisherman, Khusrau and, the. Simpleton and the sharper, the, Sindbad and his falcon, king, I. Sindbad the seaman and Sindbad the porter, vi. Sindbad the seaman first voyage of, vi. Sindbad the seaman second voyage of, vi. Sindbad the seaman third voyage of, vi. Sindbad the seaman fourth voyage of, vi. Sindbad the seaman fifth voyage of, vi. Sindbad the seaman sixth voyage of, vi. Sindbad the seaman seventh voyage of, vi. Sindbad the seaman, note from California, edit, vi. Singing girl, the goldsmith and the Kashmir, vi. 6 slave girls, the man of Al-Yaman and his, 4. Slave, the pious black, v. Slave girl, the ruined man of Baghdad and his 9. Slave girls, the man of Al Yemen and his 6. 4. Sparrow and the eagle, the 3. Sparrow and the peacock, the 3. Spider and the wind, the 9. Spring, the enchanted, the squinting slave girl, Abu al-Aswad and his, the sparrow necklace, the sparrow purse, the suitors, the lady and her 5, the sweep and noble lady of Baghdad, the 4. Tailor's tale, the Taj al-Muluk and the Princess Dunya, the tale of 2. Tuadad, Abu al-Hassan and his slave girl, the thief, the lover who feigned himself a 4. Thief and the shroff, the 4. Thief and his monkey, the 3. Thief the shepherd and their 9. Thief turned merchant and the other thief, the thieves, the boy and their 9. Thieves, the merchant and their 9. Thieves, the 2, the 3-year-old child, the debauchee and their 3 apples, the 3 unfortunate lovers, the 3 wishes, or the man who longed to see the night of power, the tortoise, the waterfowl and their 3. Tortoises, the heathcock and their 9. Trader, and the jinni, trick, the lovers, against the chaste wife, trick, the wife's, against her husband, 2 kings, the 9. 2 pigeons, the Amama, Al-Mutamiz and his wife, the unfortunate lovers, the 3, the unjust king and the pilgrim prince, the 9. Uns al-Wujud and the wazir's daughter Rosenhood, the Upper Egypt, the man of, and his frank wife, 9. Walid bin Sal, Unas the scribe and the caliph, 7. Warden, the butcher, adventure with the lady and the bear, 4. Water carrier and the goldsmith's wife, the waterfowl and the tortoise, the 3. Wazir and the sage Duban, the Wazir, Al-Malik al-Nazir and his 7. Wazir of Al-Yaman and his young brother, the Wazir's son and the hammam keeper's wife, the Wazir's wife, the king and his weasel, the mouse and their 3. Weaver, the foolish, 3. Wife, the Bedouin his 7. Wife, the chaste, the lover's trick against, wife, the king and his wazirs, wife, the man and his willful, 9. Wife, the merchants, and the parrot, wife, the virtuous, and the king, the wife's device to cheat her husband, the wife's trick against her husband, the wild ass, the jackal and their 9. Willful wife, the man and his 9. Wind, the spider and their 9. Word Khan, king, and his women and wazirs, 9. Wolf and the fox, the 3. Wolf, the foxes and their 9. Woman, the shipwrecked, and her child, the woman's trick against her husband, the woman who made her husband sift dust, the 4. Woman whose hands were cut off for almsgiving, the 4. Women, the malice of, the women, the 2, the Yahya bin Khalid and the forger, 4. Yahya bin Khalid and Mansur, 4. Yahya bin Khalid and the poor man, the Yemen, the man of Al, and his 6 slave girls, 4. Yemen, the wazir of Al, and his young brother, the Unas the scribe and the caliph Walid bin Sal, 7. Zor al-Makan, the history of King Omar bin al-Nu'man and his sons Sharkan and 2. Zayn al-Muwassif, Masrur and 8. Zainab the coney catcher, the rogueries of Dawla the wily, and her daughter, 7. Zubaydah in the bath, Harun al-Rashid and the Zumarad, Ali Shah and 4. Index 2. Alphabetical table of the notes, anthropological, and C. Prepared by F. Stingas, Ph.D. Index 2 is not included. Index 3A. Alphabetical table of first lines, metrical portion, in English. Prepared by Dr. Stingas. A beloved familiar o'erruns my heart. 870. A boy of twice 10 is fit for a king. 303. A breeze of love on my soul did blow. 222. A damsel 'twas the firer's art had decked with snares and sleight. 219. 59. A dancer whose figure is like a willow branch. 222. A dancer whose form is like branch of ban. 221. A dog fathered by dog grandsire bred. 15. A fan whose breath is fraught with fragrant scent. 273. A fair one, to idolaters if she her face should show. 197. A friend in need is he who, ever truth. 149. A guest hath stolen on my head and on the may he lack. 295. A hag to whom th unlawful lawfulest. 174. A hart bore thee off in chase of the fair. 282. A heart, by Allah! Never soft to love a white. 222. A houri, by whose charms my heart is moved to sore distress. 105. A house where flowers from stones of granite grow. 19. A jinni this, with her jinn, to show. 149. A king who in hosts of the foe invade. 2l. A lutanist to us inclined. 283. A maiden 'twas, the dresser's art had decked with cunning sleight. 32. A merchant I spied whose lovers. 264. A messenger from thee came bringing union hope. 188. A moon she rises, willow on she waves. 237. 303. A moon, when he bends him those eyes lay bare. 284. A moon which blights you if you dare behold. 4. A night whose stars refuse to run their course. 299. A palace whereon be blessings and praise. 134. A place secure from every thought of fear. 114. A sage, I feel a fool before thy charms. 272. A slave of slaves that standeth at thy door. 89. A sun on want a knoll of sand she showed. 217. 58. The thin waist made to shames the willow wand. 285. A term decreed my lot I spy. 83. A trifle this and his eyes besaw. 127. A tree while here was I the bulbul's home. 281. A wand uprising from a sandy knoll. 9. A warrior showing such open hand. 97. A wasted body, heart impierced to core. 314. A youth slim-waisted from his locks and brow. 68. A zephyr bloweth from the lover's sight. 90. Above the rose of cheek is thorn of lance. 331. Act on sure grounds, nor hurry fast. 189. Add other wit to thy wit, counsel craving. 189. Affright me funerals at every time. 111. After thy faring never chanced I spy. 142. Fare thee not, for I have no force thy faring to endure. 63. For low of love and longing suffer ye as suffer we. 68. Khalid. This one is a slave of love distraught. 158. Often have I sought the fair, How often thief and fain, 7. 138. Alack and alas, patience taketh flight, 8. 263. Alas, alack and well away for blamer's calumny, 8. 285. I'll by me I had through day and night, 3. 267. I'll deliver adverse be his love, 3. 266. Albeit my vitals quiver neath this ban, 3. 62. Alexandria's a frontier, 8. 289. All crafts are like necklaces strung on a string, I. 308. All drinks were in his blood the law unclean doth hold, I. 89. All sons of woman I'll long preserved, 4. 63. I'll assain those e'er, what streams of blood they shed, 2. 100. Allah be good to him that gives glad tidings of thy steps, I. 239. Allah holds kingship. Whoso seeks without him victory, 3. 86. Allah, my patience fails, I have no word, 344. Allah save the rose which yellows a man, 8. 276. Allah, where'er thou be, his aid impart, 2. 148. Allah's peace on thee, house of vacancy, 8. 237. Although the merciful be doubtless with me, 9. 278. Al-Yemen's leaven gleam I see, 2. 179. And but the house could know who cometh to rejoice, I. 176. And, by thy life, pass thee my funeral train, v. 70. And fail I of my thanks to thee, I. 56. And fate afflict thee, with grief manifest, 8. 146. And fate some person stablish o'er thy head, 3. 89. And faulty of one fault the beauty prove, 296. And I be healed of disease in frame, 8. 70. And I quit Cairo and her blessances, I. 290. And we behold a lover love Forden, v. 73. And my palm be full of wealth and my wealth thine heir bestow, 2. 11. And say I patient I can bear his faring, 3. 187. And tears of blood for me, friend, thou hast shed, I. 89. And there be one who shares with me her love, I. 180. And thou but deign consent, a wish to heartified, 4. 247. And thou of pious works a store neglect, 2. 202. And thou wouldest know my name, whose day is done, vi. 94. And through the whole of life, 4. 190. And times my lover restore me, I'll blame him fain, 9. 192. And were it asked me when by hellfire burnt, 3. 279. And what thou claimest were the real truth, v. 151. And wouldst be lifelong safe, vaunt not delight, 8. 94. And almond apricot suggesting swain, 8. 268. And dweller in the tomb whose food is at his head, v. 238. And eat a lacking mouth and even more, v. 240. And fairest fawn, we said to him portray, 8. 272. And haply one as straight descends on lot of generous youth, 3. 131. And in Burnett's his mystery, couldst thou but read it right, 4. 258. And in my liver higher flames the fire, 7. 366. And levelling weareth on his cheek and mole, v. 65. And pity one who erst in honour throve, 2. 149. And Shaddock mid the garden paths, on bow, 8. 272. And Solomon, when Allah to him said, vi. 86. And the lips girls, that are perfume sweet, v. 79. And the old man crept o'er the worldly ways, 4. 41. and trees of orange fruiting very fair. 8. 271. And wand like Uri who can passion heal. v. 149. And wear her scorpions when pressing them. 8. 209. And when birdies all warble its lakelet it gars. 9. 6. And, when she announced their will to sing. 8. 166. Albeit this thy case lack all resource. v. 69. Allah watered a land, and upsprang a tree. v. 244. Answer, by Allah. Sepulchre, are all his booties gone? I. 239. Appeared not my excuse till hair had clothed his cheek. 3. 57. Apple which joins hused wing and brings to mind. 8. 268. Apple whose hue combines in union mellow. I. 158. As a crescent moon in the garth her form. 8. 207. As for me, of him I feel naught affright. Vi. 98. As long as palms shall shift the flower. v. 136. As love waxed longer less met we sway. v. 78. As one of you who mounted mule. 8. 297. As she willed she was made, and in such a way that when. 4. 191. As the sage watched the stars, the semblance clear. I. 206. As though tisane of wine on her lips honey-dew. 3. 57. Ask, if needs thou ask, the compassionate. 9. 29. Ask of my writ, what wrote my pen in dole. 3. 274. As and went their way. v. 118. Their hills and campground desolate. v. 130. Balks me my fate as though she were my foe. 8. 130. Be as thou wilt, for Allah is bountiful. 8. 277. Be as thou wilt, for Allah still is bounteous Lord. 2. 202. Be mild to brother mingling. 4. 110. Be mild what time thou right ta'en with anger and despite. 4. 221. Be mild when rage shall come to afflict thy soul. 4. 54. Be praises mine to all praiseworthy thee. 2. 261. Be proud, I'll grouch. Bully, I'll bear. Despise, I'll pray. 3. 188. Be sure all are villains and so bide safe. 3. 142. Bear us alarms, O dove, from this our stead. 8. 236. Beareth for loved burdens sore this soul of me. 8. 66. Beauty they brought with him to make compare. I. 144. Beguiled as fortune who her guile displays. 4. 22. Behind the veil a damsel sits with gracious beauty dight. 8. 210. Behold a house that's like the dwelling of delight. 8. 183. Behold this lovely garden. 'Tis as though 240. Like my fortune may her bridal turn. I. 52. Like who lose youth to his kin restored. 4. 103. Beloved, why this strangeness, why this hate? 4. 234. Bethink thee not of worldly state. 3. 328. Bid thou thy phantom distance keep. 7. 108. Better ye bide and I take my leave. I. 154. Beware her glance I read thee 'tis like wizard white. 2. 295. Beware of losing hearts of men by shine injurious deed. X. 50. Beware that eye glance which hath magic might. 3. 252. Black girls in acts are white, and 'tis as though. 4. 251. Black girls not white are they. 4. 251. Blame not, said I to all who blamed me. 8. 95. Blessed be his beauty, blessed the Lord's decree. I. 177. Blighted by her yet am I not to blame. 8. 255. Blows from my lover's landers ever coolly sweet. 2. 311. Boon fortune sought him in humblest way. 8. 301. Boy like of backside, in the deed of kind. v. 157. Breeze of east who bringest me gentle air. 7. 122. Brighter than moon at full with cold eyes she came. 8. 279. Bring gold and gear and a lover thou. 8. 214. By Allah, by Th Almighty, by his right. 7. 366. By Allah, couldst thou but feel my pain. v. 77. By Allah, glance of mine, thou hast oppressed. 7. 140. By Allah, heal, O my lords, the unwhole. 8. 144. By Allah, O thou house, if my beloved men go by. v. 38. By Allah, O tomb, have her beauties ceased. 8. 168. By Allah, set thy foot upon my soul. I. 222. By Allah, this is th only alchemy. X. 40. By Allah, while the days endure, ne'er shall forget her I. 4. 146. By Allah, wine shall not disturb me, while this soul of mine. 4. 190. By craft and sleight I snared him when he came. 2. 44. By his cheeks unfading damask and his smiling teeth I swear. 8. 282. By his eyelash, tendril curled, by his slender waist I swear. 3. 217. By his eyelids shedding perfume and his fine slim waist I swear. I. 168. By his life who holds my guiding rein, I swear. 4. 2. By love's right, naught of farness thy slave can estrange. 8. 76. By means of toil man shall scale the height. Vi. 5. By rights of you, this heart of mine could ne'er abide. 8. 110. By stress of parting, O beloved one. 3. 166. By th Abyssinian pond, O day divine. I. 291. By the compassionate, I am dazed about my case, for lo. 7. 337. By the 5 sheikhs, O Lord, I pray deliver me. 3. 30. By the life o' thy face, O thou life o' my sprite. 8. 284. By what shine eyelids show of coal and coquetry. 2. 296. Came a merchant to pay us a visit. 8. 265. Came Ra'ya's phantom to grieve thy sight. 7. 91. Came the writ whose contents a new joy revealed. 8. 222. Came to match him in beauty and loveliness rare. 8. 298. Came to me care when came the love of thee. 7. 366. Came your wit to me in the dead of the night. 9. 2. Captured me sick soul bright with youthful blee. 4. 260. Carry the trust of him whom death awaits. v. 114. Cease then to blame me, for thy blame cloth anger bring. X. 39. Cease ye this farness, bait this bride of you. 4. 136. Chide not the mourner who bear mourning woe. 3. 291. Choice rose that gladdens heart to see her sight. 8. 275. Clears the wine, the cups fine. I. 349. Cleave fast to her thou lovest, and let the envious rail amain. 4. 198. Close press appear to him who views th inside. 8. 267. Clove through the shades and came to me in night so dark and saw. 7. 138. Come back and so will I. 63. Come with us, friend, and enter thou. 8. 267. Confide thy case to him, the Lord who made mankind. 68. Consider but thy Lord, his work shall bring. 8. 20. Consider thou, O man, what these places to thee showed. Vi. 112. Console thy lover, fear no consequence. V. 74. Consort not with a cyclops seen a day. 4. 194. Containeth time a twain of days. 25. Converse with men hath scanty weal except. 4. 188. Count not that I your promises forgot. 3. 238. Cut short this strangeness, leave unwrath of you. V. 245. Culvers of Liwa. To your nests return. 7. 115. Dark falls the night, my tears unaided rail. 3. 11. Dark falls the night and passion comes sore pains to Garmidri. 2. 140. Daughter of nobles, who thy name shalt gain. V. 54. Dawn heralds daylight, so wine pass round. 8. 276. Dear friend, I'll leave thy loud reproach and blame. 3. 110. Dear friend, ask not what burneth in my breast. 265. Dear friend, my tears I flow these cheeks down. 3. 14. Deep in mine eyeballs ever dwells the phantom form of thee. 8. 61. Deign grant thy favours, since 'tis time I were engraced. V. 148. Describe me. A fair one said. 8. 265. Did at Sir deal behest to sun no noon. 2. 102. Did not in love plight joys and sorrows meet. 3. 182. Dip thou with spoons in saucers for and gladden heart and eye. 8. 223. Displaying that fair face. 4. 195. Divinely were inspired his words who brought me news of you. 4. 207. Do you threaten me with death for my loving you so well? 7. 221. Drain not the bowl, save from dear hand like shine. 88. Drain not the bowl but with lovely white. 8. 209. Drain not the bowl save with a trusty friend. 88. Drawn in thy shoulders are in spine thrust out. 8. 297. Drink not pure wine except from hand of slender youth. 9. 198. Drink not strong wine save at the slender dealing's hand. V. 66. Drink not upon thy food in haste but wait a while. V. 222. Drink the clear draught, drink free and fain. 88. Drive off the ghost that ever shows. 7. 109. Dumb is my tongue and scant my speech for thee. 8. 258. Each portion of her charms we see. 7. 131. Each thing of things hath his appointed tide. V. 294. Easy, O fate. How long this wrong, this injury? 3. 329. 8 glories meet, all conjoined in thee. 3. 271. Enough for lovers in this world their ban and bane. 4. 205. Enough of tears hath shed the lover white. 3. 206. In robes with honour sons of camp her footstep wandering lone. 4. 204. Escape with thy life if oppression betide thee. 209. Even not beardless one with girl, nor heed. 3. 303. Ever thy pomp and pride, O house, display. 8. 207. Face that with solemn heaven ramping vies. 3. 167. Fain had I hid thy handwork, that it showed. 3. 280. Fain leaving life that fleets thou hast th eternal. 1. 2. 281. Fair youth shall die by stumbling of the tongue. 3. 221. Familiar with my heart our woes, and with them I. 7. 340. Far as the fame and patience faileth me. v. 41. Fare safely, Masrur, and her sanctuary. 8. 237. Farewell thy love, the sea, the kafilas on the move. 4. 254. Farewelling thee indeed is like to bidding life farewell. 8. 62. Fate the wolf's soul snatched up from worldly stead. 3. 146. Fate frights us when the thing is past and gone. 3. 318. Fate hath commanded I become thy fear. 3. 312. Fie on this wretched world, and so it be. I. 40. Fight for my mother, and I live, I'll take. 2. 239. Fire is cooler than fires in my breast. 4. 245. Fly, fly with life when as evil's threat. Vi. 62. Fly, fly with thy life if by ill overtaken. 2. 19. Folk have made moan of passion before me, of past years. 8. 65. For cup friends cup succeeding cup a sign. v. 66. For eaters a table they brought and set. 8. 208. For her sins is a pleader that brow. 2. 97. For joys that are no more I want to weep. 3. 185. For Layla's favour dost thou greed. 3. 135. For loss of lover mine and stress of love I dree. 8. 75. For not a deed the hand can try. v. 188. For others these hardships and labours I bear. I. 17. For your love my patience fails. I. 74. Forbear, O troubles of the world. I. 39. Forgive me, thee wards and I, but the wise. 2. 9. Forgive the sin neath which my limbs are trembling. 3. 249. Fortune had mercy on the soul of me. 3. 135. Fortune had ruth upon my plight. 8. 50. Four things that meet not, save they here unite. I. 116. Four things which ne'er can join, unless it be. 3. 237. Freest am I of all mankind fro meddling white. 2. 200. Fro them inhale I scent of attar of ban. 8. 242. From her hair is night, from her forehead noon. 8. 303. From love's stupor wake, O Masrur, way best. 8. 214. From that liberal hands on his foes he reigns. 4. 97. From the plain of his face springs a minaret. 8. 296. From wine I turn and whoso wine cups swill. I. 208. Full many a reverend shake feels sting of flesh. v. 64. Full many laugh at tears they see me shed. 3. 193. Full moon if unfreckled would favour thee. 4. 19. Full moon with sun in single mansion. I. 264. Gainsay women, ye be thala best who saith them, nay. 9. 282. Garb of fakir, renouncement, lowliness. v. 297. Garth heaven watered wherein clusters waved. 8. 266. Get thee prevent in this world ere thou wend upon thy way. 2. 139. Give back mine eyes their sleep long ravished. I. 99. Give me brunettes, so limber, lissom, lithe of sway. 4. 258. Give me brunettes, the Syrian spears so limber and so straight. 8. 158. Give me the fig sweet flavoured, beauty clad. 8. 269. Give thou my message twice. 3. 166. Gladsome and gay forget shine every grief. I. 57. Glory to him who guides the skies. 7. 78. Gnostic's heart homed in the heavenly garth, v. 264. Go, gossip. We wed thee, for prime draweth near, v. 135. Go, visit her thou lovest, and regard not, 3. 235, 8. 305. God make thy glory last in joy of life, 8. 99. Gone is my strength, told is my tale of days, 3. 55. Goodly of gifts is she, and charm those perfect eyes, 3. 57. Granados of finest skin, like the breasts, 8. 267. Grant me the kiss of that left hand 10 times, 4. 129. Grape bunches likest as they sway, 8. 266. Grapes tasting with the taste of wine, 8. 266. Grief, cark and care in my heart reside, 4. 19. Grow thy weal and thy welfare day by day, I. 204. Had I known of love in what fashion he, 7. 330. Had I wept before she did in my passion or suada, 7. 275. Had she shown her shape to idolaters' sight, 8. 279. Hast thou been lief in love's loyalty, 3. 77. Had we known of thy coming, we fain had dispread, I. 117. Had we wist of thy coming, thy way had been strown, I. 271. Haply and happily may fortune bend her rein, 8. 67. Haply shall Allah deign us twain unite, 8. 141. Haply shall fortune draw her rein, 3. 251. Happy is eloquence when thou art named, I. 47. Hast quit the love of moons or dost persist? 4. 240. Hast seen a citron copse so weighed down, 8. 272. Haste to do kindness thou dost intend, 4. 181. Haste to do kindness while thou hast the power, 3. 136. Have the doves that moan in the lotus tree, 7. 91. He blames me for casting on him my sight, 8. 283. He came and cried, they now be Allah blessed. 3. 215. He came in sable-hued sack, 4. 263. He came to see me, hiding neath the shirt of night, 4. 252. He comes, and fawn and branch and moon delight these in, 4. 142. He cometh robed and bending gracefully, 2. 287. He heads his arrows with biles of gold, 4. 97. He is Caliph of beauty in Yusuf slew, 2. 292. He is gone who into this gate thou gost street, 2. 14. He is to thee that daily bread thou canst nor loose nor bind, I. 39. He loffeth sweetmeats with his edged tongue, 3. 115. He made me drain his wine of honeyed lips, v. 72. He missed not who dubbed thee, world's delight, v. 33. He plucks fruits of her necklace in rivalry, 2. 103. He putteth and he fasteth for an empty cloth this pie, 2. 264. He seized my heart and freed my tears to flow, 8. 259. He showed in garb an emony red, 4. 263. He thou trustest most is thy worst and friend, 3. 143. He whom the randy moths entrap, 3. 216. Hearkening, obeying, with my dying mouth, 2. 321. Heavy and swollen like an urine bladder blown, 4. 236. Her fair shape ravisheth her face to face she did appear, v. 192. Her forearms, dight with her bangles, show, v. 89. Her golden yellow is the sheeny sun's, 4. 257. Her lip dews rival honey sweets, that sweet virginity. 8. 33. His smile's twin rows of pearls display. 86. Here, here, by Allah, here, cups of the sweet, the dear. 89. Here the heart reads a chapter of devotion pure. 3. 18. Hind is an Arab filly purest bred. 7. 97. His cheek down writeth, O fair fall the goodly scribe. 2. 301. His cheek down writeth on his cheek with ambergris on pearl. 2. 301. His eyelids sore and bleared. 8. 297. His face as the face of the young moon shines. 177. His honeydew of lips is wine, his breath. 4. 195. His looks have made me drunken, not his wine. 3. 166. His lovers said, unless he deigned to give us all a drink. 8. 285. His lovers' souls have drawn upon his cheek. 3. 58. His mole upon plain of cheek is like. 8. 265. His scent was musk and his cheek was rose. 203. Ho, lover's soul, by Allah say me fair and sooth. 2. 309. Ho, lover's soul, by Allah say me sooth. 2. 320. Ho say to men of wisdom, wit and leer. v. 239. Ho thou, abriser, mercy, leave me not for one. 2. 127. Ho, those heedless of time and his sore despite. 7. 221. Ho thou hound who art trodden with foulness in grain. 3. 108. Ho thou lion who broughtest thyself to woe. 7. 123. Ho thou my letter, when my friend shall see thee. 4. 57. Ho thou O the tabret, my heart takes flight. 8. 166. Ho thou the house, grief never home in thee. 8. 206. Ho thou, the house, whose birds were singing gay. v. 57. Ho thou who grovellest low before the great. 2. 235. Ho thou, who past and bygone risks regardest with uncare. 3. 28. Ho thou whose heart is melted down by force of Amor's fire. v. 132. Ho ye mine eyes let prodigal tears go free. 4. 248. Ho ye my friends draw near, for I forthright. 8. 258. Hola, thou mansion, will ne'er enter thee. 4. 140. Hold fast thy secret and to none unfold. 87. Hold to nobles, sons of nobles. 2. 2. Honor and glory wait on thee each morn. 4. 60. Hope not of our favours to make thy prey. 8. 208. Houris and high-born dames who feel no fear of men. v. 148. How bitter to friends is a parting. 4. 222. How comes it that I fulfilled my vow the while that vow brake you? 4. 241. How dear is our day and how lucky our lot. 293. How fair is Ruth the strong man deigns not smother. 103. How good is almond green eye view. 8. 270. How is this? Why should the blamer abuse thee in his pride? 3. 232. How joyously sweet are the nights that unite. v. 61. How long, rare beauty, wilt do wrong to me? 2. 63. How long shall I thy coyness and thy great aversion see? 4. 242. How long shall last, how long this rigour rife of woe? 101. How long this harshness, this unlove shall bide? 78. How manifold nights have I passed with my wife, X. 1. How many a blooming bough in glee girl's hand is fain. 8. 166. How many a joy by Allah's will hath fled. I. 150. How many a lover with his eyebrows speaketh. I. 122. How many a night have I spent in woes. 9. 316. How many a night I've passed with a beloved of me. 4. 252. How many boons conceals the deity. v. 261. How many by my labours, that evermore endure. vi. 2. How oft bewailing the place shall be this coming and going. 8. 242. How oft have I fought and how many have slain. vi. 91. How oft in the melee I've cleft the array. 2. 109. How patient bide with love in spite of me. 4. 136. How shall he taste of sleep who lacks repose. 8. 49. How shall youth cure care his life and doth. 2. 320. Hunger is sated with a boned rice gone. 4. 201. Hurry not, Prince of faithful men, with best of grace thy vow. 7. 128. I am he who is known on the day of fight. vi. 262. I am distraught, yet verily, I. 138. I am going, O mammy, to fill up my pot. I. 311. I am not lost to prudence, but indeed, 2. 98. I am taken, my heart burns with living flame. 8. 225. I am the one where mirth shall ever smile. I. 175. I am when friend would raise a rage that mote. 4. 109. I and my love in union will unite. 8. 247. I ask of you from every rising sun. I. 238. I asked of bounty, art thou free? v. 93. I asked the author of mine ills. 2. 60. I bade adieu, my right hand wiped my tears away. 2. 113. I attained by my wits. X. 44. I bear a hurt heart, who will sell me for this. 7. 115. I call to mind the parting day that rent our loves in twain. 8. 125. I can't forget him, since he rose and showed with fair design. 9. 253. I ceased not to kiss that cheek with budding roses dight. 8. 329. I clips his form and wax drunk with his scent. 2. 292. I came to my dear friend's door, of my hopes the goal. v. 58. I craved of her a kiss one day, but soon as she beheld. 4. 192. I cried, as the camels went off with their mate. 63. I'd win goodwill of everyone, but whoso envies me. 9. 342. I deemed my brethren male of strongest steel. I. 108. I deemed Ukoto male that should withstand. I. 108. I die my death, but he alone is great who dieth not. 2. 9. I drank the sin till my reason fled. v. 224. I drink, but the draught of his glance, not wine. I. 100. I drooped my glance when seen thee on the way. 3. 331. I died what years have died, but this my staining. v. 164. I embrace him, yet after him yearns my soul. 9. 242. I ever ask for news of you from whatso breezes pass. 8. 53. I feed eyes on their stead by the valley's side. 3. 234. I fix my glance on her, whene'er as she wends. 8. 158. I fly the carper's injury. 2. 183. I gave her brave old wine that like her cheeks blushed red. I. 89. I had a heart and with it lived my life. v. 131. I have a friend with a beard. 8. 298. I have a friend who hath a beard. 4. 194. I have a friend, whose form is fixed within mine eyes. 4. 246. I have a froward yard of temper ill. 8. 293. I have a lover, and when drawing him. 4. 247. I have a sorrel steed, whose pride is faint to bear the rain. 2. 225. I have borne for thy love what never bore. 3. 183. I have fed content in my solitude. 3. 152. I have no words though folk would have me talk. 9. 276. I have won my wish and my need have scored. 7. 59. I have wronged mankind, and have ranged like wind. 3. 74. I have a yard that sleeps in base and shameful way. 8. 293. I have sorrowed on account of our disunion. 8. 128. I heard a ring-dove chanting plaintively. v. 47. I hid what I endured of him, and yet it came to light. I. 67. I hope for union with my love, which I may ne'er obtain. 8. 347. I kissed him, darker grew those pupils which. 3. 224. I lay in her arms all night, leaving him. v. 128. I'll ransom that beauty spot with my soul. v. 65. I long once more the love that was between us to regain. 8. 181. I longed for him I love, but, when we met. 8. 347. I longed for my beloved, but when I saw his face, I. 240. I looked to my money and keep it with care. 2. 11. I looked at her one look and that dazed me. 9. 197. I looked on her with longing in. v. 76. I love a fawn with gentle white black eyes. 4. 50. I love moon of comely shapely form. I love her madly for she is perfect fair. 7. 259. I love not black girls but because they show. 4. 251. I love not white girls blown with fat who puff and pant. 4. 252. I love Suad and unto all batter my love is dead. 7. 129. I love the nights of parting though I joy not in the same. 9. 198. I loved him, soon as his praise I heard. 7. 280. I'm Alkajan, and my name is known. 7. 20. I'm estranged fro my folk and estrangement's long. 3. 71. I'm Kajan, of this age the night. 7. 23. I'm the noted knight in the field of fight. 7. 18. I made my wrist her pillow and I lay with her in litter. 7. 243. I marvel at its presses, how they died. X. I marvel hearing people questioning. 2. 293. I marvel in a bliss such pride to see. 7. 139. I marvel seeing yon mole. 2. 292. I mind our union days when ye were nigh. Vi. 278. I number nights. Indeed I count night after night. 2. 308. I offered this weak hand as last farewell. 3. 173. I passed a beardless pair without compare. v. 64. I passed by a broken tomb amid a garthright sheen. 2. 325. I plunge with my braves in the seething sea. 7. 18. I pray in Allah's name, O princess mine, be light on me. 4. 241. I pray some day that we reunion gain. 3. 124. I roam, and roaming hope I to return. 3. 64. I saw him strike the gong and asked of him straightway. 8. 329. I saw thee weep before the gates and plain. v. 283. I saw two charmers dreading humble earth. 3. 18. I say to him, that while he slings his sword. 2. 230. I see all power of sleep from eyes of me hath flown. 2. 151. I see not happiness lies in gathering gold. 2. 166. I see the woes of the world abound. 298. I see thee and close not mine eyes for fear. 9. 221. I see thee full of song and plaint and love's own ecstasy. 3. 263. I see their traces and with pain I melt. 230. I see you with my heart from far Coventry. 7. 93. I sent to him a scroll that bore my plaint of love. 2. 300. I show my heart and thoughts to thee, and thou, thee. 266. I cite their track and pine for longing love. 8. 103. I soothe my heart and my love rebel, thee. 35. I sought of a fair maid to kiss her lips. 8. 294. I speak and longing love upties me and unties me. 2. 104. I still had hoped to see thee and enjoy thy sight. 242. I stood and bewailed who their load had bound. 9. 27. I swear by Allah's name, fair sir, no thief was I. 274. I swear by swayings of that form so fair. 4. 143. I swear by that fair face's life I'll love but thee. 4. 246. I thought of estrangement in her embrace. 9. 198. I've been shot by fortune, and shaft of eye. 3. 175. I've you lost patience by despite of you. 280. I've sent the ring from off thy finger ta'en. 3. 274. I've sinned enormous sin. 4. 109. I view their traces and with pain I pine. 8. 320. I visit them and night black lendeth aid to me. 4. 252. I vow to Allah if at home I sight. 2. 186. I walk for fear of interview the weaklings walk. v. 147. I wander mid these wills, my Layla's was. 238. I wander through the palace but I sight there not a soul. 4. 291. I was in bestest luck, but now my love goes contrary. v. 75. I was kind and scaped not, they were cruel and escaped. 58. I waved to and fro and he leaned it to and fro. v. 239. I weep for one to whom a lonely death befell. v. 115. I weep for longing love's own ardency. 7. 369. I weep not, when as to a land I fare. 9. 328. I went to my patron some blood to let him. 306. I went to the house of the keeper man. 3. 20. I will bear in patience estrangement of friend. 8. 345. I wot not, when as to a land I fare. X. 53. I write thee, love, the while my tears pour down. 3. 24. I write to thee, O fondest hope, Arit. 3. 24. I write with heart devoted to thy thought. 3. 273. Ibn Sina in his canon cloth opine. 3. 34. If a fool oppress thee bear patiently. Vi. 214. If a man from destruction can save his head. 9. 314. If a man's breast with bane he hides be straitened. 9. 292. If a sharp-witted white mankind e'er tried. 4. 188. If I never share in the thing I love. 4. 234. If any sin I sinned, or did I ought. 3. 132. If aught I've sinned in sinful way. 8. 119. If generous youth be blessed with luck and wealth. 9. 291. If he of patience fail the truth to hide. 2. 320. If I liken thy shape to the bough when green. I. 92. If I to aught save you, O lords of me, incline. 7. 369. If ill betide thee through thy slave. I. 194. If kings would see their high emprise preserved. V. 106. If Naomi bless me with a single glance. 4. 12. If not master of manners or aught but discreet. I. 235. If thereby man can save his head from death. 4. 46. If thou crave our love, know that love's alone. V. 127. If thou should please a friend who pleaseth thee. V. 150. If time unite us after absent while. I. 157. If your promise of personal call prove untrue. 3. 252. If we plain of absence, what shall we say? I. 100. If we saw a lover who paints as he ought. V. 164. Ill-omened hag. Unshriven be her sins, nor mercy visit her on dying bed. I. 174. In dream I saw a bird o'er speed, meseemed. 8. 218. In her cheek cornered 9 calamities. 8. 86. In his face sky shineth the fullest moon. I. 205. In love they bore me further than my force would go. 2. 137. In patience, O my God, I endue my lot and fate. I. 77. In patience, O my God, thy doom forecast. Nut 17. In ruth and mildness surety lies. 2. 160. In sleep came Suada's shade and wakened me. 4. 267. In sooth the nights and days are charactered. 3. 319. In spite of envy's jealousy, at end. V. 62. In the moon I am richest of men. X. 40. In the towering fort Salah throned him. 2. 291. In this world there is none thou mayst count upon. I. 207. In thought I see thy form when farthest far or nearest near. 2. 42. In thy whole world there is not one. 4. 187. In vest of saffron pale and safflower red. I. 219. Incline not departing, I pray. 8. 314. Indeed afflicted sore are we and all distraught. 8. 48. Indeed I am consoled now and sleep without a tear. 4. 242. Indeed I deem thy favours might be bought. 3. 34. Indeed I hourly need thy choicest aid. V. 281. Indeed I'll bear my love for thee with firmest soul. 4. 241. Indeed I long to share and surveil with thee. 3. 323. Indeed I'm heartbroken to see thee start. 8. 63. Indeed I'm strong to bear whatever befall. 3. 46. Indeed my heart loves all the lovely boys. 9. 253. Indeed, ran my tears on the severance day. 7. 64. Indeed, to watch the darkness moon he blighted me. 3. 277. Irks me my fate and clean knows that I. 8. 130. Is Abu's sack of Shaban they asked V. 100. Is it not strange one house us to contain 4. 279. Is not a love a pledge by all mankind confess? 2. 186. It behoveth folk rule in a time. 8. 294. It happed one day a hawk pounced on a bird. 4. 103. It runs through every joint of them as it runs. X. 39. It seems as though of Lot's tribe were our days. 3. 301. It was as though the sable dye upon her palms. 3. 105. Jamil, in holy war go fight. To me they say. 2. 102. Jahannam, next Laza, and third Hatim. v. 240. Jamknamai, and a man of might. 7. 23. Joy from stroke of string cloth to me incline. 8. 227. Joy is nigh, O Masrur, so rejoice in true rede. 8. 221. Joy needs shall come, a prattle again to prattle, in. 7. Joy of boughs, bright branch of Myro Balin. 8. 213. Joy so o'ercometh me, the stress of joy. v. 355. Joyance is come, dispelling cark and care. v. 61. Kingdom with none endures, if thou deny this truth, where be the kings of earlier earth? I. 129. Kinsmen of mine were those 3 men who came to thee. 4. 289. Kisras and scissors in a bygone day. 2. 41. Kiss then his fingers which no fingers are. 4. 147. Lack of good is exile to man at home. 9. 199. Lack gold abaseth man and cloth is worth away. 9. 290. Lady of beauty, say, who taught thee hard and harsh design. 3. 5. Lord not long hair, except it be dispread. 2. 230. Lord to my Lord who gave thee all of loveliness. 4. 143. Leave this blame, I will list to no enemy's blame. 3. 61. Leave this thy design and depart, O man. 8. 212. Leave thou the days to breed their ban and bait. 2. 41. Leave thy home for abroad and wouldest rise on high. 9. 138. Let days their folds and plies deploy. 2. 309. Let destiny with slackened rein its course appointed fair. 8. 70. Let fate with slackened bridle fare her pace. 4. 173. Let fortune have her wanton way. I. 107. Let thy thought be ill and none else but ill. 3. 142. Layla's phantom came by night. 8. 14. Life has no sweet for me since forth he fared. 3. 177. Like how the orange hills when zephyr breathes. 8. 272. Like a tree is he who in wealth cloth bone. 2. 14. Like fullest moon she shines on happiest night. v. 347. Like moon she shines amid the starry sky. v. 32. Like beech in verdure growing. 8. 270. Like the full moon she shineth in garments all of green. 8. 327. Lion of the wold, wilt thou murder me? v. 40. Long as earth is earth, long as sky is sky. 9. 317. Long have I chid thee, but my chiding hindereth thee not. 7. 225. Long have I wept o'er severance ban and bane. I. 249. Long I lamented that we fell apart. 2. 187. Long, long have I bewailed the severance of our loves. 3. 275. Long was my night for sleepless misery. 4. 263. Longsome is absence, care and fear are sore. 2. 295. Longsome is absence, restlessness increaseth. 7. 212. Look at the oak tree, note on boughs arrayed. 8. 271. Look at the apricot whose bloom contains. 8. 268. Look on the pyramids and hear the twain. v. 106. Love, at first sight, is a spurt of spray. 7. 280. Love, at the first, is a spurt of spray. 7. 330. Love for my fair they chide in angry way. 3. 233. Love in my breast they lit and fed away. 3. 296. Love in my heart they lit and went their ways. 232. Love longing urged me not except to trip in speech or free. 9. 322. Love smote my frame so sore on parting day. 2. 152. Love's tongue within my heart speaks plain to thee. 4. 135. Love's votaries I ceased not to oppose. 3. 290. Lover with his beloved looseth will and aim. v. 289. Lover, when parted from the thing he loves. 8. 36. Luck to the rubber whose deft hand all plies. 3. 17. Make me not, Allah save the Caliph, one of the betrayed 7. 129. Make thy game by guile for thou right born in a time. 3. 141. Man is known among men as his deeds attest. 9. 164. Man wills his wish to him accorded be. 4. Many whose ankle rings are dumb have tinkling belts. 3. 302. Must joys life made fair by all delight of days. Nil. 234. May Allah never make you parting dree, may coins thou makest joy in heart instill. 9. 69. May God deny me boon of drouth if I. 8. 34. May that monarch's life span a mighty span. 275. Mazed with thy love no more I can feign patience. 8. 321. Melted pure gold in silvern bowl to drain. v. 66. Men and dogs together are all gone by. 4. 268. Men are a hidden malady. 4. 188. Men craving pardon will uplift their hands. 3. 304. Men have blamed of bining before my time. 3. 183. Men in their purposes are much alike. 7. 169. Men's turning unto bums of boys is bumptious. v. 162. Methought she was the forenoon sun until she donned the veil. 8. 284. Mine ear forwent mine eye in loving him. 9. 222. Mine eyes I admire that can feed their fill. 8. 224. Mine eyes ne'er looked on naught the almond like. 8. 270. Mine eyes were dragomans for my tongue bitted. 121. Mine is a chief who reached most haught estate. 253. Minish this blame I ever bear from you. 3. 60. Mourn saith tonight, withdraw and let me shine. 132. Most beautiful is earth in budding bloom. 2. 86. Muria, thou generous Lord, and best of men that be. 7. 125. My best slim to what that robe in robes of symmetry. 9. 321. My blamers instant should that I for her become consoled. 8. 171. My blamers say of me, he is consoled and lie. v. 158. My body bides the sad abode of grief and malady. 4. 230. My senses say, what means this pine for him? v. 158. My charmer who spellest my piety. 9. 243. My coolth of eyes, the darling child of me. v. 260. My day of bliss is that when thou appearest. 3. 291. My friend I prithee tell me, neath the sky. v. 107. My friend who went hath returned once more. vi. 196. My friends, despite this distance and this cruelty. 8. 115. My friends, I yearn in heart distraught for him. 7. 212. My friends, if ye are banished from mine eyes. Fin 340. My friends, Rhea hath mounted soon as morning shone. 793. My fondness, O my moon, for thee my fman is. 3. 256. My heart disheartened is, my breast is strait. 2. 238. My heart is a thrall, my tears ne'er abate. 8. 346. My life for the scavenger, right well I love him. 312. My life is gone but love longings remain. 8. 345. My longing bread of love with mine knees for ever grouse. 7. 211. My Lord hath servants fain of piety. v. 277. My Lord, this be the sun, the moon thou hadst before. 7. 143. My Lord, this full moon takes in heaven of thee new birth. 7. 143. My love a meeting promised me and kept it faithfully. 3. 195. My loved one's name in cheerless solitude I cheereth me. v. 59. My lover came in at the close of night. 4. 124. My lover came to me one night. 4. 252. My mind's withdrawn from Zainab and the war. 3. 239. My patience failed me when my lover went. 8. 259. My patience fails me and grows anxiety. 8. 14. My prickle is begin, the little one said. 3. 302. My salam to the fawn in the garments concealed. 4. 50. My sin to thee is great. 4. 109. My sister said, as saw she how I stood. 3. 109. My sleeplessness would show I live to bide on wake. 3. 195. My soul and my folk I engage for the ruth. 7. 111. My soul for loss of love sped eyesight. 8. 67. My soul be sacrificed for one who's going. 3. 292. My soul thy sacrifice, I chose thee out. 3. 303. My soul to him who smiled back my salute. 3. 168. My tale, indeed, is tale and leaf. 4. 265. My tears thus flowing rival with my wine. 3. 169. My tribe have slain that brother mine, a maim. 4. 110. My wish, mine illness, mine unease, by Allah, own. 8. 68. My wrongs hide I, with all they show to sight. 8. 260. My yearning for thee though long is fresh. 4. 211. Naught came to salute me in sleep save his shade. 7. 111. Naught gad me weep save where and when of the severance spake he. 8. 63. Nears my parting throe, my love, nigh draws the severance day. 8. 308. Need drives a man into devious roads. 2. 14. Needs must I bear the term by fate decreed. 2. 41. Ne'er cease thy gate be but to mankind. 4. 148. Ne'er dawn the severance day on any wise. 8. 49. Ne'er incline thee to part. 2. 105. Ne'er was a man with beard grown over long. 8. 298. News my wife Watts is not locked in a box. 311. News of my love fill all the land, I swear. 3. 287. No breeze of union to the lover blows. 8. 239. No, I declare by him to whom all bow. v. 152. No longer beguile me. 3. 137. No ring-dove moans from home on branch in morning light. 2. 152. None but the good a secret keep, and good men keep it unrevealed. 87. None but the men of worth the secret keep. 3. 289. None keepeth a secret but a faithful person. 4. 233. None other charms but shine shall greet mine eyes, I. 156. None wotteth best joyance but generous youth V. 67. Not with his mess time drunk, but verily, V. 158. Nowen, by Allah, unto man were fully known, 3. 128. Now, and of woman ask ye, I reply, 3. 214. Now blame him not, for blame brings only vice and pain, 2. 297. Now, by my life, brown hue hath point of comeliness, 4. 258. Now, by thy life, and wert thou just my life thou hadst not ta'en, I. 182. Now, by your love I'll ne'er forget, 8. 315. Now I indeed will hide desire and all repine, v. 267. Now is my dread to incur reproaches which, 59. Now love hast banished all that bred delight, 3. 259. Now with their says and said no more vex me the chiding race, 4. 207. O adornment of beauties to thee write I, 7. 176. O beauty's union. Love for these my greed, 3. 303. O best of race to whom gave Hor a boon of birth, v. 139. O bibber of liquor, art not ashamed, v. 224. O breeze that blowest from the land Iraq, 8. 103. O child of Adam, let not hope make mock and flight at thee, vi. 116. O culver of the copse, with salams I greet, v. 49. O day of joys to either lover fain, v. 63. O dwelling of my friends, say is the no return, 8. 319. O fair ones forth ye cast my faithful love, 9. 300. O fertile root and noble growth of trunk, 2. 43. O fisherman, no care hast thou to fear, v. 51. O flyer from thy home when foes affright, v. 290. O friends of me, one favour more I pray, v. 125. O glad news bearer, welcome, 2. 326. O hail to him whose locks his cheeks saw shade, x. 58. O Hayat al-Nufus, be generous and incline, 7. 217. O heart, and lover false thee, shun the parting bane, 894. O heart, be not thy love confined to 1, 3. 232. O hope of me, pursue me not with rigour and disdain, 3. 28. O joy of hell and heaven, whose tormentry, 3. 19. O Kina, O sweetheart, thou fallest not short, I. 311. O kings of beauty, grace to prisoner ta'en, 8. 96. O Lord, by the 5 shakes, I pray do over me, 7. 226. O Lord, how many a grief from me hast driven, v. 270. O Lord, my foes are faint to slay me in despite, 8. 117. O lords of me, who fared but whom my heart e'er followeth, for 239. No love, thou right instant in thy cruelest guise, 4. 204. O love, thou bringest the thought a tide, v. 50. O Miriam of beauty, return for thee Zion, 8. 321. O Miriam, by chiding I pray, forego, 9. 8. O moon, forever set this earth below, 3. 323. O Muslim, thou whose guide is Al-Quran, 4. 173. O most noble of men in this time and stand, 4. 20. O my censor who wakest men to see, 8. 343. O my friend, and I rendered my life, my sprite, 9. 214. O my friend, reft of rest no repose I command, 2. 35. O my friends, have ye seen nor have ye heard vi? 174. O my heart's desire, grows my misery. 7. 248. O my Lord, well I weet thy puissant hand, vi? 97. O night of union, times virginal prize 8. 328. O my lords, shall heat to your minds occur 9. 299. O night here I stay, I want no morning light. 4. 144. O passing fair I have none else but thee. 7. 365. O pearl set mouth of friend. 4. 231. O pearly mouth of friend, who set those pretty pearls in line. 4. 231. O rose, thou rare of charms that dost contain. 8. 275. O sire, be not deceived by worldly joys. v. 114. O son of mine uncle, same sorrow I bear. 3. 61. O spare me, thou Gazban, indeed enow for me. 2. 126. O Springcamp have ruth on mine overthrowing. 8. 240. O thou Badia el-Jamil, show thou some clemency. 7. 368. O thou of generous seed and true nobility. vi. 252. O thou sheeniest sun who night dost shine. 8. 215. O thou the one, whose grace cloth all the world embrace. v. 272. O thou tomb, O thou tomb, be his horrors setting blight. I. 76. O thou to whom sad trembling wights in fear complain. 3. 317. O thou who bearest leg half better to suggest. 2. 327. O thou who claimest to be prey of love and ecstasy. 7. 220. O thou who deignest come at sorest sink. 378. O thou who dost comprise all beauty's boons. 7. 107. O thou who dyest hoariness with black. 8. 295. O thou who fearest fate. I. 56. O thou who for thy wakeful nights wouldst claim my love to boon. 3. 26. O thou who givest to royal state sweet savour. 2. 3. O thou who gladdenest man by speech and rarest quality. 9. 322. O thou who seekest innocence to guile. 3. 137. O thou who seekest parting, safely fair. 2. 319. O thou who seekest separation, act leisurely. 4. 200. O thou who seekest severance. I. 118. O thou who shamest sun in morning sheen. 8. 35. O thou who shunnest him thy love misled. 8. 259. O thou who wooest severance, easy fare. 3. 278. O thou who wouldst a world unworthy learn. 3. 319. O thou whose boons to me are more than one. 3. 317. O thou whose favours have been out of compt. 3. 137. O thou whose forehead, like the radiant east. I. 210. O to whom I gave soul which thou torturest. 4. 19. O to whom now of my desire complaining sore shall I. v. 44. O toiler through the glooms of night in peril and in pain. I. 38. O turtle dove, like me art thou distraught. v. 47. O waftings of musk from the Babel land. 9. 195. O who didst win my love in other date. v. 63. O who hast quitted these abodes and ferriedst fief and light. 8. 59. O who passest this doorway, by Allah, c. 8. 236. O who praisest time with the fairest appraise. 9. 296. Oh, who shamest the moon and the sunny glow, 7. 248. Oh, who quest union, ne'er hope such delight, 8. 257. Oh, whose heart by our beauty is captive ta'en, v. 36. O wish of wistful men, for thee I yearn, v. 269. O ye that can aid me, a wretched lover, 2. 30. O ye who fled and left my heart in pain low lying, 3. 285. O ye who with my vitals fled, have rush, 8. 258. O you whose mole on cheek enthroned recalls, I. 251. O zephyr of morn, and thou pass where the dear ones dwell, 8. 120. O zephyr of Najd, when from Najd thou glow, 7. 115. Of dust was I created, and man did I become, v. 237. Of evil thing the folk suspect us twain, 305. Of my sight I am jealous for thee, of me, 9. 248. Of time and what befell me I complain, 8. 219. Of wit and wisdom is Maimuna bear, I. 57. Oft hath attended bow maid lute for maid, v. 244. Oft hunchback added to his bunchy back, 8. 297. Oft times mischance shall straighten noble breast, 8. 117. Oft when thy case shows knotty and tangled skein, vi. 71. O a valiant race are the sons of new human, 3. 80. O soul of me, and thou accept my rede, 2. 210. O Egon from the gaze of these ridded deer, 2. 139. Old hag, of high degree in filthy life, v. 96. On earth's surface we lived in rare ease and joy, 7. 123. On her fair bosom caskets twain I scanned, I. 156. On me and with me bides thy volunty, 8. 129. On sun and moon of palace cast thy sight, I. 85. On the brow of the world is a writ, and thereon thou look, 9. 297. On the 5th day at eventide they went away from me, 2. 10. On the 5th day I quitted all my friends forevermore, 2. 10. On the glancing racer outracing glance, 2. 273. On the shaded woody island his showers Aladane, x. 40. On these which once were chicks, 4. 235. 1. I wish him in belt 1,000 horns, v. 129. 1 craved my love and I gave all he craved of me, 3. 210. 1 wrote upon her cheek with musk, his name was Juthahis, 4. 292. Open the door. The leech now draweth near, v. 284. Oppression ambusheth in sprite of man, 9. 343. Our aim is only converse to enjoy, 4. 54. Our fort is Tor, and flames the fire of fight, 2. 242. Our life to thee, O Cupboy beauty died, 3. 169. Our trysting time is all too short, 3. 167. Pardon my fault, for 'tis the wont, I. 126. Pardon the sinful ways I did pursue, 2. 38. Part not from one whose wont is not to part from you, 3. 295. Parting ran up to part from love at wane, 3. 209. Pass round the cup to the old and the young man, 2. 8. 278. Pass all my fault, for 'tis the wise man's wont, 8. 327. Patience hath fled, but passion faith not, v. 358. Patience with sweet and with bitter fate, 8. 146. Patient I seemed, yet patience shown by me. 796. Patient, O Allah. To thy destiny I bow. 328. Pause ye and see his sorry state since when he fain withdrew. 866. Peace be to her who visits me in sleeping fantasy. 241. Peace be to you from lovers wasted love. 368. Peace be with you, sans you naught compensateth me. 320. Perfect were lovers' qualities in him was Burton. 255. Pink cheeks and eyes and pupilled black have dealt me sore despite. 69. Pleaseth me more the fig than every fruit. 269. Pleaseth me on hazard of mockings train. 48. Pleasure and health, good cheer, good appetite. 102. Ply me and also my mate be plied. 203. Poverty dims the sheen of man waiter his wealth has been. 272. Pray ye grant me some words from your lips, the like. 274. Pray, tell me what hath fate to do betwixt us twain? 128. Preserve thy hoary hairs from soil and stain. 43. Prove how love can degrade. 134. Quince every taste conjoins, in her I found. 158. Quoth I to a comrade one day. 289. Quoth our Imam Abu Nawas, who was. 157. Quoth she, for I to lie with her forbear. 303. Quoth she, I see thee die thy hoariness. 194. Quoth she to me, and sore enraged. 293. Quoth she to me, I see thou dist thy hoariness. 295. Quoth they, and I had drained my taste thereto. 269. Quoth they, black letters on his cheek are writ. 196. Quoth they, may be that patience lend thee ease. 178. Quoth they, thou rav'st on him thou lov'st reet. 258. Quoth they, thou right surely raving mad for her thou lov'st reet. 326. Racked is my heart by parting fro my friends. 150. Rain showers of torrent tears, O in and sea. 250. Rebel against women and so shalt thou serve Allah the more. 214. Red fruits that fill the hand, and shine with sheen. 271. Rely not on women, trust not to their hearts. 13. Reserve is a jewel, silence safety is. 208. Restore my heart as 'twas within my breast. 37. Right near at hand, a maimah mine. 75. Robe thee, O house, in richest raiment time. 206. Roll up thy days and they shall easy roll. 220. Rosy red waddy hot, with summer glow. 96. Round with big and little, the bowl and cap. 229. Said I to slim waist who their wine engraced. 307. Slim from graces treasured by my lord. 273. Salams throw me to friends in every stead. 256. Say, canst not come to us one momentling. 43. Say, cloth heart of my fair incline to him. 127. Say him who careless sleeps what while the shaft of fortune flies. 68. Say me, on Allah's path has death not dealt to me. 247. Say me, will union after parting ere return to be. 320. Say then to skin be soft, to face be fair. 252. Say thou to the she-gazelle, who's no gazelle, v. 130. Say to angry lover who turns away, v. 131. Say to the charmer in the dove-hued veil, I. 280. Say to the fair in the wroughten veil, 8. 291. Say to the pretty one in veil of blue, 4. 264. Say what shall solace one who hath nor home nor stable stead, to 124. Say, will to me and you the ruthful union show, 8. 323. Scented with sandal and musk, right proudly cloth she go, v. 192. Seeing thy looks what's she what thou deserst read, v. 226. Seest not how the hosts of the rose display, 8. 276. Seest not that almond plucked by hand, 8. 270. Seest not that musk, the net brown musk, ere claims the highest price, 4. 253. Seest not that pearls are prized for milky hue, 4. 250. Seest not that rosary where rose a flowering displays, 8. 275. Seest not the bazaar with its fruit in rose, 3. 302. Seest not the lemon when it taketh form, 8. 272. Seest not we want for joy four things all told, I. 86. Semblance of full moon heaven bore, v. 192. Severance grief nigh most, union done to death, 4. 223. Shall I be consoled when love hath mastered the secret of me, 8. 261. Shall man experience lack judged ever care, 7. 144. Shall the beautiful hue of the basil fail, I. 19. Shall the world oppress me when thou art in's, 2. 18. Shall we e'er be united after severance tide, 8. 322. Shamed is the bow of ban by pace of her, 8. 223. She bade me farewell on our parting day, 2. 35. She beamed on my sight with a wondrous glance, 2. 87. She came apparelled in an azure vest, I. 218. She came apparelled in a vest of blue, 8. 280. She came out to gaze on the bridal at ease, v. 149. She came thick-veiled, and cried I, oh display, 8. 280. She comes apparelled in an azure vest X. 58. She comes like fullest moon on happy night, I. 218, X. 59. She cried while blade in her side desire 9. 197. She dispread the locks from her head one night, 3. 226. She drew near when as death was departing us, v. 71. She gives her woman's hand a force that fails the hand of me, 3. 176. She hath eyes whose babes with their fingers sign, 8. 166. She hath those hips conjoined by thread of waist, 3. 226. She hath wrists which, did her bangles not contain, 3. 226. She is a sun which towereth high as 3. 163. She joineth charms were never seen conjoined in mortal dress, 7. 104. She lords it o'er our hearts in grass-green gown, 2. 318. She prith the Lord of grace her prayer obeyed, v. 273. She proffered me a tender pointy, 3. 304. She rose like the morn as she shone through the night, I. 11. She saith sore hurt in sense the most acute, 3. 303. She shineth forth the moon, and bends a willow wand, 4. 50. She shone out in the garden in garments all of green, v. 346. She shot my heart with shaft, then turned on heel, 7. 141. She sits eating lap like a mother fond. 9. 191. She spied the moon of heaven reminding me. 4. 51. She split my casque of courage with ice swords that sorely smite. 3. 179. She spread 3 dresses of unplaited hair. 451. She wears a pair of ringlets long let down. v. 240. She whom I all of love by love of her hath won. 8. 254. Shoulder thy tray and go straight to thy goal. 278. Showed me Sir Sutton one a sight, and what a sight. 4. 193. Silent I won't and never owned my love. v. 151. Silky her skin and silk that's own waist. 3. 163. Since my lope a friend in my hand hath given. 4. 20. Since none will lend my love a helping hand. 7. 225. Since our Ramam came forth from Edson. v. 154. Sleep fled me, by my side wake ever shows. 8. 68. Slept in mine arms full moon of brightest blee. X. 39. Slim waist and boyish wit's delight. v. 161. Slim-waisted craved wine from her compania. 8. 307. Slim-waisted levelling from his hair and brow. 8. 299. Slim-waisted levelling, jetty hair encrowned. 116. Slim-waisted one whose looks with down of cheek. v. 158. Slim-waisted one whose taste is sweetest sweet. v. 241. Sojourn of stranger, in whatever land. 7. 175. Sought me this heart's dear love at gloom of night. 7. 253. Source of mine evils, truly, she alone's. 3. 165. Sow kindness seed in the unfittest stead. 3. 136. Stand by and see the daring do which I today will show. 3. 107. Stand by the ruined home and ask of us. 3. 328. Stand thou and hear what fell to me. 8. 228. Stand thou by the homes and hail the lords of the ruined stead. 2. 181. Stay. Grant one parting look before we part. 2. 15. Steer ye steps to none but me. v. 65. Still cleaves to this homestead mine ecstasy. 8. 243. Stint ye this playmate. 254. Straightened bosom, reveries dispread. 3. 182. Strange is my story, passing prodigy. 4. 139. Strange as the charm which dights her brows like luna's disk that shine. 2. 3. Strive he to cure his case, to hide the truth. 2. 320. Such is the world, so bear a patient heart. 183. Suffer mine eye babes weep lost of love and tears express. 8. 112. Suffice the death such marvels can enhance. 3. 56. Sun riseth sheen from her brilliant brow. 7. 246. Sweetest of nights the world can show to me. 2. 318. Sweetheart, how long must I wait by so long suffering tried? 2. 178. Sweetly discourses she on Persian string. 8. 166. Take all things easy, for all worldly things. 4. 220. Take thy life and fly when as evil's threat. Let the ruined house tell its owner's fate. 109. Take, O my lord, to thee the rose. 8. 275. Take patience which breeds good, if patience thou can learn. 4. 221. Take warning, O proud. 4. 118. Teardrops have chafed mine eyelids and railed down in wondrous wise. v. 53. Tell her who turneth from my love to work it injury sore. I. 181. Tell whoso hath sorrow grief never shall last. I. 15. That cheek mould spot they evened with a grain. I. 251. That jetty hair, that glossy brow. I. 203. That night th astrologer a scheme of planets drew. I. 167. That pair in image quits me not one single hour. 2. 173. That rarest beauty ever bides my foe. 7. 366. That sprouting hair upon his face took Greek. v. 161. The birds took flight at even winged their way. 8. 34. The blearite scapes the pits. I. 265. The boy like his father shall surely show. I. 310. The breeze o morn blows usurds from her trace. 8. 206. The bushes of golden-hued rose excite. 8. 276. The bulbul's note, winter's dawn is nigh. v. 48. The caravan chief calleth loud o night. 8. 239. The chambers were like a beehive well stocked. 9. 292. The coming unto thee is blessed. 8. 167. The company left with my love by night. 9. 27. The compassionate show no ruth to the tomb where his bones shall lie. X. 47. The courser chargeth on battling foe. 3. 83. The day of my delight is the day when you draw near. I. 75. The day of parting cut my heart in twain. 3. 124. The fondly one a meeting promised me. 4. 195. The fawn of a maid had her lute in hand. 2. 34. The feet of sturdy miscreants went trampling heavy tread. X. 38. The first in rank to kiss the ground shall deign. I. 250. The fragrance of musk from the breasts of the fair. 8. 209. The full moon groweth perfect once a month. 7. 271. The glasses are heavy when empty brought. X. 40. The hapless lover's heart is of his wooing weary grown. 4. 144. The hearts of lovers have eyes I can. 4. 238. The hue of dusty motes is hers. 4. 257. The house, sweetheart, is now no home to me. v. 381. The jujube tree each day. 8. 271. The kings who fared before us showed. 3. 318. The land of ramping moon is bare and drear. 8. 126. The least of him is the being free. v. 156. The life of the bath is the joy of man's life. 3. 19. The like of whatso feelest thou we feel. 7. 141. The longing of a Bedouin maid, whose folks are far away. 3. 172. The longing of an Arab lass forlorn of kith and kin. 2. 306. The Lord, empty house. To thee peace decree. 8. 238. The loved ones left thee in middle night. v. 150. The lover is drunken with love of friend. v. 39. The lover's heart for his beloved must meet. 2. 62. The lover's heart is like to break in twain. 2. 63. The mead is bright with what is owned to. 86. The messenger who kept our commerce hid. 3. 189. The moon the time shows unveiled light. 9. 287. The nad is my wine-scented powder, my bread. 8. 209. The name of what crave me distraught. 8. 93. The Nile flood this day is the gain you own. I. 290. The penis smooth and round was made with anus best to match it. 3. 303. The phantom of soda came by night to wake me. 8. 337. The poor man fares by everything opposed. 9. 291. The prophet saw whatever eyes could see. V. 287. The return of the friend is the best of all boons. 9. 287. The rose in highest stead I rate. 8. 274. The signs that here their mighty works portray. Vi. 90. The slanderers said there is hair upon his cheeks. V. 157. The slippers that carry these fair young feet. 8. 320. The smack of parting s mur to me. 2. 101. The solace of lovers is naught but far. 8. The spring of the down on cheeks right clearly shows. V. 190. The stream mess a cheek by sunlight rosy dyed. 2. 240. The streamlet swings by branchy wood and eye. 8. 267. The sun of beauty she to all appears. X. 59. The sun of beauty she to sight appears. I. 218. The sun yellowed not in the murk gloom lean. 8. 285. The sword, the sworder and the bloodeskin waiting me I sight. 2. 42. The tears of these eyes find easy release. V. 127. The tears run down his cheeks in double row. 3. 169. The time of parting quoth they draweth nigh. V. 280. The tongue of love from heart bespeaks my sprite. 4. 261. The tongue of love within my vitals speaketh. 8. 319. The toothstick love I not, for when I say, the road is lonesome, grow my grief and need. M. 13. The weaver white wrote with gold or bright. 8. 210. The whiskers right upon his cheek with ambergris on pearl. 7. 277. The wide plain is narrowed before these eyes. 8. 28. The wise have said that the white of hair. 8. 294. The world hath shot me with its sorrow till. 7. 340. The world swear that forever to gar me grieve. 8. 243. The world tears man to shreds, so be thou not. 9. 295. The world tricks I admire betwixt me and her. 9. 242. The world's best joys long be thy lot, my lord. I. 203. The zephyr breatheth o'er its branches, like. 8. 267. Their image bides with me, ne'er quits me, ne'er shall fly. 8. 66. Their tracts I see, and pine with pain and pang. I. 151. There be no writer who from death shall fleet. I. 128. The be rulers who have ruled with a foul tyrannic sway. I. 60. There remaineth not aught save a fluttering breath. 8. 124. There remains to him naught save a flitting breath. 7. 119. They blamed me for causing my tears to well. 9. 29. They bore him beard and all who followed wept. 2. 281. They find me fault with her where I default ne'er find. V. 80. They have cruelly ta'en me from him my beloved. V. 51. They're gone who when thou stoodest at their door. 4. 200. They ruled a while and theirs was harsh tyrannic rule. 4. 220. They said, thou rovest upon the person thou lovest. 4. 205. They say me, thou shinest a light to mankind. I. 187. They shine fullest moons, unveil crescent bright. 8. 304. They talked of three beauties whose converse was quite. 7. 112. Thine image ever accompanies my sprite. 3. 259. Thine image in thee Zion, a lip thy name. 3. 179. Think not from her, of whom thou art enamoured. 8. 216. Thinkest thou thyself all prosperous, in days which prosperous be? 8. 309. This be his recompense who will. 9. 17. This day oppressor and oppressed meet. v. 258. This garden and this lake in truth. 8. 207. This house, my lady, since you left is now a home no more. I. 211. This messenger shall give my news to thee. 3. 181. This is a thing wherein destruction lies. I. 118. This is she I will never forget till I die. 8. 304. This is thy friend perplexed for pain and pine. 4. 279. This one, whom hunger plagues, and rags enfold. 7. 129. Oh, 'tis thy wont to hide thy love perforce. 3. 65. Thou art the cause that castest man in ban and bane. 8. 149. Thou camest and green grew the hills anew. 3. 18. Thou deemedst well of time when days went well. 2. 12. 3. 253. Thou hast to read to every land. I. 128. Thou hast failed who would sink me in ruin sea. 3. 108. Thou hast granted more favours than ever I crave. 2. 32. Thou hast restored my wealth, sans greed and dare. 4. 111. Thou hast somewhat the hearts of men to clip. I. 241. Thou hast won my heart by cheek and eye of thee. 8. 256. Foulest, O foulest of Satans, thou art. 3. 108. Foulest when speaking of benefits, while. 3. 108. Thou madest beauty to spoil man's sprite. 9. 249. Thou madest fair thy thought of fate. 8. 130. Thou pacest the palace a marvel sight. I. 176. Thou present, in the heaven of heavens I dwell. 3. 268. Thou seekest my death, naught else thy will can satisfy. 2. 103. Thou west all taken up with love of other man, not me. I. 182. Thou west create of dust and camest to life. 4. 190. Thou west invested, woe to thee, with rule for thee unfit. 7. 127. Though a man I may awake with all happiness in hand. I. 75. Though now thou jeer, O hind, how many a night. 7. 98. 3 coats yon fresh is form in dew. 8. 270. 3 lovely girls hold my bridle rein. 9. 243. 3 matters hinder her from visiting us in fear. 3. 231. 3 things forever hinder her to visit us. 8. 279. Throne you on highmost stead, heart, ears and sight. 8. 258. Thy breast thou buryedst sending back the gift. v. 153. Thy case commit to a heavenly Lord and thou shalt safety see. 8. 151. Thy folly drive thee on though long I chid. 3. 29. Thy note came, long lost fingers wrote that note. 4. 14. Thy phantom bid thou fleet and fly. 7. 108. Thy presence bringeth us a grace. I. 175. Thy shape with willow branch I dare compare. 4. 255. Thy shape's temptation, eyes as Re's fame. 8. 47. Thy sight hath never seen a fairer sight. 2. 292. Thy writ, O Masrur, stirred my sprite to pine. 8. 245. Time false to union and divided who were one in sway. X. 26. Time gives me tremble, how sore the balk. I. 144. Time has recorded gifts she gave the great. I. 128. Time hath for his wont to appraise and debase. 2. 143. Time hath shattered all my frame. 2. 4. Time sware my life should fare in woeful waste. 2. 186. 'Tis as if wine and he who bears the bowl. X. 38. 'Tis as the figs with clear white skins outthrown. 8. 268. 'Tis dark, my transport and unease now gather might and main. V. 45. 'Tis I am the stranger, visited by none. V. 116. 'Tis naught but this, when a sudden I see her. 9. 235. 'Tis not at every time and tide and stable. 4. 188. 'Tis thou hast trodden coiner's path, not I. 3. 332. To all who know my love for the May. 8. 332. To Allah will I make my moan of travail and of woe. 3. 106. To Allah's charge I leave that moon-like beauty in your tents. 4. 145. To even her with greeny bough were vain. I. 156. To grief leave a heart that to love ne'er ceased. 8. 215. To him I spake of coupling but he said to me. 3. 301. To him when the wine cup is near I declare. 9. 189. To Kareem, the cream of men thou gayest me. 2. 35. To kith and kin bear thou sad tidings of our plight. 3. 111. To me restore my dear. V. 55. To our beloved be moaned our length of night. 4. 106. To Rose quoth I, what gars thy thorns to be put forth. 8. 276. To severance who doomed my love and all unmoved remain. I. 181. To slay my foes is chiefest bliss I wist. 2. 239. To thai wise subtle one trust worldly things. I. 56. To thee be praise, O thou who showest unremitting grace. 8. 183. O thee come I forth with my heart aflame. 3. 108. To winner favours still thy hopes are bent. 7. 224. Told us, ascribing to his sheikhs, our sheikh. 4. 47. Travel, and thou shalt find new friends for old ones left behind. I. 197. Troubles familiar with my heart are grown and I with them. 8. 117. Trust not to man when thou hast raised his spleen. 3. 145. Truth best befits thee, albeit truth. I. 298. Turn thee from grief nor care a jot. I. 56. Was as I feared, the coming is discerning. 2. 189. 'Twas by will of her she was create. 8. 291. 'Twas not of love that fed my feet to them. 4. 180. 'Twas not satiety bade me leave the dealing of my soul. I. 181. 'Twixt the closed tide and open wide no medium fortune knoweth. 2. 105. 'Twixt me and writing many a noble dame v. 266. Two contraries and both concur in opposite charms. 4. 20. Two hosts fair fighting thee the livelong day. I. 132. Two lovers barred from every joy and bliss. V. 240. Two things there are, for which if eyes wept tear on tear. 8. 263. Two things there be, and blood tears throver. 8. 106. Two nests in one, blood flowing easiest wise. V. 239. Tyrannize not, if thou hast the power to do so. 4. 189. thy boons I'll repay. V. 118. Under my raiment a waste body lies. V. 151. Under these domes how many a company. Vi. 91. Union, this severance ended, shall I see some day? 3. 12. And just it were to bid the world be just I. 237. And I'll you jud dost deem me fancy free. V. 43. And to thee, Azad, I of passion pangs complain. 3. 312. And to thy phantom deal behest. 7. 109. Upsprings from table of his lovely cheeks. 7. 277. Veiling her cheeks with hair, a morn she comes. I. 218. Verily women are devils created for us. 3. 322. Vied the full moon for folly with her face. 8. 291. Virtue in hand of thee hath built a house. 4. 138. Visit thy lover, spurn what envy told. I. 223. Void are the private rooms of treasury. 4. 267. Wail for the little partridges on porringer and plate. I. 131. Wands of green chrysolite bear issue which. 8. 275. Where thou hurtest man with hurt of hearts. 2. 197. Where the truth thou speak, Albsooth when said. X. 23. Worst archer shot me, or wast shine eyes. V. 33. Watch some tall ship she'll joy the sight of thee. 2. 20. What its steel blade, the world perfection calls. 7. 173. Waters of beauty ere his cheeks flow bright. 8. 299. We joy in full moon who the wine bears round. 8. 227. We left not taking leave of thee, went bound to other goal. 8. 63. We lived on earth a life of fair content. V. 71. We lived till saw we all the marvels love can bear. V. 54. We'll drink and Allah pardon sinners all. 8. 277. We never heard of white nor yet espied. 8. 296. We reck not, and our life escape from bane. 7. 99. We tread the path where fate hath led. I. 107. We trod the steps appointed for us. X. 53. We trod the steps that for us were writ. 9. 226. We were and were the days enthralled to all our wills. 2. 182. We were like willow boughs in garden shining. 7. 132. We wrought them weal, they met our weal with ill. I. 43. Welcome the fig. To us it comes. 8. 269. Well Allah weets that since our severance day. 3. 8. Well Allah what's that since my severance from thee. 3. 292. Well Allah wotteth I am sorely plagued. V. 139. Well learnt we, since you left, our grief and sorrow to sustain. 3. 63. When to that pious prayerful Emir. V. 274. Were I to dwell on heart-consuming heat. 310. Were it said to me while the flame is burning within me. 7. 282. Were not the murk of gender male. X. 60. What ails the beauty, she returneth not. V. 137. What ails the raven that he croaks my lover's house hard by. 8. 242. What can the slave do when pursues by fate? 341. What fair excuse is this my pining plight? V. 52. What I left it not for nobility of soul. Vi. 92. What pathway find I my desire to obtain? V. 42. What sayest of one by a sickness caught? V. 164. What sayest thou of him by sickness waste? v. 73. What secret kept I these my tears have told? 3. 285. What's life to me, unless I see the pearly sheen? 3. 65. What's this? I pass by tombs, and fondly greet. 3. 46. What time fate's tyranny shall oppress thee? I. 119. Waiter, they say, of grief to lovers came. 3. 33. Whatever needful thing thou undertake. I. 307. Whatso is not to be no slight shall bring to pass. 2. 279. Whatso is not to be shall ne'er become. 3. 162. When a nickname or little name men design. I. 350. When Allah will a thought befall a man. I. 275. When comes she slays she, and when back she turns. 4. 232. When drew she near to bid adieu with heart unstrung. I. 158. When the Lord gainst any man. 8. 314. When fails my wealth no friend will deign befriend. I. 208. 4. 189. When fortune weighs heavy on some of us. 3. 141. When forwards Allah's aids a man's intent. X. 53. When God upon a man possessed of reasoning. 8. 21. When he who is asked to favour saith tomorrow. I. 196. When his softly bending shape bid him close to my embrace. 3. 306. When I drew up her shift from the roof of her cointy. 2. 331. When I far parted patience call and tears vie. 279. When I righted and died in Damascus town. I. 233. When I think of my love and a parting smart. I. 250. When I took up her shift and discovered the terrace roof of her gaze. 8. 32. When in thy mother's womb thou west when its birds in the lake make melody vie. 277. When Khalid menaced off to strike my hand. 4. 156. When love and longing and regret are mine. 2. 34. When man keeps honour bright without a stem. 4. 106. When my blamer saw me beside my love. 9. 1. When up the inkhorn of thy wealth and fame. I. 129. When saw I Pleiad stars his glances scape. 3. 221. When shall be healed of thee this heart that ever bides in woe. 2. 296. When shall disunion and estrangement end? 4. 137. When shall the disappointed heart be healed of severance? 3. 58. When shall the severance fire be quenched by union, love, with you? 8. 62. When she is incensed thou seest folk lie slain. 8. 165. When straitened is my breast I will of my Creator pray. 8. 149. When the king's king giveth, in reverence pause. X. 35. When the slanderers only to part us cared. 4. 19. When the tyrant enters the liege's land. 3. 120. When the world heaps favours on thee pass on. 2. 13. When they made their camels yellow-white kneel down at dawning grey. v. 140. When they to me had brought the leech and surely showed. v. 286. When thou art seized of evil fate assume. I. 38. When thou saist parting be patient still. 8. 63. When to sore parting fate our love shall doom, to distant life by destiny decreed. I. 129. When we drank the wine, and it crept its way. X. 37. When we met we complained. I. 249. When will time grant we meet, when shall we be? 8. 86. When wilt thou be wise and love he to lay? v. 78. When as mine eyes behold her loveliness. 7. 244. When as on any land the oppressor cloth alight. 3. 130. Where are the kings earth peopling, where are they? Vi. 103. Where be the earth kings who from where they bode? Vi. 105. Where be the kings who ruled the Franks of old? Vi. 106. Where be the men who built and fortified? Vi. 104. Where gone is bounty since thy hand is turned to clay? 2. 282. Where is the man who built the pyramids? V. 107. Where is the man who did those labors ply? Vi. 105. Where is the way to consolation's door? 8. 240. Where is the white who peopled in the past? Vi. 104. Wild girl with softly rounded polished cheeks. 4. 249. While slanderers slumber, longsome is my night. 3. 221. While that fair-faced boy abode in the place. 9. 250. While throughout my lord whose bounties my estate. 4. 2. Who cloth kindness to men shall be paid again. V. 104. Who loves not one neck and gazelle-like eyes. 3. 34. Who made all graces all collected he. 4. 111. Who saith that love at first of free will came. 2. 302. Who seeketh for pearl in the deep dives deep. 2. 208. Who shall save me from love of a lovely gazelle? 7. 282. Who shall support me in calamities? 2. 40. Who trusteth secret to another's hand? I. 87. Who my irk let him fly throw me fast and faster. 8. 315. Whoso ne'er tasted of love's sweets and bitter draught. 4. 237. Whoso shall see the death day of his foe. 2. 41. Whoso too dear arms hath, his lips have learnt. 4. 171. Why dost thou weep when I depart, and thou didst parting claim? V. 295. Why not incline me to the show of silky down? 4. 258. Why then waste my time in grief, until I. 256. Will fate with joy of union ever bless our sight? V. 128. Wilt thou be just to others in thy love and do? 4. 264. Wilt turn thy face from heart that all shine known? V. 278. Wilt tyrant play with truest friend who thinks of thee each hour? 3. 269. Wine cup and ruby wine high worship claim. X. 41. With all my soul I'll ransom him who came to me in gloom. 7. 253. With Allah take I refuge from whatever driveth me. 4. 254. With fire they boiled me to loose my tongue. I. 132. With heavy back parts, high breasts delicate. 2. 98. With thee that pair agree, whose human. 8. 270. With you is my heart cure a heart that goes. 8. 78. With thy right, O Smith, which made her bear. 8. 246. Within my heart is fire. 7. 127. Witnesses unto love of the eye. 4. 8. 106. Woe's me! Why should the blamer gar thee blaming bow? 2. 305. Women are Satan's maid for woe, O man. 3. 318. Women for all the chastity they claim. 3. 216. Women Satan's are, made for woe of man. 9. 282. Would he come to my bed during sleep to your delight? 7. 111. Would heaven I knew, that many are the shifts of joy and woe. V. 75. Would heaven I saw at this hour. 3. 134. Would heaven I wot, will ever time bring our beloveds back again? 8. 320. Would heaven the phantom spared the friend at night, v. 348. Would I what crime shot and pierced are we, 8. 238. Would they the lover seek without ado, 8. 281. Wrong not thy neighbour even if thou have power, 3. 136. Ye are the wish, the aim of me, I. 98. Ye promised us and will ye not keep light? 3. 282. Ye, Allah hath joined the parted twain, 9. 205. Ye, I will laud thee while the ring-dove moans, 8. 100. Yellowness, tincturing hath oh no wise sick oh sorry, 4. 259. Yestre'en my love with slaughter menaced me, 3. 27. You are my wish, of creatures brightest light, 8. 76. You have honoured us visiting this our land, 2. 34. You've roused my desire and remain at rest, 8. 101. You're far, yet to my heart you're nearest near, 8. 111. Your faring on the parting day drew many a tear from me, 8. 61. Index 3, B. Alphabetical table of first lines, metrical portion, in Arabic. Prepared by Dr. Stingas. Index 3b is not included. Index 4a. Table of contents of the unfinished Calcutta, 1814-18, edition, first 200 nights only, of the Arabic text of the Book of the Thousand Nights and One Night. Night Introduction E. The Bull and the Ass 1. The Trader and the Jinni I, 1a. The First Old Man's Story 2b. The Second Old Man's Story 4. The Third Old Man's Story is wanting, 2. The Fisherman and the Jinni 8a. The Physician Duban 11a. The Merchant and the Parrot 14 ab. The Prince and the Ogress 15b. The Ensorcelled Youth 21 3. The Porter and the Three Ladies of Baghdad 28 a. The First Kalanos Tale 39 b. The Second Kalanos Tale Xli 42 bar. The Envier and the Envied Xlvi 46 c. The Third Kalanos Tale Li 53 d. The Eldest Lady's Tale Xif 64. The Story of the Poetess is wanting, 4. The Three Apples Xvi 68 5. Nur al-Din Ali and Hassan Badr al-Din Hassan Xi 72 6. Isaac of Mosul's Story of Khadijah and the Caliph al-Mamun Xif 94 7. The Hunchback's Tale 101 a. The Nazarene Broker's Story 109 b. The Cook's Story 121. The Reeve or Controller's Tale in the Bresle, Mac. And Bull Edits, c. The Jewish Physician's Story 124 d. Tale of the Tale v. 136 e. The Barber's Tale of Himself Xli 143 ea. The Barber's Tale of His First Brother CXLV 145 eb. The Barber's Tale of His Second Brother Xlvi 148 eg. The Barber's Tale of His Third Brother Cli 151 ed. The Barber's Tale of His Fourth Brother Cli 152 e. The Barber's Tale of His Fifth Brother Cliff 154 f. Story of the Barber's Sixth Brother Clivi 158 8. Ali bin Bakr and Shams al-Nahakli 163 9. Nur al-Din Ali and the Damsel Anis al-Jalis 181 10. Women's Craft CXCVCC 195 200 11. Sindbad the Seaman and Hindbad the Hamel, in Mac. And Bresle. Edit, Sindbad the Sailor and Sindbad the Hamel, A. The First Voyage of Sindbad the Seaman. B. The second voyage of Sindbad the Seaman. C. The third voyage of Sindbad the Seaman. D. The fourth voyage of Sindbad the Seaman. E. The fifth voyage of Sindbad the Seaman. F. The sixth voyage of Sindbad the Seaman. G. The seventh voyage of Sindbad the Seaman. Index 4, B. Table of Contents of the Breslau, Tunis, edition of the Arabic text of the Book of the Thousand Nights and One Night, from Mr. Payne's version. Night Introduction. Story of King Shahryar and his brother A. Story of the Ox and the Ass 1. The Merchant and the Genie I. 1. A. The First Old Man's Story 4. 4. B. The Second Old Man's Story Y. 6. C. The Third Old Man's Story 8. 8. 2. The Fisherman and the Genie 8. 8. A. Story of the Physician Duban 11. 11. A. Story of the Jealous Man and the Parrot FN number 458. 14. 14. Ab. Story of the King's Son and the Ogress 15. 15. B. Story of the Enchanted Youth 21. 21. 3. The Porter and the Three Ladies of Baghdad 28. 28. A. The First Calendar's Story 37. 37. B. The Second Calendar's Story XL 40. Bar. The Envier and the Envied Xlvi 46. C. The Third Calendar's Story Li 53. D. The Eldest Lady's Story Lxi 63. E. Story of the Portress Lxvi 67. 4. The Three Apples Lx6 69. 5. Nadin Ali of Cairo and his son Bedreddin Hassan Lxi 72. 6. Story of the Hunchback 102. A. The Christian Broker's Story Kvi 107. B. The Controller's Story 6. 119. C. The Jewish Physician's Story 6. 129. D. The Tailor's Story Vi 137. E. The Barber's Story 6. 149. E. Story of the Barber's First Brother CL 150. Eb. Story of the Barber's Second Brother Cliff 154. Eg. Story of the Barber's Third Brother Clivi 157. Ed. Story of the Barber's Fourth Brother Clivi 157. E. Story of the Barber's Fifth Brother CLX 160. F. Story of the Barber's Sixth Brother Clixif 164. 7. Ali Ben Becker and Shmsner Clixix 169. 8. Nadin Ali and the Damsel Enna Seljuliz 6. 199. 9. Kemrez Zman and the Xvi 218. 10. The Enchanted Horse Xlif 244. 11. The Voyages of Sindbad the Sailor CCL 250. A. The First Voyage of Sindbad the Sailor Cli 252. B. The Second Voyage of Sindbad the Sailor Cli 253. C. The Third Voyage of Sindbad the Sailor CCLV 255. D. The Fourth Voyage of Sindbad the Sailor Clicks 259. E. The Fifth Voyage of Sindbad the Sailor Clixi 263. F. The Sixth Voyage of Sindbad the Sailor Clixvi 266. G. The Seventh Voyage of Sindbad the Sailor Clixix 269. 12. Asleep and Awake Clixi 271. A. The Lakbeni and the Cook Clixi 273. 13. Saif al-Muluk and Badir el-G Milksi 291. 14. Khalif the Fisherman FN number 459. Xi 321. 15. Ghanem Ben Noob the Slave of Love Xi 332. A. Story of the Eunuch Suab FN number 460. Xi 334. B. Story of the Eunuch Kafir Xi 334, 16. Anzel Wajoud and the Vizier's daughter Rose in Budgsley, 341, 17. The Merchant of the Mancliff, 354, 18. Archer and Hay at Ennephasclixif, 364, 19. Hassan of Bassora and the King's Daughter of the Jinklixv, 386, 20. Harun Rashid and the Three Poets, 432, 21. Omar Ben Abdulaziz and the Poets, 432, 22. El Hejjaj and the Three Young Men, 434, 23. Rashid and the Woman of the Barmecides, 434, 24. The Ten Viziers, or the History of King Azadbekt and his son CCCCXXXV, 435, A. The Unlucky Merchant CCCCXL, 440, B. The Merchant and his sons Xlif, 444, C. Abu Sabi Xlvi, 448, D. Prince Behzad Klai, 453, E. King Dadbin and his Viziers CCCCRV, 455, F. King Bektsman Glixi, 461, G. King Bigard Glixif, 464, H. Ilan Shah and Abtimam Glixvi, 466, I. King Ibrahim and his son Glixi, 471, J. King Suleiman Shah and his sons CCCCLXXV, 475, K. The Prisoner and How God Gave Him Relief CCCCLXXXV, 485, 25. The City of Brasklixvi, 487, 26. Naima Ben Arabia and his slave Guldi, 501, 27. Aladdin Abes Shema DXX, 520, 28. Hatim Tai, his generosity after death 531, 29. Man Ben Zaydeh and the Three Girls 532, 30. Man Ben Zaydeh and the Bedouin 532, 31. The City of Lebtate 532, 32. The Caliph Hisham and the Arab Youth 534, 33. Ibrahim Ben al-Mahdi and the Barber Sergeant 534, 34. The City of Iram 538, 35. Isaac of Mosul's Story of Khadijah and the Caliph Momaun DXL, 540, 36. The Mock Caliph Xli, 543, 37. The Imam Abu Yusuf with Urishid and Jafar DRV, 555, 38. The Lover who feigned himself a thief to save his mistress's honored Levi, 557, 39. Ab Muhammad the Lazy Levi, 558, 40. Jafar ben Yair and Abdulmalik ben Saleh DLX v. 565, 41. Jafar ben Yair, FN number 461, and the man who forged a letter in his name v. 566, 42. Rashid and the Barmecides vi. 567, 43. Ibnes Semak and Rashid vi. 568, 44. El Moman and Zubaded vi. 568, 45. Ali Shir FN number 462, and Zamarad 569, 46. The Loves of Biran Jubia Ben Namir vi. 587, 47. The Man of Yemen and his 6 slave girls DXCV, 595, 48. Harun Rashid with the Damsel and Abnuwas DC, 649. The Man who Stole the Dog's Dish of Gold CI, 602, 50. El Malik N. Nazir and the 3 Masters of Police CI, 603, A. Story of the Chief of the New Cairo Police SIF, 604, B. Story of the Chief of the Bullock Police DCV, 605, C. Story of the Chief of the Old Cairo Police DCV, 605, 51. The Thief and the Money Changer DCV, 605, 52. Ibrahim Ben Al-Mahdi and the Merchant's Sister Dkfay, 606, 53. King Khalid FN number 463, of Hind and his Vizier Shimmers 609, A. The Cat and the Mouse 609, B. The Fakir and his Pot of Butter DCX, 610, C. The Fishes and the Crab Xi, 611, D. The Crow and the Serpent Xi, 611, E. The Fox and the Wild Ass Xi, 611, F. The Unjust King and the Pilgrim Prince Xi, 612, G. The Crows and the Hawk Xi, 613, H. The Serpent Charmer and his wife Xif, 614, I. The Spider and the Wind DCXV, 615, J. The Two Kings XV, 616, K. The Blind Man and the Crippled XV, 616, 1. The Foolish Fisherman XV, 626, M. The Boy and the Thieves XV, 627, N. The Man and his Willful Wife XV, 627, O. The Merchant and the Thieves XX, 629, P. The Foxes and the Wolf DCXXX, 630, Q. The Shepherd and the Thief XXI, 632, R. The Heathcock and the Tortoises XXIF, 634, 54. The Woman whose hands were cut off for almsgiving Duxley, 641, 55. The Poor Man and his Generous Friend Duxley, 643, 56. The Ruined Man who became rich again through a dream Duxley, 644, 57. Abnuwas with the three boys and the Caliph Haroun Erisha DCXLV, 645, 58. The Lovers of the Benu Udrefen number 464, Dxlv, 646, 59. El Mutlemis and his wife Amimed Dxlvi, 648, 60. Haroun Erishad and Zubid the Bath Dxlvi, 648, 61. Musab Ben-Ez Zubiran Ash of his wife Dxlix, 649, 62. Abulazd and his squinting slave girl Dglai, 651, 63. Haroun Erishad and the two girls Dglai, 651, 64. Haroun Erishad and the three girls Dglai, 651, 65. The Simpleton and the Sharped Dglai, 652, 66. The Imam Abu Yusuf with Erishad and Zubid Dglai, 652, 67. The Caliph El Hakim and the Merchant Dglai, 653, 68. Kisra and Naushahwan and the Village Damsel Dglai, 653, 69. The Water Carrier and the Goldsmith's Wife Dglif, 654, 70. Kisra and Shirin and the Fisherman Dglvi, 656, 71. Yahya ben Khalid and the Poor Man Dglvi, 656, 72. Muhammad El Amin and Jafar ben El Hadi Dglvi, 657, 73. The Woman's Trick against her husband Dglvi, 658, 74. The Devout Woman and the two Wicked Elders Dgliks, 659, 75. El Fazl ben Ribi'ir, FN number 465, and the Old Bedouin DCLX, 660, 76. N. Newman and the Arab of the Banu Tai DCLX, 660, 77. The Draper and the Thief FN number 466, Dglixi, 661, 78. Mesra and Ibn al-Karaibid Glxi, 662, 79. The Devout Prince Glxif, 664, 80. The Schoolmaster Who Fell in Love by Report DCLX v. 665, 81. The Foolish Schoolmaster Glxvi, 666, 82. The Ignorant Man Who Set Up for a Schoolmaster Glxvi, 667, 83. Adib Ben Zaid and the Princess Hind Glxvi, 668, 84. Dibl al-Guzai, with the Lady and Muslim Ben LLDCLXX, 670, 85. Isaac of Mosul and the Merchant DCLXX, 670, 86. The Three Unfortunate Lovers Glxi, 672, 87. The Lovers of the Benutide Glxi, 673, 88. The Mad Lovered Glxif, 674, 89. Feruz and his wife DCLXX v. 675, 90. The Apples of Paradise Glxv, 676, 91. The Loves of Abisa and Karatelain Glxvi, 678, 92. El Amin and his uncle Ibrahim Ben El Madid Glxi, 682, 93. El Feth Ben Kakan and El Mutawkild Glxi, 683, 94. The Man's Dispute with a Learned Woman of the Relative Excellence of the Sexes Glxi, 683, 95. Obsuid and the Handsome Old Woman Glxvi, 687, 96. Ali Ben Tahir and the Girl Manis Glxvi, 688, 97. The Woman Who Had a Boy and the Other Who Had a Man to Lovered Glxvi, 688, 98. The Haunted House in Baghdad Glxvi, 688, 99. The History of Garib and his brother Ajad Glxvi, 698, 100. The Rogueries of Delilah the Crafty and her daughter Zainab the Trickstress Clovi, 756, 101. The Adventures of Quicksilver Ali of Cairo Glxvi, 766, 102. Jawder and his brothers Glxvi, 776, 103. Junna of the Sea and her son King Bedr of Persia Glxif, 794, 104. Mesra and Zain el Muwassif Glxi, 821, 105. Ali Neddin and the Frank King's daughter Glxi, 831, 106. The Man of Upper Egypt and his Frank wife Glxi, 862, 107. The Ruined Man of Baghdad and his slave girl Glxif, 864, 108. Abka the Dyer and Abousa the Barbad Glxvi, 867, 109. Abdullah the Fisherman and Abdullah the Merman Glxvi, 877, 110. King Shah Bekht and his Vizier Erihwan DCCCLXXXV, 885, A. The Man of Khorasan, his son and his governor Glxvi, 886, B. The Singer and the Druggist Glxvi, 888, C. The King Who Knew the Quintessence of Things Glxi, 891, D. The Rich Man Who Gave His Fair Daughter in Marriage to the Poor Old Man Glxi, 892, E. The Rich Man and His Wasteful Son Glxi, 893, F. The King's Son Who Fell in Love with a Pictured Glxif, 894, G. The Fuller and His Wife Glxvi, 896, H. The Old Woman, the Merchant and the King Glxvi, 896, I. The Credulous Husband Glxvi, 898, J. The Unjust King and the Tithered Glxix, 899, I. Story of David and Solomon Glxix, 899, K. The thief and the woman 6, 899, L. The three men and our Lord Jesus 901, R. The disciples story 901, M. The dethroned king whose kingdom and good were restored to him 901, N. The man whose caution was the cause of his death 903, O. The man who was lavish of his house and his victual to one whom he knew not 904, P. The idiot and the sharper DCCCCV 905, Q. Kelps and his wife and the learned man 906, R. The pious woman accused of lewdness 907, S. The journeyman and the girl 909, T. The weaver who became a physician by his wife's commandment 909, U. The two sharpers who cheated each his fellow 911, V. The sharpers with the money changer and the asksif 914, W. The sharper and the merchants DCCCCXV 915, W. The hawk and the locust XV 916, X. The king and his chamberlain's wife XVI 917, X. The old woman and the draper's wife XVI 917, Y. The foul-favoured man and his fair wife XVI 918, Z. The king who lost kingdom and wife and wealth and God restored them to him XVI 919, Selim and Selmad XVI 922, ZB. The king of Hind and his vizier XVI 928, 111. El Malik Hirak Nedin Bibers El Bandakdari and the 16 officers of police DCCCCXXX 930, A. The first officers story DCCCCXXX 930, B. The second officers storied XXI 932, C. The third officers storied XXI 932, D. The fourth officers storied XXIF 934, E. The fifth officers storied XXIF 934, F. The sixth officers storied XXIF 934, G. The seventh officers storied XXIF 934, H. The eighth officers story DCCCCXXXV 935, H. The thief's storied XXXVI 938, I. The ninth officers storied XXXVI 938, J. The 10th officers storied XXXVI 938, K. The 11th officers storied XXXVI 938, L. The 12th officers storied XXX 939, M. The 13th officers storied XXX 939, N. The 14th officers storied XXX 939, N. A merry jest of a thief DCCCCXL 940, NB. Story of the old sharper DCCCCXL 940, O. The 15th officers story DCCCCXL 940, P. The 16th officers story DCCCCXL 940, 112. Abdullah Ben Nafi and the King's Son of Kashgad 941, A. Story of Tafet el-Gula Ubent around Irishad 942, 113. Nadin Ali and Sit el Milad Gvi 958, 114. El Abbas and the King's Daughter of Baghdad 966, 115. The Malice of Women 979, A. The King and his Vizier's Wife DCCCCLXXX 980, B. The Merchant's Wife and the Parrot DCCCCLXXX 980, c. The Fuller and his son DCCCCLXXX, 980, d. The Lover's Trick Against the Chaste Wife DCCCCLXXX, 980, e. The Niggard and the Loaves of Bread DCCCCLXXX, 980, f. The Lady and Her Two Lovers DCCCCLXXX, 980, g. The King's Son and the Ogress DCCCCLXXX v. 985, h. The Drop of Honeyed v. 986, I. The Woman Who Make Her Husband Sift Dust v. 986, j. The Enchanted Springs v. 986, k. The Vizier's Son and the Bathkeeper's Wife vi. 988, 1. The Wife's Device to Cheat Her Husband 989, m. The Goldsmith and the Kashmir Singing Girl DCCCCXC, 990, n. The Man Who Never Laughed Again 991, o. The King's Son and the Merchant's Wife 993, p. The Man Who Saw the Night of Power 993, q. The Stolen Necklace 994, r. Prince Behram of Persia and the Princess Sedatmad 994, s. The House with the Belvedere DCCCCXCV, 995, t. The Sandalwood Merchant and the Sharper's 998, u. The Debauchee and the 3-year-old Child 998, v. The Stolen Purse 999, w. The Fox and the Folk FN number 467, m. 1116. The Two Kings and the Vizier's Daughters me, 1001, 117. The Favourite and Her Lover me, 1001, 118. The Merchant of Cairo and the Favourite of the Caliph El-Mo'min El-Hakim by Amrilla me, 1001. Conclusion. Index 4, c. Table of Contents of the Macnaghten or Turner Maccontext, 1839-42, and Bullock edition, AH 1251 equals AD 1835-36, of the Arabic text of the Book of the Thousand Nights and a Night, as translated by Mr. John Payne. Night Introduction. Story of King Shahryar and his brother A. Story of the Ox and the Ass 1. The Merchant and the Genie I. 1. A. The First Old Man's Story I. 1. B. The Second Old Man's Story 2. 2. C. The Third Old Man's Story 2. 2. 2. The Fisherman and the Genie 3. 3. A. Story of the Physician Duban 4. 4. A. Story of King Sinbad and his Falcon FN number 468. V. 5. Ab. Story of the King's Son and the Ogress V. 5. B. Story of the Enchanted Youth 7. 7. 3. The Porter and the Three Ladies of Baghdad 9. 9. A. The First Calendar's Story 11. 11. B. The Second Calendar's Story 12. 12. Bar. Story of the Envier and the Envied FN number 469. 13. 13. C. The Third Calendar's Story 14. 14. D. The Eldest Lady's Story 17. 17. E. The Story of the Poacher's 18. 18. 4. The Three Apples 19. 19. 5. Nadin Ali of Cairo and his son Bedreddin Hassan 20. 20. 6. Story of the Hunchback 25. 25. A. The Christian Broker's Story 25. 25. B. The Controller's Story 27. 27. C. The Jewish Physician's Story 28. 28. D. The Tailor's Story 29. 29. E. The Barber's Story 31, 31, Yea. Story of the Barber's first brother 31, 31, Eb. Story of the Barber's second brother 31, 31, Eg. Story of the Barber's third brother 32, 32, ed. Story of the Barber's fourth brother 32, 32, e. Story of the Barber's fifth brother 32, 32, f. Story of the Barber's sixth brother 33, 33, 7. Nadinali and the Damsel Enes Elgilis 34, 34, 8. Ganem Ben Noob the Slave of Love 39, 39, a. Story of the Eunuch Beckett 39, 39, b. Story of the Eunuch Kafir 39, 39, 9. The History of King Omar ben Inuman and his sons Shirkan and Zulumkan XLV 45, a. Story of Daj el-Muluk and the Princess Dinyak VI 107, a. Story of Aziz and Azizak VI 107, b. Bacon Story of the Hashishita XI 143, c. Hamid the Bedouin's Story XLIF 144, 10. The Birds and Beasts and the Son of Adam XLV 146, 11. The Hermits XLVI 148, 12. The Waterfowl and the Tortoise XLVI 148, 13. The Wolf and the Fox XLVI 148, a. The Hawk and the Partridge XLix 149, 14. The Mouse and the Weasel CL 150, 15. The Cat and the Crow CL 150, 16. The Fox and the Crow CL 150, a. The Mouse and the Flea Click 151, b. The Falcon and the Birds Clei 152, c. The Sparrow and the Eagle Clei 152, 17. The Hedgehog and the Pigeons Clei 152, a. The Merchant and the Two Sharpers Clei 152, 18. The Thief and his Monkey Clei 152, a. The Foolish Weaver Clei 152, 19. The Sparrow and the Peacock Clei 152, 20. Ali Ben Becker and Shmzna Clei 153, 21. Kemrez Zman and DCLXX 170, a. Naima Ben Arabia and Nim his slave girl XXXVI 237, 22. Aladdin Abishamat CCL 250, 23. Hatim et Tai, his generosity after death CCLXX 270, 24. Man Ben Zaydeh and the three girls XXI 271, 25. Man Ben Zaydeh and the Bedouin XXI 271, 26. The City of Lebtate XXI 272, 27. The Caliph Hisham and the Arabuth XXI 272, 28. Ibrahim Ben El-Mahdi and the Barber Surgeon XXI 273, 29. The City of Im XXV 276, 30. Isaac of Mosul's Story of Khadijah and the Caliph Momount XXVI 279, 31. The Scavenger and the Noble Lady of Baghdad XXVI 282, 32. The Mock Caliph XXV 286, 33. Ali the Persian and the Kurd Shah XXV 294, 34. The Imam Abi Yusuf with Harun Rashid and his Vizier Jafar XXV 296, 35. The lover who feigned himself a thief to save his mistress's honor XXV 297, 36. J for the Barmecide and the Bean Select 6, 299, 37. Ab Muhammad the Lazy CCC, 300, 38. Yahya Ben Khalid and Mansour a CCCV, 305, 39. Yahya Ben Khalid and the man who forged a letter in his name Kfay, 306, 40. The Caliph El Momaun and the Strange Doctor Kvi, 307, 41. Ali Shah and Zumarad Qvi, 308, 42. The Loves of Jubia Ben Umayya and the Lady de Qvi, 327, 43. The Man of Yemen and his 6 slave girls, 334, 44. Harun-ur-Rashid with the damsel and Ibn was 338, 45. The Man who stole the dog's dish of gold, CCCXL, 340, 46. The Sharper of Alexandria and the Master of Police, 341, 47. El-Malik en Nazir and the 3 Masters of Police, 343, A. Story of the Chief of the New Cairo Police, 343, B. Story of the Chief of the Bulak Police, 344, C. Story of the Chief of the Old Cairo Police, 344, 48. The Thief and the Money Changer, 344, 49. The Chief of the Police and the Sharper CCCXLV, 345, 50. Ibrahim Ben El-Mahdi and the Merchant's Sister Xlv, 346, 51. The Woman whose hands were cut off for almsgiving, Xlvi, 348, 52. The Devout Israelite, Xlvi, 348, 53. Abu Hasanez Zadi and the Man from Khorasan, Xlix, 349, 54. The Poor Man and his Generous Friend, Glai, 351, 55. The Ruined Man who became rich again through a dream, Glai, 351, 56. El-Mutalqil and his favorite Mebu Beglai, 351, 57. Widden the Butcher's Adventure with the Lady and the Beglai, 353, 58. The King's Daughter and the Ape CCCLV, 355, 59. The Enchanted Horse Gvi, 357, 60. Enzel Wajoud and the Vizier's Daughter Rose in Budglxi, 371, 61. Abnuwas with the 3 boys and the Caliph Harun-ur-Rashid Glxi, 381, 62. Abdullah ben Ma'amah with the Man of Bassora and his slave girl Glxi, 383, 63. The Lovers of the Benu Udrek Glxi, 383, 64. The Vizier of Yemen and his young brother Glxi, 384, 65. The Loves of the Boy and Girl at School CCCLXXXV, 385, 66. El-Mutlemis and his wife Amima CCCLXXXV, 385, 67. Harun-ur-Rashid and Zubid in the Bath CCCLXXXV, 385, 68. Harun-ur-Rashid and the 3 Poets Glxxv, 386, 69. Musa ben Ubiyah and Ashraf his wife Glxxv, 386, 70. Abu Lazd and his squinting slave girl Glxxv, 387, 71. Harun-ur-Rashid and the 2 girls Glxxv, 387, 72. Harun-ur-Rashid and the 3 girls Glxxv, 387, 73. The Miller and his wife Glxxv, 387, 74. The Simpleton and the Sharper Glxxv, 388, 75. The Imam Abu Yusuf with Harun-ur-Rashid and Zubaydah Glxxv, 388, 76. The Caliph el-Hakim and the Merchant Glxxv, 389, 77. King Kisra and Naushirwan and the Village Damsel Glxxv, 389, 78. The Water Carrier and the Goldsmith's Wife CCCXC, 390, 79. Kisra and Shirin and the Fisherman Xi, 391, 80. Yahya ben Khalid and the Poor Man Xi, 391, 81. Muhammad el-Amin and Jafar ben el-Hadi Xi, 392, 82. Said ben Salim and the Barmecides Xi, 392, 83. The woman's trick against her husband Xi, 393, 84. The devout woman and the two wicked elders Xif, 394, 85. J for the Barmecide and the old Bedouin CCCXCV, 395, 86. Omar Ben El-Khattab and the young Bedouin CCCXCV, 395, 87. El Mormoun and the Pyramids of Egypt XVI, 398, 88. The thief turned merchant and the other thief XVI, 398, 89. Mesra and Ibn el-Karabi 6, 399, 90. The devout prince Sai, 401, 91. The schoolmaster who fell in love by report Ci, 402, 92. The foolish schoolmaster Ci, 403, 93. The ignorant man who set up for a schoolmaster Ci, 403, 94. The king and the virtuous wife Sif, 404, 95. Abdurrahman the Moor's story of the rock Sif, 404, 96. Adi Ben Zaid and the Princess Hind CCCCV, 405, 97. Dibl el-Quzai with the lady and Muslim Ben el-Walid Qvi, 407, 98. Isaac of Mosul and the merchant Qvi, 407, 99. The three unfortunate lovers FN number 476, 409, 100. The lovers of the Benu Tai CCCCX, 410, 101. The mad lover Xi, 411, 102. The apples of paradise Xi, 412, 103. The loves of Abisa and Karatelain Xif, 414, 104. El Amin and his uncle Ibrahim Ben El-Mahdi Xvi, 418, 105. El Feth Ben Kakan and El Mutok 6, 419, 106. The man's dispute with the learned woman of the relative excellence of the sexes 6, 419, 107. Obsuid and the handsome old woman Xi, 423, 108. Ali Ben Tahir and the girl Manis Xif, 424, 109. The woman who had a boy and the other who had a man to love Xif, 424, 110. The haunted house in Baghdad Xif, 424, 111. The pilgrim and the old woman who dwelt in the desert Xif, 434, 112. Ablasan and his slave girl Tordad Xvi, 436, 113. The angel of death with the proud king and the devout man Xi, 462, 114. The angel of death and the rich king Xi, 462, 115. The angel of death and the king of the children of Israel Xi, 463, 116. Iskender Dilkan and a certain tribe of poor folk Xif, 464, 117. The righteousness of King Anaushirwan Xif, 464, 118. The Jewish Qadi and his pious wife CCCCLXV, 465, 119. The shipwrecked woman and her child Xvi, 466, 120. The pious black slave Xvi, 467, 121. The devout platter maker and his wife Xvi, 468, 122. El Hejjaj Ben Yusuf and the pious man CCCCLXX, 470, 123. The blacksmith who could handle fire without hurt Xi, 471, 124. The saint to whom God gave a cloud to serve him and the devout king Xi, 473, 125. The Muslim champion and the Christian lady Xi, 474, 126. Ibrahim Ben El-Qas and the Christian king's daughter Xvi, 477, 127. The Justice of Providence vi, 478, 128. The Ferryman of the Nile and the Hermit 479, 129. The King of the Island 479, 130. Abulus Nediraj and Upjay for the Leper 481, 131. The Queen of the Serpents 482, A. The Adventures of Belukia v. 486, B. The Story of Janshir 499, 132. Sindbad the Sailor and Sindbad the Porter v. 536, A. The First Voyage of Sindbad the Sailor vi. 538, B. The Second Voyage of Sindbad the Sailor vi. 543, C. The Third Voyage of Sindbad the Sailor v. 546, D. The Fourth Voyage of Sindbad the Sailor DL 550, E. The Fifth Voyage of Sindbad the Sailor v. 556, F. The Sixth Voyage of Sindbad the Sailor 559, G. The Seventh Voyage of Sindbad the Sailor vi. 563, 133. The City of Brass vi. 566, 134. The Malice of Women vi. 578, A. The King and His Vizier's Wife vi. 578, B. The Merchant's Wife and the Parrot 579, C. The Fuller and His Son 579, D. The Lover's Trick Against the Chaste Wife DLXXX 580, E. The Niggard and the Loaves of Bread DLXXX 580, F. The Lady and Her Two Lovers 581, G. The King's Son and the Ogress 581, H. The Drop of Honey 582, I. The Woman Who Made Her Husband Sift Dust 582, J. The Enchanted Springs 582, K. The Vizier's Son and the Bathkeeper's Wife 584, L. The Wife's Device to Cheat Her Husband 584, M. The Goldsmith and the Kashmir Singing Girl v. 586, N. The Man Who Never Laughed Again vi. 587, O. The King's Son and the Merchant's Wife 591, P. The Page Who Feigned to Know the Speech of Birds 592, Q. The Lady and Her Five Suitors 593, R. The Man Who Saw the Night of Power 596, S. The Stolen Necklace 596, T. The Two Pigeons 597, U. Prince Behram of Persia and the Princess Sedatmad 597, V. The House with the Belvedere 598, W. The King's Son and the Afrit's Mistress 602, X. The Sandalwood Merchant and the Sharpest 603, Y. The Debauchee and the 3-year-old Child DCV 605, Z. The Stolen Purse DCV 605, 135. Jowder and His Brothers 606, 136. The History of Garib and His Brother Ajad 624, 137. Otbe and Ria DCLXXX 680, 138. Hind daughter of N. Newman and L. Hejjaj 681, 139. Kuzima ben Bishranikrumal Fay Yaz Kxxxi 682, 140. Yunus the scribe and the Caliph Willid ben Seld Kxxxif 684, 141. Huraun Rishid and the Arab girl DCLXXXV 685, 142. Elismai and the three girls of Basorad Kxxxv 686, 143. Ibrahim of Mosul and the Deviled Kxxxvi 687, 144. The lovers of the Benu Udred Kxxxvi 688, 145. The Bedouin and his wife Tuxi 691, 146. The lovers of Basorad Xi 693, 147. Isaac of Mosul and his mistress and the devil DCXCV 695, 148. The lovers of Medina Dxkfe 696, 149. El Malik en Nazir and his vizier Dxkfi 697, 150. The rogueries of Delilah the crafty and her daughter Zenab the tricksteress Dxkvi 698, 151. The Adventures of Quicksilver Ali of Cairo, a sequel to the rogueries of Delilah the crafty Dxkvi 708, 152. Archer and Hay at Nefus 6, 719, 153. Junna of the Sea and her son King Bedr of Persia Dxkvi 738, 154. King Muhammad ben Sabik and the merchant Hassan Klavi 756. A story of Prince Saif el-Muluk and the Princess Bediya el-Jimal Klavi 758, 155. Hassan of Bassora and the king's daughter of the Jinn Kxxvi 778, 156. Khalifah the fisherman of Baghdad Kxxvi 832, 157. Mesra and Zain el-Muwassif DCCCXLV 845, 158. Ali Neddin and the Frank king's daughter Kxxvi 863, 159. The man of Upper Egypt and his Frank wife Tuxif 894, 160. The ruined man of Baghdad and his slave girl Tuxfi 896, 161. King Jeliad of Hind and his vizier Shimaz, whereafter ensueth the history of King Wordkan son of King Jeliad and his women and viziers Tuxix 899. A. The Cat and the Mouse DCCCC 900. B. The Fakir and his pot of buttered CI 902. C. The Fishes and the Crab CI 903. D. The Crow and the Serpent CI 903. E. The Fox and the Wild Ass Sif 904. F. The Unjust King and the Pilgrim Prince DCCCCV 905. G. The Crows and the Hawk Tkvi 906. H. The Serpent Charmer and his wife Tkvi 907. I. The Spider and the Wind Tkvi 908. J. The Two Kings 6, 909. K. The Blind Man and the Crippled DCCCCX 910. L. The Foolish Fisherman Tkvi 918. M. The Boy and the Thieves Tkvi 918. N. The Man and his Willful Wife Tkix 919. O. The Merchant and the Thieves DCCCCXX 920. P. The Foxes and the Wolf Tkxi 921. Q. The Shepherd and the Thief Tkxi 921. R. The Heathcock and the Tortoises Tkxif 924, 162. Abka the Dyer and Abousa the Barber DCCCCXXX 930, 163. Abdla the Fisherman and Abdla the Merman DCCCCXL 940, 164. The Merchant of Vermont, Sylvie, 946, 165. Ibrahim and Jemilidli, 952, 166. Ablution of Korasantgliks, 959, 167. Kemres Zman and the Jeweller's Wife Tklxi, 963, 168. Abdullah Ben Fazil and his brothers Glxxvi, 978, 169. Murph the Cobbler and his wife Fatimed Glxx 6 Me, 989, 1001. Conclusion. Index 4, D. Comparison of the same with Miss Tollane's and my version. Introduction and Nose. 1 to 6 of the preceding list from Volume I of my edition. Nose. 7 to 9 are of the preceding list from Volume 2 of my edition. Cant. Nose. 9 to 21 of the preceding list from Volume 3 of my edition. Cant. Nose. 21 to 58 of the preceding list from Volume 4 of my edition. Cant. Nose. 59 to 131 of the preceding list from Volume V of my edition. Cant. Nose. 132 to 136 of the preceding list from Volume V of my edition. Cant. Nose. 136 to 154A of the preceding list from Volume 7 of my edition. Cant. Nose. 154A to 158 of the preceding list from Volume 8 of my edition. Cant. Nose. 158 to 168 of the preceding list from Volume 9 of my edition. Cant. Nose. 169 and conclusion of the preceding list from Volume X of my edition. For full details, see contents pages of each of the respective volumes. Appendix 2. Contributions to the bibliography of the 1001 Nights, and their imitations, with a table showing the contents of the principal editions and translations of the Nights. By W. F. Kirby, author of Edmuriat, An Oriental Romance, The New Arabian Nights, and C. The European editions of the 1001 Nights, even excluding the hundreds of popular editions which have nothing specially noticeable about them, are very numerous, and the following notes must, I am fully aware, be incomplete, though they will, perhaps, be found useful to persons interested in the subject. Although I believe that editions of most of the English, French, and German versions of any importance have passed through my hands, I have not had an opportunity of comparing many in other languages, some of which at least may be independent editions, not derived from Gilland. The imitations and adaptations of the Nights are, perhaps, more numerous than the editions of the Nights themselves, if we exclude mere reprints of Gilland, and many of them are even more difficult of access. In the following notes, I have sometimes referred to tales by their numbers in the table. Gilland's Miss and Translation. The first Miss of the Nights known in Europe was brought to Paris by Gilland at the close of the 17th century, and his translation was published in Paris, in 12 small volumes, under the title of Les Millettes and Nuit, Contes Arabes, de Duits and François par M. Gilland. These volumes appeared at intervals between 1704 and 1717. Gilland himself died in 1715, and it is uncertain how far he was responsible for the latter part of the work. Only the first 6 of the 12 vols are divided into Nights, Volume 6 completing the story of Camaralzaman, and ending with Night 234. The voyages of Sindbad are not found in Gilland's Miss, though he has intercalated them as Nights 69-90 between Nos. 3 and 4. It should be mentioned, however, that in some texts, Bresle, for instance, number 133 is placed much earlier in the series than in others. The stories in Gilland's last 6 vols may be divided into 2 classes, viz., those known to occur in genuine texts of the Knights, and those which do not. To the first category belong Nos. 7, 8, 59, 153 and 170, and some even of these are not found in Gillen's own myths, but were derived by him from other sources. The remaining tales, Nos. 191, 198, do not really belong to the Knights, and, strange to say, although they are certainly genuine Oriental tales, the actual originals have never been found. I am inclined to think that Gillen may, perhaps, have written and adapted them from his recollection of stories which he himself heard related during his own residence in the East, especially as most of these tales appear to be derived rather from Persian or Turkish than from Arabian sources. The following preface appeared in Volume 9, which I translate from Talander's German edition, as the original is not before me. The two stories with which the 8th volume concludes do not properly belong to the 1001 Nights. They were added and printed without the previous knowledge of the translator, who had not the slightest idea of the trick that had been played upon him until the 8th volume was actually on sale. The reader must not, therefore, be surprised that the story of the Sleeper Awakened, which commences Volume 9, is written as if Scheherazade had related it immediately after the story of Ganem, which forms the greater part of Volume 8. Care will be taken to omit these two stories in a new edition, as not belonging to the work. It is, perhaps, not to be wondered at that when the new edition was actually published, subsequently to Gillen's death, the condemned stories were retained, and the preface withdrawn, though number 170 still reads as if it followed number 8. The information I have been able to collect respecting the disputed tales is very slight. I once saw a miss advertised in an auction catalogue, I think that of the library of the late Professor H. Wilson, as containing two of Gillen's doubtful tales, but which they were was not stated. The fourth and last volume of the misused by Gillen is lost, but it is almost certain that it did not contain any of these tales. Compare Payne, 9. 265 note. The story of Zayn al-Asnam, number 191, is derived from the same source as that of the fourth Derwesh, in the well-known Hindustani reading book, the Baubahar. If it is based upon this, Gillen has greatly altered and improved it, and has given it the whole colouring of a European moral fairy tale. The story of Ali Baba, number 195, is, I have been told, a Chinese tale. It occurs under the title of The Two Brothers and the 49 Dragons in Geldert's Modern Greek Tales. It has also been stated that the late Professor Palmer met with a very similar story among the Arabs of Sinai, Payne, 9. 266. The story of Sidi Nouman, No 194b, may have been based partly upon the third Sheikh's story, No. 1c, which Gillen omits. The Feast of the Ghouls is, I believe, Greek or Turkish, rather than Arabic, in character, as vampires, personified plague, and similar horrors are much commoner in the folklore of the former peoples. Many incidents of the doubtful, as well as of the genuine tales, were common in European folklore versions of Nos. 2 and 198, for instance, occur in Grimm's Kindred House margin, and some of the doubtful tales have their analogues in Scott's myths, as will be noticed in due course. I have not seen Gillen's original edition in 12 vols, but the Stadtbibliothek of Frankfurt on Main contains a copy, published at La Haye, in 12 vols, with frontispieces, made up of 2 or more editions, as follows: Volume I. ed. 6, 1729, vols. 2, 3, 4, ed. 5, 1729, vols. V. Vi. 8, ed. 5, 1728, volume 7, ed. 6, 1731, vols. 9 to 11, ed. Not noted, 1730, and volume 12, ed. not noted, 1731. The discrepancies in the dates of the various volumes look, as Mr. Clouston has suggested, as if separate volumes were reprinted as required, independently of the others. This might account for vols. V, Vi, and 8 of the 5th edition having been apparently reprinted before vols. 2, 3, and 4. The oldest French version in the British Museum consists of the first 8 vols, published at La Haye, and likewise made up of different editions, as follows: I. ed. 5, 1714, 2, 3, 4, ed. 4, 1714, v. Vi. ed. 5, 1728, 7, ed. 5, 1719, 8. Suivant la copie imprimée à Paris, 1714. Most French editions, old and new, contain Gillen's dedication, à Madame la Marquise Dame du Palais de Madame la Duchesse de Bourgogne, followed by an advertisement. In addition to these, the La Haye copies have Fontenelle's approbation prefixed to several volumes, but in slightly different words, and bearing different dates. December 27, 1703, Volume I, April 14, 1704, Volume Vi, and October 4, 1705, Volume 7. This is according to the British Museum copy. I did not examine the Frankfurt copy with reference to the approbation. The approbation is translated in full in the Old English version as follows. I have read, by order of my Lord Chancellor, this manuscript, wherein I find nothing that ought to hinder its being printed. And I am of opinion that the public will be very well pleased with the perusal of these Oriental stories. Paris, 27th of December, 1705, apparently a misprint for 1703, signed, Fontenelle. In the Paris edition of 1726, Vide and Fra, Gillen says in his dedication, Il a fallu la faire de série, et mettre en français, le premier volume que voici, de quata seulement qui montait en voyage. So, also, in a Paris edition, in 8 vols. 12 mo, of 1832, but in the La Haye issue of 1714, we read not quata but 6 volumes. The old German edition of Talender, Vide and Fra, does not contain Gillen's dedication, epitaph, or advertisement. The earliest French editions were generally in 12 vols, or 6. I possess a copy of a 6-volume edition, published at Paris in 1726. It may be the second, as the title page designates it as novella edition, Corrigi. Gillen's work was speedily translated into various European languages, and even now forms the original of all the numerous popular editions. The earliest English editions were in 6 volumes, corresponding to the first 6 of Gillen, and ending with the story of Camaralzaman, nor was it till nearly the end of the 18th century that the remaining half of the work was translated into English. The date of appearance of the first edition is unknown to bibliographers. Lones quotes an edition of 1724 as the oldest, but the British Museum contains a set of 6 vols, made up of portions of the 2nd, 3rd and 4th editions, as follows: vols. I. 2. ed. 4, 1713, vols. 3, 4. ed. 2, 1712, and vols. V. Vi. ed. 3, 1715. Here likewise the separate volumes seem to have been reprinted independently of each other, and it is not unlikely that the English translation may have closely followed the French publication, being issued volume by volume, as the French appeared, as far as volume Vi. The title page of this old edition is very quaint. Arabian Nights Entertainments, consisting of 1001 stories, told by the Sultaness of the Indies to divert the Sultan from the execution of a bloody vow he had made, to marry a lady every day, and have her head cut off next morning, to avenge himself for the disloyalty of the first Sultaness, also containing a better account of the customs, manners and religion of the Eastern nations, viz., Tartars, Persians and Indians, than is to be met with in any author hitherto published. Translated into French from the Arabian MSS. By Mr. Gilland of the Royal Academy, and now done into English. Printed for Andrew Bell at the Cross Keys and Bible, in Cornhill. The British Museum has an edition in 4to published in 1772, in farthing numbers, every Monday, Wednesday and Friday. It extends to 79 numbers, forming 5 volumes. The various editions of the Old English version appear to be rare, and the set in the British Museum is very poor. The oldest edition which I have seen containing the latter half of Gilland's version is called the 14th edition, and was published in London in 4 volumes, in 1778. Curiously enough, the 13th edition, also containing the conclusion, was published at Edinburgh in 3 volumes in 1780. Perhaps it is a reprint of a London edition published before that of 1778. The Scotch appear to have been fond of the Knights, as there are many Scotch editions both of the Knights and the imitations. Revised or annotated editions by P. Gaynett, 4 vols, London, 1792, and Gough, 4 vols, Edinburgh, 1798, may deserve a passing notice. A new translation of Gilland, by Reverend E. Forster, in 5 vols. 4-2, with engravings from pictures by Robert Smirke, R.A., appeared in 1802, and now commands a higher price than any other edition of Gilland. A new edition in 8 vo appeared in 1810. Most of the recent popular English versions are based either upon Forster's or Scott's. Another translation from Gilland, by G.S. Beaumont, 4 vols. 8 vo, appeared in 1811. Loans writes William Beaumont. Among the various popular editions of later date we may mention an edition in 2 vols, 8 vo, published at Liverpool, 1813, and containing Cazotte's continuation, an edition published by Griffin and Co., in 1866, to which Beckford's Barthek is appended, an edition arranged for the perusal of youthful readers, by the Honourable Mrs. Sigden, Whitaker and Co., 1863, and 5 favourite tales from the Arabian Nights in words of 1 syllable, by A. and E. Warner, Lewis, 1871. Some of the English editions of Gilland aim at originality by arranging the tales in a different order. The cheap edition published by Dix in 1868 is one instance. An English version of Gilland was published at Lucknow, in 4 vols, 8 vo, in 1880. I should, perhaps, mention that I have not noticed de Sacy's Millet and Newitt, because it is simply a new edition of Gilland, and I have not seen either Eastein's French edition, mentioned by Sir R. F. Burton, nor Gardon's continuation, mentioned in Cabinet d'Affaires, 37. p. 83. As Gardon died in 1784, his continuation, if genuine, would be the earliest of all. The oldest German version, by Talander, seems to have appeared in volumes, as the French was issued, and these volumes were certainly reprinted when required, without indication of separate editions, but in slightly varied style, and with alteration of date. The old German version is said to be rarer than the French. It is in 12 parts, some, however, being double. The set before me is clearly made up of different reprints, and the first title page is as follows: Die Tausend und ein Nacht, worin seltsame Arabische Historien und Wunderbegben hitten, benbstartigen Liebsintrigen, Sitten und Juwenhitten der Morgenländer, auf Seranmathige Weise, Urslit Worden, Urslich them who. Gilland, der Königl. Akademie Mitglied aus der Arabischen Sprachen die Französisch und aus selbiger Anitzo ins Deutsche übersetzt, Erste und Andrithel. MIT der Vorager Talenders. Leipzig Verlagsmaritz Georg Weidmann Senior Königl. Major in Holland und Churversel. Deutschel. Zu Saxon Buchhandler, anno 1730. Talander's preface relates chiefly to the importance of the work as illustrative of Arabian manners and customs, and c. It is dated from Liegnitz, den the 7th of September, Anno 1710, which fixes the approximate date of publication of the first part of this translation. Vols. I and II of my set, double volume with frontispiece, are dated 1730, and have Talander's preface, Vols. 3 and 4, divided, but consecutively paged, and with only one title page and frontispiece and reprint of Talander's preface, are dated 1719, Vols. V and Vi. Same remarks, except that Talander's preface is here dated 1717, are dated 1737, Volume 7. No frontispiece, preface dated 1710, is dated 1721, Volume 8, no frontispiece nor preface, nor does Talander's name appear on the title page, is dated 1729, Vols. 9 and X. Divided, but consecutively paged, and with only one title page and frontispiece. Talander's name and preface do not appear, but Gillen's preface to Volume 9, already mentioned, is prefixed, are dated 1731, and Vols. 11 and 12. Same remarks, but no preface, are dated 1732. Gillen's notes are translated, but not his preface and dedication. There is a later German translation, 6 vols. 8 vo, Bremen, 1781 1785, by J. H. Voss, the author of the standard German translation of Homer. The British Museum has just acquired a Portuguese translation of Gillen, in 4 volumes, as Million Manorites, Contos Arabs, published by Ernesto Chardron, editor, Porto e Braga, 1881. There are 2 editions of a modern Greek work in the British Museum, 1792 and 1804, published at Venice in 3 small volumes. The first volume contains Gillen, Nos. 1/6 of the table, and vols. 2 and 3. Chiefly contain the 1001 days. It is, apparently, translated from some Italian work. Several editions in Italian, Milan una notte, have appeared at Naples and Milan. They are said by Sir R. F. Burton to be mere reprints of Gillen. There are, also, several in Dutch, one of which, by C. van der Post, in 3 vols. 8 vo, published at Utrecht in 1848, purports, I believe, to be a translation from the Arabic, and has been reprinted several times. The Dutch editions are usually entitled, Arabis Vertaling. A Danish edition appeared at Copenhagen in 1818, under the title of Prinsesses Scheherazade. Fortlinnerenades are cattle dog in nat. Ugivna par dansk vertiligen. Another, by Rasmussen, was commenced in 1824, and a third Danish work, probably founded on the 1001 Nights, and published in 1816, bears the title, Digdog Eventer fra Osterland, a Farabiskwog Persissenutricta Kilda. I have seen none of these Italian, Dutch or Danish editions, but there is little doubt that most, if not all, are derived from Gillen's work. The following is the title of a Javanese version, derived from one of the Dutch editions, and published at Leiden in 1865, Enige Vertelling Nuit de Arabis Duizend en een Nacht. Na de Nederwich Verteling in het Javansk Vertaald, door Winter or Order. Mr. A. G. Ellis has shown me an edition of Gillen's Aladdin, No. 193, in Malay, by M. van der Leeuwen, printed in Batavia, AD 1869. Catsot's continuation, and the composite editions of the Arabian Nights. We shall speak elsewhere of the Cabinet des Fees, but the last 4 volumes of this great collection, 38 to 41, published at Geneva from 1788 to 1793, contain a work entitled, Les Valises du Sultan Shahriar avec la Sultane Scheherazade, Histoires incroyables, amusantes et morales, traduites de l'arabe par M. Cazot et E. Chavis. Pheasant Sweet Omelette and Nuits. Some copies bear the abridged title of La Suite des Millettes and Nuits. Cants Arabs, traduits par Dom Chavis et M. Cazot. This collection of tales was pronounced to be spurious by many critics, and even has been styled a barefaced forgery by a writer in the Edinburgh Review of July, 1886. It is, however, certain that the greater part, if not all, of these tales are founded on genuine Eastern sources, though very few have any real claim to be regarded as actually part of the 1001 Nights. Translations of the originals of most of these tales have been published by Corson de Percival and Gautier, and a comparison clearly shows the great extent to which Chavis and Quixote have altered, amplified and, in a literary sense, improved their materials. It is rather surprising that no recent edition of this work seems to have been issued, perhaps owing to the persistent doubts cast upon its authenticity. Only a few of the tales, and those not the best, having appeared in different collections. My friend, Mr. A. G. Ellis, himself an Oriental scholar, has remarked to me that he considers these tales as good as the old Arabian Nights, and I quite agree with him that Chavis and Quixote's continuation is well worthy of republication in its entirety. The following are the principal tales comprised in this collection, those included in a table from later authors being indicated. 1. The Robber Galif, or The Adventures of Haroun al-Rashid with the Princess of Persia, and the Beautiful Zutelbi. Number 246. 2. The Power of Destiny, being the history of the journey of Ja'afar to Damas, containing the adventures of Chilih and his family. Number 280. 3. History of Hail Chalbant the Noladi. No. 204c. 4. Story of Xealaun the Idiot. 5. The Adventures of Simstafa and the Princess Silsitilson. Number 247. 6. History of Al-Benjiyad, Sultan of Herak, and of the False Birds of Paradise. 7. History of Sinkrib and his two viziers. Number 249. 8. History of the family of the Spandard of Zurat. 9. Story of Bohzad and his 10 viziers. Number 174. 10. Story of Habib and Dorat il-Gos. Number 251. 11. History of the Maghribi, or the Magician. Of these, Nos. 4, 6, 8 and 11 only are not positively known in the original. Number 11 is interesting, as it is the seed from which Southeast Thalaba the Destroyer was derived. On the word Maghribi, which means simply more, Quixote has the following curious note: Smo signify barber, barbesque plus proprement. On jury onco parlu en Provence, en Languedoc, et en Gascogne Maghribi, Wales en France Mughrible. The Dom Daniel, where Zatanai held his court with Maghribi and his pupil magicians, is described as being under the sea near Tunis. In Vile's story of Judah and Mahmud, number 201, the magician Mahmud is always called the Moor of Tunis. Number 3, equals Arno. 204c, contains the additional incident of the door opened only once a year which occurs in Arno. 9a. More probably took the name Neymauna from Quixote number 5, in which it occurs. In the same story we find a curious name of a Jinniyah, Setelpida. Can it be a corruption of Setelpto? For further remarks on Quixote's continuation, compare Russell's History of Aleppo, I. p. 385, and Russell and Scott, Astley's Oriental Collections, I. pp. 246, 247, 2. p. 25, and the Gentleman's Magazine for February, 1779. An English version under the title Arabian Tales, or a continuation of the Arabian Nights Entertainments, translated by Robert Harron, was published in Edinburgh in 1792 in 4 vols, and in London in 1794 in 3 vols. It was reprinted in Webber's Tales of the East, Edinburgh, 1812, and, as already mentioned, is included in an edition of the Arabian Nights published in Liverpool in 1813. A German translation forms vols. 5 to 8 of the Blaberlythic, published in Gotha in 1790 and 1791, and the British Museum possesses vols. 3 and 4 of a Russian edition, published at Moscow in 1794 and 1795, which is erroneously entered in the catalogue as the Arabian Nights in Russian. Respecting the work of Chavis and Guerzot, Sir R. F. Burton remarks, Dom Dennis Chavis was a Syrian priest of the Order of Saint Basil, who was invited to Paris by the learned minister, Baron Atwell, and he was assisted by M. Guerzot, a French author, then well known, but wholly ignorant of Arabic. These tales are evidently derived from native sources. The story of Bohsad, King Bakhtiar, and his 10 wazirs is taken bodily from the Brez. Edit. Not so, but the original Arabic had long been known in the French libraries. As regards the style and treatment, it is sufficient to say that the authors outglanded Galland, while Heron exaggerates every fault of his original. The first enlarged edition of Galland in French was published by Cousin de Percival, at Paris, in 9 vols, 8 vo, 1806. In addition to Galland's version, he added 4 tales, nos. 21a, 22, 32 and 37, with which he had been furnished by von Hammer. He also added a series of tales, derived from MSS. In the Parisian libraries, most of which correspond to those of Guerzot. The most important of the later French editions was published by E. Gautier in 7 vols. In 1822, it contains much new matter. At the end, the editor gives a list of all the tales which he includes, with arguments. He has rather oddly distributed his material so as to make only 568 nights. The full contents are given in a table. The following points require more special notice. Volume I. Gautier omits the third Sheikh's story, no. 1c, on account of its indecency, although it is really no worse than any other story in the Nights. In the story of the fisherman, he has fallen into a very curious series of errors. He has misunderstood King Yunan's reference to King Sindbad, Burton I. p. 50. To refer to the Book of Sindbad, number 135, and has confounded it with the story of the 40 Viziers, which he says exists in Arabic as well as in Turkish. Of this latter, therefore, he gives an imperfect version, embedded in the story of King Yunan, no. 2a. Here it may be observed that another imperfect French version of the 40 Viziers had previously been published by Peters de la Croix under the title of Turkish Tales. A complete German version by Dr. Walter F. A. Bichner was published at Leipzig in 1851, and an English version by Mr. E. J. W. Gibb has appeared while these sheets are passing through the press. Volume 2. After number 6 Gautier places versions of nos. 32 and 184 by Langels. The mock caliph is here called Ali Shah. The other 3 tales given by Cousin de Percival from von Hammer's MSS are omitted by Gautier. Volume V. After number 198 concludes with 2 additional tales, nos. 207 hours and 218. From Scott's version. But the titles are changed, no. 207 hours being called The Story of the Young Prince and the Green Bird, and number 218 The Story of Mahmud, although there is another story of Mahmud in volume 1. No. 135 meters, included as part of the 40 Viziers. Volume V. Includes the 10 Viziers, number 174, derived, however, not from the Arabic, but from the Persian Bakia name. 3 of the subordinate tales in the Arabic version are wanting in Gautier's, and another is transferred to his volume 7, but he includes 1, The King and Queen of Abyssinia, number 252, which appears to be wanting in the Arabic. The remainder of the volume contains tales from Scott's version. The title of Mazin of Khorasan, number 215, being altered to the story of Azam and the Queen of the Genii. Volume 7, contains a series of tales of which different versions of 6 only knows. 30, 174, 246, 248, 249 and 250 were previously published. Though these have no claim to be considered part of the Nights, they are of sufficient interest to receive a passing mention, especially as Gautier's edition seems not to have been consulted by any later writer on the Nights, except Habicht, who based his own edition mainly upon it. Those peculiar to Gautier's edition are therefore briefly noticed. Princess Amini, number 253, a princess who leaves home disguised as a man, and delivers another princess from a black slave. The episode, 253b, is a story of enchantment similar to Nose. 1ac. Ali Jahri, number 254, story of a young man's expedition in search of a magical remedy. The Princes of Cochin China, number 255, the princes travel in search of their sister who is married to a jinni, who is under the curse of Solomon. The second succeeds in breaking the spell, and thus rescues both his brother, his sister, and the jinni by killing a bird to which the destiny of the last is attached. This incident is common in fiction. We find it in the genuine Nights in Nose. 154a and 201. The Wife with Two Husbands, number 256, a well-known Eastern story. It may be found in Wells' Mehmet the Kurd, pages 121 to 127, taken from the 40 Viziers. Compare Gibbs, the 24th Vizier's story, pp. 257-266. The Favorite, number 257, one of the ordinary tales of a man smuggled into a royal harem in a chest. Compare Nose. 6b and 166. Zausuf and the Indian Merchant, number 258, story of a ruined man travelling to regain his fortune. Prince Benazir, number 258, story of a prince promised at his birth, and afterwards given up by his parents to an evil jinni, whom he ultimately destroys. Such promises, especially, as here, in cases of difficult labour, are extremely common in folk tales. The idea probably originated in the dedication of a child to the gods. Gautier thinks that this story may have suggested that of Maghribi Tikazot, but it appears to me rather doubtful whether it is quite elaborate enough for Kazot to have used it in this manner. Salim, Sultan of Egypt, number 261. This and its subordinate tales chiefly relate to unfaithful wives. That of Adila, no. 261b, is curious. She is restored to life by Jesus, whom Gautier, from motives of religious delicacy, turns into a jinni, to console her disconsolate husband, and immediately betrays the latter. These tales are apparently from the 40 Viziers, cf. Gibbs, the 10th Vizier's story, pages 122 to 129, equals our number 261, and the 6th Vizier's story, pages 32 to 84, equals no. 261b. The bulk of the tales in Gautier's Volume 7 are derived from posthumous MSS. Of them, Langell's, and several have never been published in English. Gautier's version of Haker, number 248, was contributed by M. Agub. The best-known modern German version, Tausend und ein Nacht, Arabischer Selungen, Deutsch von Max. Habicht, Fr. H. von der Hagen and Karlsruhe. Breslau, 15 vols. 12 mo, is mainly based upon Gautier's edition, but with extensive additions, chiefly derived from the Breslau text. An important feature of this version is that it includes translations of the prefaces of the various editions used by the editors, and therefore supplies a good deal of information not always easily accessible elsewhere. There are often brief notes at the end of the volumes. The 5th edition of Habicht's version is before me. dated 1840, but the preface to Volume I is dated 1824, which may be taken to represent the approximate date of its first publication. The following points in the various vols may be specially noticed: Volume I commences with the preface of the German editor, setting forth the object and scope of his edition, and the prefaces of Gautier and Gilland follow. No. 1c, omitted by Gautier, is inserted in its place. Vols 2 and 3. Number 133, notes, chiefly from Lascelles, are appended to the voyages of Sindbad, and the destinations of the first 6 are given as follows: I. Voyage to Sumatra. 4. Voyage to the Sunda Islands. 2. Voyage to Ceylon. V. Voyage to the Sunda Islands. 3. Voyage to Salahath. Vi. Voyage to Zealand. Volume V contains an unimportant notice from Gilland, with additional remarks by the German editors respecting the division of the work into nights. Volume V contains another unimportant preface respecting Nos. 191 and 192. Volume X. Here the preface is of more importance, relating to the contents of the volume, and especially to the 10 vases, No. 174. Volume 11 contains tales from Scott. The preface contains a full account of his MSS, and the tales published in his Volume V. This preface is taken partly from Ursley's Oriental Collections, and partly from Scott's own preface. Volume 12 contains tales from Gautier. Volume 7. The preface gives the full contents of Clark's and von Hammer's MSS. Volume 13 includes Corson de Percival's preface, the remaining tales from Gautier's Volume 7, ending with Night 568, and 4 tales from Corson which Gautier omits, Nos. 21a, 22, 37 and 202. Vols 14 and 15, extending from Night 884 to Night 1001, consist of tales from the Breslau edition, to which a short preface, signed by Dr. Max Habicht, is prefixed. The first of these tales is a fragment of the important romance of Saif Zulyasn, so often referred to by Lane, which seems to have been mixed with Habicht's Miss of the Nights by mistake. Compare Payne, Tales, 3. 243. In this fragment we have several incidents resembling the Nights. There is a statue which sounds an alarm when an enemy enters a city, cf. Nos. 59 and 137. Saif himself is converted to the faith of Abraham, and enters a city where a book written by Japhet is preserved. The text of this story has lately been published, and Sir R.F. Burton informs me that he thinks he has seen a complete version in some European language, but I have not succeeded in obtaining any particulars concerning it. On account of the interest and importance of the work, I append to this section an English version of the fragment translated into German by Habicht. From the extreme simplicity of the style, which I have preserved, I suspect that the translation is considerably abridged. There is an Icelandic version of the Nights, Pusundogine Not. Arabiska Saga. Kaupmannhofen, 1857, 4 vols. Roy. 8 vo, which contains Galland's tales, and a selection of others, distributed into 1001 Nights, and apparently taken chiefly from Gautier, but with the addition of 2 or 3 which seem to be borrowed from Lane, Nos. 9a, 163, 165, and c. It is possibly derived immediately from some Danish edition. There is one popular English version which may fairly be called a composite edition, but it is not based upon Gautier. This is the Select Library edition. Arabian Nights Entertainments, selected and revised for general use, to which are added other specimens of Eastern romance. London, James Burns, 1847. 2 vols. It contains the following tales from the Nights, Nos. 134, 3, 133, 162, 1, 2, 155, 191, 193, 192, 194, 194A, 194C, 21, 198, 176. Number 134 is called the City of Silence, instead of the City of Brass, and is certainly based partly upon Lane. In number 155, Manor al-Sana is called Nur al-Nisa. One story, The Wicked Dervish, is taken from Dow's Persian Tales of Inatullah, another, The Enchanters, or the story of Misna, is taken from the Tales of the Genii. Four other tales, Jalaluddin of Baghdad, The Two Talismans, The Story of Hashkam, and Jessof, the Merchant of Balsora, clearly German imitations, are said to be translated from the German of Grimm, and there are two others, Abdullah and Balsora, and the King and his Servant, the origin of which I do not recognize, although I think I have read the last before. Grimm's story of Hashkam concludes with the hero's promotion to the post of Grand Vizier to Harun al-Rashid, in consequence of the desire of the aged Ja'afar to end his days in peaceful retirement. The principal incident in Jalaluddin is that of the old woman in the chest, borrowed from the well-known story of the merchant Abuda in the Tales of the Genii, and it is thus an imitation of an imitation. The commencement of the story of Saif Zulyazin, according to Habicht's German version. In very ancient times, long before the age of Muhammad, there lived a king of Yemen, named Zulyazin. He was a Himyarite of the race of Taba, and had large armies and a great capital. His minister was named Yathrib equals Medinat, and was well skilled in the knowledge of the ancients. He once had a vision in which the name of the prophet was revealed to him, with the announcement of his mission in later times, and he was also informed that he would be the last of the prophets. In consequence of this vision he believed in the prophet before his advent, but he concealed his faith. One day the king held a review of his troops, and was delighted with their number and handsome appearance. He said to the wazir, "Is there any person on earth whose power can compare with mine?" "Oh, yes," answered the wazir, "there is King Balbeg, whose troops fill the deserts and the cultivated lands, the plains and the valleys. I must make war upon him, then," exclaimed the king, "and destroy his power." He immediately ordered the army to prepare to march, and after a few days the drums and trumpets were heard. The king and his wazir set forth in magnificent array, and after a rapid march, they arrived before the holy city Medina, which may God keep in high renown. The wazir then said to the king, "Here is the holy house of God, and the place of great ceremonies. No one should enter here who is not perfectly pure, and with head and feet bare. Pass around it with your companions, according to the custom of the Arabs." The king was so pleased with the place that he determined to destroy it, to carry the stones to his own country, and to rebuild it there, that the Arabs might come to him on pilgrimage, and that he might thus exalt himself above all kings. He pondered over this plan all night, but next morning he found his body fearfully swollen. He immediately sent for his wazir, and lamented over his misfortune. "This is a judgment sent upon you," replied the wazir, "by the lord of this house. If you alter your intention of destroying the temple, you will be healed at once." The king gave up his project, and soon found himself cured. Soon afterwards he said to himself, "This misfortune happened to me at night, and left me next day of its own accord, but I will certainly destroy the house." But next morning his face was so covered with open ulcers that he could no longer be recognized. The wazir then approached him and said, "O king, renounce your intention, for it would be rebellion against the Lord of heaven and earth, who can destroy everyone who opposes him." When the king heard this, he reflected a while and said, "What would you wish me to do?" The wazir replied, "Cover the house with carpets from Yemen." The king resolved to do this, and when night came he retired to rest. He then saw an apparition which ordered him not to march further into the country of King Balbeg, but to turn towards Abyssinia and Nigrisha, adding, "Remain there, and choose it as thy residence, and assuredly one of thy race will arise through whom the threat of Noah shall be fulfilled." When the king awoke next morning he related this to the wazir, who advised him to use his own judgment about it. The king immediately gave orders to march. The army set forth, and after 10 days they arrived at a country the soil of which seemed to consist of chalk, for it appeared quite white. The wazir Yatrub then went to the king and requested his permission to found a city here for his people. "Why so?" asked the king. "Because," replied the wazir, "this will one day be the place of refuge of the Prophet Muhammad, who will be sent at the end of time." The king then gave his consent, and Yatrub immediately summoned architects and surveyors, who dug out the ground, and reared the walls, and erected beautiful palaces. They did not desist from the work until the wazir ordered a number of his people to remove to this city with their families. This was done, and their posterity inhabit the city to this day. He then gave them a scroll, and said, "He who comes to you as a fugitive to this house will be the ruler of this city." He then called the city Yatrub after his own name, and the scroll descended from father to son till the apostle of God arrived as a fugitive from Mecca, when the inhabitants went out to meet him, and presented him with it. They afterwards became his auxiliaries and were known as the Ansar. But we must now return to King Zul-Yezn. He marched several days toward Abyssinia, and at last arrived in a beautiful and fertile country where he informed his wazir that he would like to build a city for his subjects. He gave the necessary orders, which were diligently executed. Canals were dug and the surrounding country cultivated, and the city was named Medinat el-Hamra, the Red. At last the news reached the king of Abyssinia, whose name was Saif Arad, Thunder Sword, and whose capital was called Medinat ad-Dar, the rich in houses. Part of this city was built on solid land and the other was built in the sea. This prince could bring an army of 600,000 men into the field, and his authority extended to the extremity of the then known world. When he was informed of the invasion of Zul-Yezn, he summoned his 2 wazirs, who were named Sikradivas and Arif. The latter was well versed in ancient books, in which he had discovered that God would one day send a prophet who would be the last of the seers. He believed this himself, but concealed it from the Abyssinians, who were still worshippers of Saturn. When the wazirs came before the king, he said to them, "See how the Arabs are advancing against us. I must fight them." Sikradivas opposed this design, fearing lest the threat of Noah should be fulfilled. "I would rather advise you," said he, "to make the king a present and to send with it the most beautiful maiden in your palace. But give her poison secretly, and instruct her to poison the king when she is alone with him. If he is once dead, his army will retire without a battle." The king adopted this advice, and prepared rich presents, and summoned a beautiful girl, whose artfulness and malice were well known. Her name was Camria, Moonlight. The king said to her, "I have resolved to send you as a present, for a secret object. I will give you poison, and when you are alone with the prince to whom I will send you, drop it into his cup, and let him take it. As soon as he is dead, his army will leave us in peace." "Very well, my master," replied the girl, "I will accomplish your wish." He then sent her with the other presents and a letter to the city of Zul-Yezn. But their wazir Arif had scarcely left the king's presence when he wrote a letter, and commanded a slave to carry it to Zul-Yezn. "If you can give it to him before the arrival of the slave girl," added he, "I will give you your freedom." The slave made all possible haste to the Arab king, but yet the presents arrived before him. A chamberlain went to the king and informed him that a messenger had arrived at the gate with presents from the king of Abyssinia, and requested permission to enter. Zul-Yezn immediately ordered that he should be admitted, and the presents and the maiden were at once delivered to him. When he saw her, He was astonished at her beauty, and was greatly delighted. He immediately ordered her to be conveyed to his palace, and was very soon overcome with love for her. He was just about to dissolve the assembly to visit Cambria, when the Wazir Yotrib detained him, saying, "Delay a while, O king, for I fear there is some treachery hidden behind this present." The Abyssinians hate the Arabs exceedingly, but are unwilling to make war with them, lest the threat of Noah should be fulfilled. It happened one day that Noah was sleeping when intoxicated with wine, and the wind uncovered him. His son Ham laughed, and did not cover him, but his other son Seth, sick, came forward, and covered him up. When Noah awoke, he exclaimed to Ham, "May God blacken thy face." But to Seth he said, "May God make the posterity of thy brother the servants of thine until the day of resurrection." This is the threat which they dread as the posterity of Ham. While the king was still conversing with his Wazir, the chamberlain announced the arrival of a messenger with a letter. He was immediately admitted, and delivered the letter, which was read by the Wazir Yotrib. Our wife had written, "Be on your guard against Cambria, O king, for she hath poison with her, and is ordered to kill you when she is alone with you." The king now began loudly to praise the acuteness of his Wazir, and went immediately to Cambria with his drawn sword. When he entered, she rose and kissed the ground, but he exclaimed, "You have come here to poison me." She was confounded, and took out the poison, and handed it to the king, full of artifice, and thinking, "If I tell him the truth, he will have a better opinion of me, and if he confides in me, I can kill him in some other manner than with this poison." It fell out as she expected, for the king loved her, gave her authority over his palace and his female slaves, and found himself very happy in her possession. But she herself found her life so pleasant that, although King Arad frequently sent to ask her why she had not fulfilled her commission, she always answered, "Wait a little, I am seeking an opportunity," for the king is very suspicious. Some time passed over, and at length she became pregnant. 6 months afterwards Zulyazn fell ill, and as his sickness increased, he assembled the chief men of his court, informed them of the condition of Cambria, and after commending her to their protection, he ordered that if she bore a son, he should succeed him. They promised to fulfill his commands, and a few days afterwards Zulyazn died. Cambria now governed the country, till she brought forth a son. He was a child of uncommon beauty, and had a small mole on his cheek. When she saw the child she envied him, and said to herself, "What, shall he take away the kingdom from me? No, it shall never be," and from this time forward she determined to put him to death. After 40 days, the people requested to see their king. She showed him to them, and seated him on the throne of the kingdom, whereupon they did homage to him, and then dispersed. His mother took him back into the palace, but her envy increased so much that she had already grasped a sword to kill him, when her nurse entered and asked what she was going to do. "I am about to kill him," answered she. "Have you not reflected," said the nurse, "that if you kill him the people will revolt, and may kill you also?" "Let me kill him," persisted she, "for even should they kill me, too, I should at least be released from my envy." "Do not act thus," warned the nurse, "or you may repent it, when repentance cannot help you." "It must be done," said Cambria. "Nay, then," said the nurse, "if it cannot be avoided, let him at least be cast into the desert, and if he lives, so much the better for him, but if he dies, you are rid of him forever." She followed this advice and set out on the way at night time with the child, and halted at a distance of 4 days' journey, when she sat down under a tree in the desert. She took him on her lap, and suckled him once more, and then laid him on a bed, putting a purse under his head, containing 1,000 gold pieces and many jewels. "Whoever finds him," said she, "may use the money to bring him up," and thus she left him. It happened by the gracious decree of God, that hunters who were chasing gazelles surprised the female with a fawn. The former took to flight, and the hunters carried off the little one. When the mother returned from the pasture, and found her fawn gone, she traversed the desert in all directions in search of it, and at length the crying of the deserted child attracted her. She lay down by the child, and the child sucked her. The gazelle left him again to go to graze, but always returned to the little one when she was satisfied. This went on till it pleased God that she should fall into the net of the hunter. But she became enraged, tore the net, and fled. The hunter pursued her, and overtook her when she reached the child, and was about to give him suck. But the arrival of the hunter compelled the gazelle to take to flight, and the child began to cry, because he was not yet satisfied. The hunter was astonished at the sight, and when he lifted the child up, he saw the purse under his head, and a string of jewels round his neck. He immediately took the child with him, and went to a town belonging to an Abyssinian king named Afrak, who was a dependent of King Saif-Arad. He handed over the child to him, saying that he had found it in the lair of a gazelle. When the king took the child into his care, it smiled at him, and God awakened a feeling of love towards him in the king's heart, and he then noticed the mole on his cheek. But when his wazir Sikardun, the brother of Sikardivas, who was wazir to King Saif-Arad, entered and saw the child, God filled his heart with hate towards him. "Do not believe what this man told you," he said, when the king told him the wonderful story of the discovery. "It can only be the child of a mother who has come by it wrongly, and has abandoned it in the desert, and it would be better to kill it." "I cannot easily consent to this," said the king. But he had hardly spoken, when the palace was filled with sounds of rejoicing, and he was informed that his wife had just been safely delivered of a child. On this news he took the boy on his arm, and went to his wife, and found that the newborn child was a girl, and that she had a red mole on her cheek. He wondered when he saw this, and said to Sikardun, "See how beautiful they are." But when the wazir saw it, he slapped his face, and cast his cap on the ground, exclaiming, "Should these two moles unite, I prophesy the downfall of Abyssinia, for they presage a great calamity. It would be better to kill either the boy or your daughter." "I will kill neither of them," replied the king, "for they have been guilty of no crime." He immediately provided nurses for the two children, naming his daughter Shama, mole, and the boy Wax FN number 471, Al-Filat, lonely one, or desert, and he reared them in separate apartments, that they might not see each other. When they were 10 years old, Wax Al-Filat grew very strong, and soon became a practiced horseman, and surpassed all his companions in this accomplishment, and in feats of arms. But when he was 15, he was so superior to all others, that Sikardun threatened the king that he would warn King Saif-Arad that he was nurturing his enemy in his house, if he did not immediately banish him from the country, and this threat caused King Afrak great alarm. It happened that he had a general, who was called Garagel-Shaker, tree splitter, because he was accustomed to hurl his javelin at trees, and thus to cleave them asunder. He had a fortress 3 days' journey from the town, and the king said to him, "Take Wax Al-Filat to your castle, and never let him return to this neighborhood." He added privately, "Look well after him and preserve him from all injury, and have him instructed in all accomplishments." The general withdrew, and took the boy with him to his castle, and instructed him thoroughly in all accomplishments and sciences. One day he said to him, "One warlike exercise is still unknown to you." "What is that?" said Wax Al-Filat. "Come and see for yourself," replied he. The general then took him to a place where several trees were growing, which was so thick that a man could not embrace the trunk. He then took his javelin, hurled it at one of them, and split the trunk. Wax Al-Filat then asked for the javelin, and performed the same feat, to the astonishment of his instructor. "Woe to thee!" exclaimed he, "for I perceive that you are the man through whom the threat of Noah will be fulfilled against us. Fly, and never let yourself be seen again in our country, or I will kill you." Wax Al-Filat then left the town, not knowing where to go. He subsisted for 3 days on the plants of the earth, and at last he arrived at a town encircled by high walls, the gates of which were closed. The inhabitants were clothed in black, and uttered cries of lamentation. In the foreground he saw a bridal tent, and a tent of mourning. This was the city of King Ifrak who had reared him, and the cause of the mourning of the inhabitants was as follows. Sakadan was very angry that the king had refused to follow his advice, and put the boy to death, and had left the town to visit one of his friends, who was a magician, to whom he related the whole story. "What do you propose to do now?" asked the magician. "I will attempt to bring about a separation between him and his daughter," said the wazir. "I will assist you," was the answer of the magician. He immediately made the necessary preparations, and summoned an evil jinni named Maqtadif, Ravisher, who inquired, "What do you require of me?" "Go quickly to the city of King Ifrak, and contrive that the inhabitants shall leave it." In that age men had intercourse with a more powerful jinn, and each attained their ends by means of the other. The jinn did not withdraw themselves till after the advent of the Prophet. The magician continued, "When the inhabitants have left the city, they will ask you what you want. Then say, 'Bring me out Shama, the daughter of your king, adorned with all her jewels, and I will come tomorrow and carry her away. But if you refuse, I will destroy your city, and destroy you altogether.'" When Maqtadif heard the words of this priest of magic, he did as he was commanded, and rushed to the city. When Sakadan saw this, he returned to King Ifrak to see what would happen, but he had scarcely arrived when the voice of Maqtadif resounded above the city. The inhabitants went to the king, and said, "You have heard what is commanded, and if you do not yield willingly, you will be obliged to do so by force." The king then went weeping to the mother of the princess, and informed her of the calamity. She could scarcely contain herself for despair, and all in the palace wept at parting from the princess. Meantime Shama was richly attired, torn from her parents, and hurried to the bridal tent before the town, to be carried away by the evil jinni. The inhabitants were all assembled on the walls of the city, weeping. It was just at this moment that Waqselfelat arrived from the desert, and entered the tent to see what was going on. When King Ifrak, who was also on the wall, saw him, he cried out to him, but he did not listen, and dismounted, fastened his horse to a tent stake, and entered. Here he beheld a maiden of extraordinary beauty and perfection, but she was weeping. While he was completely bewildered by her beauty, she was no less struck by his appearance. "Who art thou?" said the maiden to him. "Tell me rather, who art thou?" returned he. "I am Shama, the daughter of King Ifrak." "Thou art Shama?" he exclaimed, "and I am Waqselfelat, who was reared by thy father." When they were thus acquainted, they sat down together to talk over their affairs, and she took this opportunity of telling him what had passed with the jinni, and how he was coming to carry her away. "Oh, you shall see how I will deal with him," answered he, but at this moment the evil jinni approached, and his wings darkened the sun. The inhabitants uttered a terrible cry, and the jinni darted upon the tent, and was about to raise it when he saw a man there, talking to the daughter of the king. "Woe to thee, O son of earth!" he exclaimed. "What authority have you to sit by my betrothed?" When Waqselfelat saw the terrible form of the jinni, a shudder came over him, and he cried to God for aid. He immediately drew his sword, and struck at the jinni, who had just extended his right hand to seize him, and the blow was so violent that it struck off the hand. "What, you would kill me?" exclaimed Maqtadif, and he took up his hand, put it under his arm, and flew away. Upon this there was a loud cry of joy from the walls of the city. The gates were thrown open, and King Ifrak approached, accompanied by a crowd of people with musical instruments, playing joyful music, and Waqselfelat was invested with robes of honor, but when Sakadan saw it, it was gall to him. The king prepared an apartment expressly for Waqselfelat, and while Shama returned to her palace, he gave a great feast in honor of her deliverance from the fiend. After 7 days had passed, Shama went to Waqselfelat, and said to him, Ask me of my father tomorrow, for you have rescued me, and he will not be able to refuse you." He consented very willingly, and went to the king early next morning. The king gave him a very favourable reception, and seated him with him on the throne, but Wok-Self-Felat had not courage to prefer his suit, and left him after a short interview. He had not long returned to his own room, when Sharma entered, saluted him, and asked, "Why did you not demand me?" "I was too bashful," he replied. "Lay this feeling aside," returned she, "and demand me." "Well, I will certainly do so tomorrow," answered he. Thereupon she left him, and returned to her own apartment. Early next morning Wok-Self-Felat went again to the king, who gave him a friendly reception, and made him sit with him. But he was still unable to prefer his suit, and returned to his own room. Soon after Sharma came to him and said, "How long is this bashfulness to last? Take courage, and if not, request someone else to speak for you." She then left him, and next morning he repeated his visit to the king. "What is your request?" asked the latter. "I am come as a suitor," said Wok-Self-Felat, "and ask the hand of your noble daughter Sharma." When Sikardin heard this, he slapped his face. "What is the matter with you?" asked the king. "This is what I have foreseen," answered he, "for if these two moles unite, the destruction of Abyssinia is accomplished." "How can I refuse him?" replied the king, "when he has just delivered her from the fiend?" "Tell him," answered Sikardin, "that you must consult with your wazir." The king then turned to Wok-Self-Felat, and said, "My son, your request is granted as far as I am concerned, but I leave my wazir to arrange it with you, so you must consult him about it." Wok-Self-Felat immediately turned to the wazir, and repeated his request to him. Sikardin answered him in a friendly manner. "The affair is as good as arranged. No one else is suited for the king's daughter, but you know that the daughters of the kings require a dowry." "Ask what you please," returned Wok-Self-Felat. "We do not ask you for money or money's worth," said the wazir, "but for the head of a man named Sadun, the Ethiopian." "Where can I find him?" said the prince. The wazir replied, "He is said to dwell in the fortress of Rej, 3 days' journey from here." "But what if I fail to bring the head of Sadun?" asked he. "But you will have it," returned the wazir, and after this understanding the audience ceased, and each returned to his dwelling. Now this Sadun had built his fortress on the summit of a high hill. It was very secure, and he defended it with the edge of the sword. It was his usual resort, from whence he sallied forth on plundering expeditions, and rendered the roads unsafe. At length the news of him reached King Saif-Arad, who sent against him 3,000 men, but he routed and destroyed them all. Upon this, the king sent a larger number against him, who experienced the same fate. He then dispatched a third army, upon which Sadun fortified himself afresh, and reared the walls of his fortress so high that an eagle could scarcely pass them. We will now return to Sharma, who went to Wok-Self-Felat, and reproached him with the conditions he had agreed to, and added, "It would be better for you to leave this place, and take me with you, and we will put ourselves under the protection of some powerful king." "God forbid," replied he, "that I should take you with me in so dishonorable a manner." As he still positively refused to consent, she grew angry, and left him. Wok-Self-Felat lay down to rest, but he could not sleep. So he rose up, mounted his horse, and rode away at midnight, and in the morning he met a horseman who stationed himself in his path, but who was so completely armed that his face was concealed. When Wok-Self-Felat saw him, he cried to him, "Who are you, and where are you going?" But instead of replying, he pressed upon him, and aimed a blow which Wok-Self-Felat successfully parried. A fight then commenced between them, which lasted till near evening. At last the difference in their strength became perceptible, and Wok-Self-Felat struck his adversary so violent a blow with his javelin that his horse fell to the ground. He then dismounted, and was about to slay him, when the horseman cried to him, "Do not kill me, O brave warrior, or you will repent when repentance will no more avail you. Tell me who you are, returned Wok-Self-Felat. I am Shama, the daughter of King Afrak, replied the horseman. Why have you acted thus? Asked he. I wished to try whether you would be able to hold your own against Saden's people, she replied. I have tried you now, and found you so valiant that I fear no longer on your account. Take me with you, O hero. God forbid that I should do so, he returned. What would Sakadan and the others say? They would say that if Shama had not been with him, he would never have been able to prevail against Sadan. She then raised her eyes to heaven, and said, O God, permit him to fall into some danger from which I alone may deliver him. Upon this Wok-Self-Felat pursued his journey, without giving any attention to her words. On the third day he arrived at the valley where the fortress of Sadan was situated, when he began to work his way along behind the trees, and towards evening he arrived at the fortress itself, which he found to be surrounded with a moat, and the gates were closed. He was still undecided what course to take, when he heard the sound of an approaching caravan, and he hid himself in the fosse of the fortress to watch it. He then saw that it was driven forward by a large body of men, and that the merchants were bound on their mules. When they arrived at the castle, they knocked at the gate, and when the troop entered, Wok-Self-Felat entered with them, and they'd unloaded the goods and bound the prisoners without noticing him. When the armed men had finished their work, they ascended to the castle, but he remained below. After a time, he wished to follow them, but when he trod on the first step, it gave way under him, and a dagger flew out, which struck him in the groin. Upon this his eyes filled with tears, and he already looked upon his destruction as certain, when a form came towards him from the entrance of the castle, to deliver him, and as it drew nearer, he perceived that it was Shama. He was filled with astonishment, and cried out, God has heard your prayer. How did you come here? I followed your traces, she replied, till you entered the castle, when I imitated your example, and mingled with the troops. I have now saved your life, although you have refused to take me with you, but if you wish to advance further, do not neglect to try whether each step is fixed with the point of your sword. He now again began to ascend, feeling the way before him, and Shama followed, till they arrived at the last stair, when they saw that the staircase ended in a revolving wheel. Spring higher, advised Shama, for I see a javelin which Magic Art has placed here. They sprang over it, and pursued their way till they reached a large anteroom, lighted by a high cupola. They stopped here a while, and examined everything carefully. At last they approached the door of a room, and on looking through the crevices, they saw about 100 armed Negroes, among whom was a black slave who looked as savage as a lion. The room was lighted by wax candles, placed on gold and silver candlesticks. At this moment, the black said, Slaves, what have you done with the prisoners belonging to the caravan? We have chained them in the prison below, and left them in the safest place, was the reply. But he continued, if one of them was carelessly bound, he might be able to release himself and the others, and to gain possession of the stairs. Let one of you therefore go down, examine them carefully, and tighten their bonds. One of them therefore came out, and the two strangers hid themselves in the anteroom. When he had passed them, Wok-Self-Felat stepped forward and pierced him through with his sword. Shama dragged his body aside, and they both remained quiet for a time. But as the slave remained away from his companions too long, Saden exclaimed, Go and see why he does not return, for I have been in great alarm ever since we entered the castle today. A second then rose and took his sword, and as he came into the anteroom, Wok-Self-Felat clove him in twain at one blow, and Shama dragged his body also on one side. They again waited quietly for a time, when Saden said, It seems as if hunters are watching our slaves, and are killing them one after another. The third then hastened out, and Wok-Self-Felat struck him such a blow that he fell dead to the ground, and Shama dragged him also away. But as he likewise remained absent so long, Sudden himself stood up and all the others with him, and he said, "Did I not warn and caution you? There is a singing in my ears, and my heart trembles, for there must be people here who are watching our men." He himself now came out, and the others followed him with lights and holding their hands on their swords, when one of the foremost suddenly stopped. "Why do you not advance?" cried the others. "How shall I go forward," said he, "when he who has slain our friends stands before us?" This answer was repeated to Sudden when he called on them in a voice of thunder to advance. When he heard this, he forced his way through them till he perceived Wok-Self-Eilat. "Who are you, Satan?" cried he, "and who brought you here?" "I came here," replied he, "to cut off your head, and destroy your memory." "Have you any blood fused against me?" asked Sudden, "or any offense to revenge upon me?" "I have no enmity against you in my heart," said Wok-Self-Eilat, "and you have never injured me, but I have asked Shama in marriage of her father, and he has demanded of me your head as a condition. Be on your guard, that you may not say I acted foully towards you." "Madman," cried Sudden, "I challenge you to a duel. Will you fight inside or outside the fortress?" "I leave it to you," returned Wok-Self-Eilat. "Well, then, await me here," was the reply. Sudden then went in, clothed himself in gilded armor, girt on a saw-like sword, and came out holding a shining club in his hand. He was so enraged that he knew not what to say, and at once attacked Wok-Self-Eilat, who threw himself on his adversary like a raging lion, and they fought together like hungry wolves, but both despaired of victory. The swords spake a hard language on the shields, and each of the combatants wished that he had never been born. When this desperate fight had lasted a long time, Shama was greatly troubled lest Sudden should prove victorious. So she seized a dagger and struck at Sudden, wounding the nerves of his hand, so that he dropped his sword, while she exclaimed to Wok-Self-Eilat, "Make an end of him." "No," replied Wok-Self-Eilat, "I will make him my prisoner, for he is a brave and valiant man." "With whom are you speaking?" asked Sudden. "With Shama," answered he. "What?" said Sudden, "did she come with you?" "Yes," replied he. "Then let her come before me." She came forward, and Sudden said, "Is the world too narrow for your father that he could demand nothing as your dowry but my head?" "This was his desire," answered she. Wok-Self-Eilat then said, "Take your sword and defend yourself, for I will not fight with you, now that it has fallen out of your hand." But Sudden replied, "I will not fight with you, for I am wounded, so take my head, and go in peace with your bride." He then sat down and bowed his head. "If you speak truly," said Wok-Self-Eilat, "separate yourself from your people." "Why so?" "Because I fear lest they may surround me, and compel me to fight with them, and there is no need for me to shed their blood." Sudden then left the castle, bowed his head, and said, "Finish your work." But Wok-Self-Eilat said, "If you speak truth, come with me across the fosse of the castle into the open ground." He did so, carefully barring the castle behind him, and said, "Now take my head." When the slaves saw this, they mounted the walls, and wept and lamented. But Shama cried out, "Take his head, and let us hasten our return before morning dawns." "What," said Wok-Self-Eilat, "should I kill so brave a man in so treacherous a manner, when he is so noble and magnanimous?" He then went up to Sudden, kissed his head, and said, "Rise up, O warrior of the age, for you and your companions are safe from me." They now all embraced each other, and made an offensive and defensive compact. "Take me with you alive, O brave man," said Sudden, "and hand me over to the king as his daughter's dowry. If he consents, well, but if not, take my head, and woo your wife." "God forbid," said Wok-Self-Eilat, "that I should act thus after your magnanimity. Rather return to the castle, and assure your companions of your safety." All this passed under the eyes of the other armed men. They rejoiced at the knightly conduct of both, and now came down, fell at the feet of Sudden and embraced him. They then did the same to Wachselphilat, whose hands they kissed and loaded him with praises. After this, they all returned to the castle, and agreed to set out presently. They took with them whatever treasures there were, and Wachselphilat commanded them to release the prisoners and restore them their goods. They now all mounted their horses and journeyed to the country of King Ifrak, greatly rejoiced at the mutual love of the warriors. When they approached the town, Sharma parted from them, that nothing should be known of her absence in the company. During this time, King Ifrak and Sakadan had amused themselves with hunting, jesting, and sporting, and sent out scouts daily to look for Wachselphilat. "What can have become of him?" said the king once to Sakadan. "Sudden has certainly killed him," replied the latter, "and you will never see him again." While they were thus talking, they observed a great cloud of dust, and as it drew nearer, they could see the armed men more distinctly. The company was led by a black knight, by whose side rode a younger white horseman. When the king saw this, he exclaimed, "Wachselphilat has returned, in company with Sudden and his host." "Wait a little," replied Sakadayan, "till we are certain of it." But when they drew nearer, and they could doubt no longer, Sakadan mounted his horse and fled, accompanied by the king and his followers, till they reached the town, and barred the gates. They then watched from the walls, to see what would happen. When they saw that the strangers dismounted and pitched tents, the king thought it was a good sign. He therefore ordered the town to be decorated, and the gates to be opened, and rode out, attended by a considerable escort, and approached the tents. The other party now mounted their horses to go to meet them. When they approached each other, King Ifrak was about to dismount, but Wachselphilat would not allow it, and the king embraced him, and congratulated him on his safety. He then saluted Sudden also, but the latter did not return his salutation. He invited him to enter the town, but he declined, as did Wachselphilat likewise, who did not wish to part from his companions. The king returned accompanied only by his own people, and prepared the best reception for the newcomers. On the following morning the king held a general council, at which Sakadan appeared greatly depressed. "Did I not warn you beforehand," said he to the king, "what you now see for yourself of this evildoer? Did we not send him to bring the head of Sudden, and he returns with him safe and sound, and on the best of terms, while our hearts are oppressed with anxiety?" "You may be right," replied the king, "but what are we to do now?" This conversation was interrupted by a tumult caused by the arrival of Wachselphilat and Sudden, who came to pay their respects to the king. The king invited them to sit down, but Sudden remained standing, and when he asked him again, he replied, "You craven, was the world too narrow for you that you desired my head as your daughter's dowry?" "Sit down," said the king, "for I know that you are angry." "How can I sit down," returned Sudden, "when you have ordered my death?" "God forbid that I should act so unjustly," said the king. It was Sakadan. "What," said he, "do you accuse me of such an action in my presence?" "Did you not make this condition with Wachselphilat," said the king, "and send him on his errand?" Sakadan then turned to Sudden, and said, "Sit down, brave warrior, for we only did so from love to you, that we might be able to make a treaty with you, and that you might join our company." After this answer, Sudden concealed his anger, and sat down. Refreshments were now brought in, and after partaking of them, Wachselphilat and Sudden returned to their tents. Several days passed in this manner, and at length Sudden said to Wachselphilat, "O my master, it is time for you to demand Sharma in marriage. Now you have won her with the edge of the sword. You have fulfilled their conditions long since by bringing them my head, but you have made no further progress at present. Ask for her once more, and if they will not give her up, I will fall upon them with the sword, and we will carry Sharma off, and then lay waste the city." "I will demand her as my wife again tomorrow," replied the other. When he went to the palace next day, he found the king and all the court assembled. When they saw him, they all rose from their seats, and when they sat down again, he alone remained standing. "Why do you not sit down?" said the king, "for all your wishes are now fulfilled." "I have still to ask for Sharma," he replied. "You know," returned the king, "that ever since her birth I have allowed Sakardun to make all arrangements for her." He now turned to Sakardun, who replied in a friendly tone, "She is yours, for you have fulfilled the conditions, and you have only now to give her ornaments." "What kind of ornaments?" asked he. "Instead of ornaments," replied the traitor, "we desire to receive the book containing the history of the Nile. If you bring it us, she is wholly yours, but if not, there is no marriage to be thought of." "Where is it to be found?" "I cannot tell you myself." "Well, then," returned Wok-Self-Eilat, "if I do not bring you the book, Sharma is lost to me. All present are witnesses to this." He went out with these words, pushing his way through the crowded assembly, and Sadun behind him, till they reached their tents. "Why did you promise that?" said Sadun. "Let us rather overcome them with the sword, and take Sharma from them." "Not so," replied Wok-Self-Eilat, "I will only possess her honorably." "And yet you do not even know how to find the book," said Sadun. "Rather listen to my advice, retire to my fortress, and leave me in their power." "I would never act thus," said Wok-Self-Eilat, "though I should suffer death." After these and similar speeches, supper was brought in, and each retired to his sleeping apartment. But Wok-Self-Eilat had scarcely entered his room when Sharma came in. "What have you done?" said she, "and what engagement have you undertaken? How can you fulfill this condition? Do you not see that their only object is to destroy you, or at least to get rid of you? I have come to warn you again, and I say to you once more, take me with you to Sadun's castle, where we can live at peace, and do not act as they tell you." "I will carry out my engagement," he replied. "I will not possess you like a coward, even though I should be cut to pieces with swords." Upon this, Sharma was angry and left him, while he lay down to rest, but could not sleep. He therefore rose up, saddled and mounted his horse and rode away, without knowing where, abandoning himself wholly to the will of God. He wandered about thus for several days, until he reached a lonely tower. He knocked at the door, and a voice answered, "Welcome, O thou who hast separated thyself from thy companions, enter without fear, O brave Saif, son of Zul-Yezn." When he pushed the door it opened, and his eyes beheld a noble and venerable old man, from whose appearance it was at once obvious that he busied himself with the strictest life and fear of God. "Welcome," cried he again. "If you had travelled from east to west you would have found no one who could show you how to obtain the book you seek as well as I can, for I have dwelt here awaiting your arrival for 60 years. But that was before I was born," said Wok-Self-Eilat to himself. He then asked aloud, "By what name did you address me just now?" "Oh, Saif," answered the old man, "that is your true name, for you are a sword, Saif, to the Abyssinians, but whom do you worship?" "Oh my master," was the reply, "the Abyssinians worship Saturn, Sukal, but I am in perplexity, and know not whom to worship." "My son," replied the old man, "worship him who has reared the heavens over us without pillars, and who has rested the earth on water, the only and eternal God, the Lord who is only and alone to be reverenced. I worship him and none other beside him, for I follow the religion of Abraham." "What is your name?" asked Wok-Self-Eilat. "I am called Sheikh Jayat." "What declaration must I make," he asked the old man, "to embrace your religion?" "Say there is no God but God, and Abraham is the friend of God. If you make this profession, you will be numbered among the believers." He at once repeated the formula, and Sheikh Jayat was much pleased, and devoted the night to teaching him the history of Abraham and his religion, and the forms of worship. Towards morning he said, "O my son, whenever you advance to battle, say, 'God is great, grant me victory, O God, and destroy the infidels, and help will be near you.'" Now pursue your journey, but leave your horse here until you return. Enter the valley before you, under the protection of God, and after 3 days you will meet someone who will aid you. Wakselfelat set out on that road, and after 3 days he met a horseman who saluted him, and exclaimed, "Welcome, Saif Zulyazn, for you bring happiness to this neighborhood." Saif returned his salutation, and asked, "How do you know me, and how do you know my name?" "I am not a brave or renowned warrior," was the answer, "but one of the maidens of this country, and my mother taught me your name." "What is your name and that of your mother?" "My mother's name is Alka," answered she, "and I am called Taka." When he heard this he was greatly rejoiced, for he remembered that Sheikh Jayat had said to him, "O thou, whose destiny will be decided by Alka and Taka." "O noble virgin," said he, "where is your mother, Alka?" "Look round," she replied, and he saw a very large and lofty city at some distance. "No," said she, "that 360 experienced philosophers dwell in that city. My mother Alka is their superior, and directs all their affairs and actions. She knew that you would come to this neighborhood in search of a book concerning the Nile, which was written by Japhet, the son of Noah, and she wishes you to attain your end by her means. She also informed me of your coming, and promised me to you, saying, 'You shall have no other husband but him.' We expected you today, and she sent me to meet you, adding, 'Warn him not to enter the town by daylight, or it will be his destruction. Wait here, therefore, till nightfall, and only approach the city after dark. Turn to the right along the wall, and stand still when you reach the 3rd tower, where we will await you. As soon as we see you we will throw you a rope, bind it round your waist, and we will draw you up. The rest will be easy. But why need you give yourselves all this trouble?" said Saif Zulyazn. "No," replied she, "that the inhabitants of this city have been informed of your approaching arrival by their books, and are aware that you are about to carry away their book, which they hold in superstitious reverence. On the 1st day of each month they repair to the building where it is preserved, and they adore it and seek counsel from it respecting their affairs. They have also a king whose name is Kamran. When they knew that you were coming for the book they constructed a talisman against you. They have made a copper statue, and fixed a brazen horn in its hand, and have stationed it at the gate of the city. If you enter, the statue will sound the horn, and it will only do so upon your arrival. They would then seize you and put you to death. On this account we desire to baffle their wisdom by drawing you up to the walls of the city at another place." "May God reward you 1,000-fold," replied he, "but go now, and announce my arrival to your mother." She went away, and he approached the city in the darkness of night, and turned towards the 3rd tower on the right, where he found Alka and Taka. When they recognized him, they immediately threw him the rope, which he fastened about him. When he was drawn up, they descended from the wall, and were about to proceed to Alka's house, when the talisman suddenly acted, and the statue blew the horn loudly. "Hasten to our house," cried Alka, and they succeeded in reaching it safely and barred the doors. When the noise increased, the whole population of the city rose up, and the streets were filled. "What is this disturbance about?" asked Saif. "This is all due," replied Alka, "to the alarm sounded by the statue, because you have entered the town. There will be a great meeting held tomorrow, where all the wise men will assemble, to attempt to discover the whereabouts of the intruder, but by God's help, I will guide them wrong, and confuse their counsels. Go to our neighbor the fisherman," added she to her daughter, "and see what he has caught." She went, and brought news that he had taken a large fish, of the size of a man. "Take this piece of gold," said her mother, "and bring us the fish," and when she did so, she told her to clean it, which was done. Food was then brought in, and they ate and talked. The night passed quietly, but on the following morning Alka ordered Saif Zulyazn to undress, and to hide in the skin of the fish. She put her mouth to the mouth of the fish, and took a long rope, which she fastened under safe sumpits. She then let him down into a deep well, and fastened him there, saying, "Remain here, till I come back." She then left him, and went to the great hall of the king, where the divan was already assembled, and the king had taken his seat on the throne. All rose up when she entered, and when she had seated herself, the king said to her, "O mother, did you not hear the blast of the horn yesterday, and why did you not come out with us?" "I did hear it," she replied, "but I did not heed it." "But you know," said he, "that the sound can only be heard upon the arrival of the stranger who desires to take the book." "I know it, O king, but permit me to choose 40 men from among those assembled here." She did so, and selected 10 from among the 40 again. She then said to them, "Take a tractrum, sandboard on which the Arabs practice geomancy and notation, and look and search." They did so, but had scarcely finished when they looked at each other in amazement. They destroyed their calculation, and began a second, and confused this, too, and began a third, upon which they became quite confounded. "What are you doing there?" asked the king at last. "You go on working and obliterating your work. What have you discovered?" "O king," replied they, "we find that the stranger has entered the town, but not by any gate. He appears to have passed in between heaven and earth, like a bird. After this, a fish swallowed him, and carried him down into some dark water." "Are you fools?" asked the king angrily, and turning to Alka, continued, "Have you ever seen a man flying between heaven and earth, and afterwards swallowed by a fish, which descends with him into dark water?" "O king," replied she, "I always forbid the wise men to eat heavy food, for it disturbs their understanding and weakens their penetration, but they will not heed me." At this the king was angry, and immediately drove them from the hall. But Alka said, "It will be plain tomorrow what has happened." She left the hall, and when she reached home, she drew Saif Zulyazn out of the well, and he dressed himself again. They sat down, and Alka said, "I have succeeded in confounding their deliberations today, and there will be a great assembly tomorrow, when I must hide you in a still more out-of-the-way place." After this they supped, and went to rest. Next morning Alka called her daughter, and said, "Bring me the gazelle." When it was brought her, she said, "Bring me the wings of an eagle." Tarka gave them to her, and she bound them on the back of the gazelle. She then took a pair of compasses, which she fixed in the ceiling of the room. She next took 2 other pairs of compasses, which she fixed in the ceiling of the room. She next took 2 other pairs of compasses, and tied one between the 4 feet, and the other between the hind feet of the gazelle. She then tied a rope to the compasses in the roof, and the 2 ends to the other pairs. But she made Saif Zulyazn lie down in such a position that his head was between the feet of the gazelle. She then said to him, "Remain here till I come back," and went to the king, with whom she found a very numerous assemblage of the wise men. As soon as she entered, the king made her sit beside him on the throne. "O my mother Alka," he said, "I could not close an eye last night from anxiety concerning yesterday's events." "Have you no wise men," returned she, "who eat the bread of the divan?" She then turned to them, saying, "Select the wisest among you." And they chose the wisest among them. She ordered them to take the sandboard again, but they became so confused that they were obliged to begin again 3 times from the beginning. "What do you discover?" said the king angrily. "O our master," replied they, "he whom we seek has been carried away by a beast of the desert, which is flying with him between heaven and earth." "How is this?" said the king to Alka. "Have you ever seen anything like it?" He seized his sword in a rage, and 3 fled, as he killed 4 of the others. When Alka went home, she released Saif, and told him what had happened. Next morning Alka took the gazelle, and slaughtered it in a copper kettle. She then took a golden mortar, and reversed it over it, and said to Saif Zulyazn, "Sit on this mortar till I come back." She then went to the divan, and chose out 6 wise men, who again took the sandboard, and began again 3 times over in confusion. "Alas," said the king, in anger, "what misfortune do you perceive?" "Oh, our master," they exclaimed in consternation, "our understanding is confused, for we see him sitting on a golden mountain, which is in the midst of the sea of blood, surrounded by a copper wall." The king was enraged, and broke up the assembly, saying, "Oh, Alka, I will now depend on you alone." "Tomorrow I will attempt to show you the stranger," she replied. When she came home, she related to Saif what had happened, and said, "I shall know by tomorrow what to tell the king to engage his attention, and prevent him from pursuing you." Next morning she found Darka speaking to Saif Zulyazn alone, and she asked her, "What does he wish?" "Mother," replied Darka, "he wishes to go to the king's palace, to see him and the divan." "What you wish shall be done," said she to Saif, "but you must not speak." He assented to the condition, and she dressed him as her attendant, gave him a sandboard, and went with him to the king, who said to her, "I could not sleep at all last night, for thinking of the stranger for whom we are seeking. Now that the affair is in my hands," returned she, "you will find me a sufficient protection against him." She immediately ordered Saif to give her the sandboard. She took it, and when she had made her calculations, she said joyfully to the king, "O my lord, I can give you the welcome news of the flight of the stranger, owing to his dread of you and your revenge." When the king heard this, he rent his clothes, slapped his face, and said, he would not have departed, without having taken the book. "I cannot see if he has taken anything," replied she. "This is the 1st of the month," said the king. "Come and let us see if it is missing." He then went with a large company to the building where the book was kept. Alka turned away from the king for a moment to say to Saif, "Do not enter with us, for if you enter, the case will open of itself, and the book will fall into your hands. This would at once betray you, and you would be seized and put to death, and all my labor would have been in vain." She then left him, and rejoined the king. When they reached the building, the doors were opened, and when the king entered, they found the book. They immediately paid it the customary honors, and protracted this species of worship, while Saif stood at the door, debating with himself whether to enter or not. At last his impatience overcame him, and he entered, and at the same instant the casket was broken to pieces, and the book fell out. The king then ordered all to stand up, and the book rolled to Saif Zulyazn. Upon this all drew their swords, and rushed upon him. Saif drew his sword also, and cried, "God is great," as Sheikh Jayat had taught him. He continued to fight and defend himself, and struggled to reach the door. The entire town arose in tumult to pursue him, when he stumbled over a dead body, and was seized. "Let me not see his face," cried the king, "but throw him into the mine." This mine was 80 yards deep, and had not been opened for 60 years. It was closed by a heavy leaden cover, which they replaced, after they had loaded him with chains, and thrown him in. Saif sat there in the darkness, greatly troubled, and lamenting his condition to him who never sleeps. Suddenly, a side wall of the mine opened, and a figure came forth which approached and called him by his name. "Who are you?" asked Saif. "I am a woman named Akusa, and inhabit the mountain where the Nile rises. We are a nation who hold the faith of Abraham. A very pious man lives below us in a beautiful palace. But an evil genie named Muktatif lived near us also, who loved me, and demanded me in marriage of my father. He consented from fear, but I was unwilling to marry an evil being who is a worshipper of the fire. How can you promise me in marriage to an infidel?" Said I to my father. "I shall thereby escape his malice myself," replied he. I went out and wept, and complained to the pious man about the affair. "Do you know who will kill him?" said he to me, and I answered, "No." "I will direct you to him who has cut off his hand," said he. "His name is Saif Zulyazn, and he is now in the city of King Kamran, in the mine." Thereupon he brought me to you, and I come, as you see me, to guide you to my country, that you may kill Muktadif, and free the earth from his wickedness." She then moved him, and shook him, and all his chains fell off. She lifted him on her shoulders, and carried him to the palace of the sheikh, who was named Abbas Salam. Here he heard a voice crying, "Enter, Saif al-Yezn." He did so, and found a grave and venerable old man, who gave him a very friendly reception, saying, "Wait till tomorrow, when Akisa will come to guide you to the castle of Muktadif." He remained with him for the night, and when Akisa arrived next morning, the old man told her to hasten, that the world might be soon rid of the monster. They then left this venerable man, and when they had walked a while, Akisa said to Saif, "Look before you." He did so, and perceived a black mass at some distance. "This is the castle of the evildoer," said she, "but I cannot advance a step further than this." Saif therefore pursued his way alone, and when he came near the castle, he walked round it to look for the entrance. As he was noticing the extraordinary height of the castle, which was founded on the earth, but appeared to overtop the clouds, he saw a window open, and several people looked out, who pointed at him with their fingers, exclaiming, "That is he, that is he." They threw him a rope, which they directed him to bind round him. They drew him up by it, when he found himself in the presence of 360 damsels, who saluted him by his name. Here Habits fragment ends. Scott's MSS. And translations. In 1800, Jonathan Scott, LL.D., published a volume of tales, anecdotes, and letters, translated from the Arabic and Persian, based upon the fragmentary myths, procured by J. Anderson in Bengal, which included the commencement of the work, Nos. 1-3, in 29 nights, 2 tales not divided into nights, Nos. 264 and 135, and number 21. Scott's work includes these 2 new tales, since republished by Kirby and Clouston, with the addition of various anecdotes, and c. derived from other sources. The story of the labourer and the chair has points of resemblance to that of Malek and the Princess Shirin, in the 1001 Days, and also to that of Tafit el-Kulub, No. 183a, in the Breslau edition. The additional tales in this miss and volume of translations are marked under Scott in our tables. Scott published the following specimens, text and translation, in Isley's Oriental Collections, 1797 and following years, No. 135 meters, I. Pages 245 to 257, and Introduction, 2. Pages 160 to 172, 228 to 257. The contents are fully given in Isley, Volume 2. pp. 34-35. Scott afterwards acquired an approximately complete miss in 7 vols, written in 1764, which was brought from Turkey by E. Wortley Montague. Scott published a table of contents, Isley, 2. Pages 25 to 34, in which, however, the titles of some few of the shorter tales, which he afterwards translated from it, are omitted, while the titles of others are differently translated. The screase of the table becomes Yemen in the translation, and labourer becomes sharper. As a specimen, he subsequently printed the text and translation of number 145, Isley, 2. pp. 349-367. This miss, which differs very much from all others known, is now in the Bodleian Library at Oxford. In 1811, Scott published an edition of the Arabian Nights Entertainments, in 6 vols, Volume 1 containing a long introduction, and Volume 6, including a series of new tales from the Oxford Miss. There is a small paper edition, and also a large paper edition, the latter with frontispieces, and an appendix including a table of the tales contained in the miss. It had originally been Scott's intention to retranslate the miss, but he appears to have found it beyond his powers. He therefore contented himself with re-editing Gilland, altering little except the spelling of the names, and saying that Gilland's version is in the main so correct that it would be useless repetition to go over the work afresh. Although he says that he found many of the tales both immoral and puerile, he translated most of those near the beginning, and omitted much more, including several harmless and interesting tales, such as number 152, towards the end of his missed them near the beginning. The greater part of Scott's additional tales, published in Volume 6, are included in the composite French and German editions of Gautier and Habicht, but, except nos. 208, 209, and 215, republished in My New Arabian Nights, they have not been reprinted in England, being omitted in all their many popular versions which are professedly based upon Scott, even in the edition in 4 vols, published in 1882, which reprints Scott's preface. The edition of 1882 was published about the same time as one of the latest reissues of Lane's 1001 Nights, and the Saturday Review of November 4, 1882, p. 609, published an article on the Arabian Nights, containing the following amusing passage: "Then Jonathan Scott, LL.D. Oxon, assures the world that he intended to retranslate the tales given by Gilland, but he found Gilland so adequate on the whole that he gave up the idea, and now reprints Gilland, with etchings by M. Lelaws, giving a French view of Arab life. Why Jonathan Scott, LL.D. should have thought to better Gilland, while Mr. Lane's version is in existence, and has just been reprinted, it is impossible to say." The most interesting of Scott's additional tales, with reference to ordinary editions of the Nights, are as follows: No. 204 is a variant of number 37. No. 204C is a variant of 3E, in which the wife, instead of the husband, acts the part of a jealous tyrant. Compare Quixote's story of Halchab. No. 204E. Here we have a reference to the Nesners, which only appears once in the ordinary versions of the Nights. No. 132b, Burton, v. p. 333. No. 206b, is a variant of number 156. No. 207c. This relates to a bird similar to that in the Jealous Sisters, number 198, and includes a variant of 3 bar. No. 207 hours. Another story of enchanted birds. The prince who seeks them encounters an Owen under similar circumstances to those under which Princess Paris Aid, number 198, encounters the old dervish. The description is hardly that of a married, with which I imagine the ons are wrongly identified. Number 208 contains the nucleus of the famous story of Aladdin. No. 193. Number 209 is similar to number 162, but we have again the well incident of No. 3 bar, and the exposure of the children as in No. 198. Number 215. Very similar to Hassan of Bassora, number 155. As Sir R. F. Burton, Volume 8, p. 60, note, has called in question my identification of the islands of Wok Wok with the Aru Islands near New Guinea. I will quote here the passages from Mr. A. R. Wallace's Malay Archipelago, chap. 31, on which I based it: "The trees frequented by the birds are very lofty. One day I got under a tree where a number of the great paradise birds were assembled, but they were high up in the thickest of the foliage, and flying and jumping about so continually that I could get no good view of them. Their voice is most extraordinary. At early morn, before the sun has risen, we hear a loud cry of whack whack whack, WK, which resounds through the forest, changing its direction continually. This is the great bird of paradise going to seek his breakfast. The birds had now commenced what the people here call sakealai, or dancing parties, in certain trees in the forest, which are not fruit trees as I at first imagined, but which have an immense head of spreading branches and large but scattered leaves, giving a clear space for the birds to play and exhibit their plumes. On one of these trees a dozen or 20 full-plumaged male birds assemble together, raise up their wings, stretch out their necks, and elevate their exquisite plumes, keeping them in a continual vibration. Between whiles they fly across from branch to branch in great excitement, so that the whole tree is filled with waving plumes in every variety of attitude and motion. No. 216 BC appears to be nearly the same as number 42. Number 225 is a variant of No. 135Q. Weil's translation. The only approximately complete original German translation is Tausend und ein Nacht. Arabisch Zum ersten Mal aus dem Urtext vollständigen Treu übersetzt von Dr. Gustav Weil, Vorwärts, Stuttgart. The first edition was in Roy. 8vo, and was published at Stuttgart and Pforzheim in 1839-1842. The last volume I have not seen. It is wanting in the copy in the British Museum. This edition is divided into nights, and includes No. 25b. In the later editions, which are in small square 8vo, but profusely illustrated, like the larger one, this story is omitted, except No. 135 meters, which the French editors include with it, though Glynn's doubtful stories are retained, and there is no division into nights. The work has been reprinted several times, and the edition quoted in our table is described as Zweiter Abdruck der dritten Vollständigem Gebieten, MIT Anmerkungen und MIT eine Inleitung Versen Nauflage, 1872. Weil has not stated from what sources he drew his work, except that number 201 is taken from a miss in the Ducal Library at Gotha. This is unfortunate, as his version of the great transformation scene in No. 3b. Burton, Volume I, pp. 134, 135, agrees more closely with Gilland than with any other original version. In other passages, as when speaking of the punishment of Aziz, No. 9a, Weil seems to have borrowed an expression from Lane, who writes a cruel wound, Weil saying a severe, schwer, wound. Whereas Weil gives the only German version known to me of number 9, though considerably abridged, he omits many tales contained in Zinserling and Habicht, but whether because his own work was already too bulky, or because his original MSS did not contain them, I do not know. Probably the first supposition is correct, for in any case it was open to him to have translated them from the printed texts, to which he refers in his preface. Two important stories, Nos. 200 and 201, are not found in any other version, but as they are translated in my New Arabian Nights, I need not discuss them here. I will, however, quote a passage from the story of Judah and Mahmud, which I omitted because it is not required by the context, and because I thought it a little out of place in a book published in a juvenile series. It is interesting from its analogy to the story of Samel. When King Kashuk, a Jinni, is about to marry the daughter of King Shamkov, we read, New Arabian Nights, p. 182, Shamkov immediately summoned my father, and said, Take my daughter, for you have won her heart. He immediately provided an outfit for his daughter, and when it was completed, my father and his bride rode away on horseback, while the trousseau of the princess followed on 300 camels. The passage proceeds, the narrator being Daruma, the offspring of the marriage, when my father had returned home, and was desirous of celebrating his marriage. Kandarin, his wazir, said to him, Your wife will be destroyed if you touch her, for you are created of fire, and she is created of earth, which the fire devours. You will then bewail her death when it is too late. Tomorrow, continued he, I will bring you an ointment with which you must rub both her and yourself, and you may then live long and happily together. On the following day he brought him a white ointment, and my father anointed himself and his bride with it, and consummated his marriage without danger. I may add that this is the only omission of the smallest consequence in my rendering of either story. I have heard from more than one source that a complete German translation of the Nights was published and suppressed, but I have not been able to discover the name of the author, the date, or any other particulars relating to the subject. Von Hammer's Miss, and the translations derived from it. Several complete copies of the Nights were obtained by Europeans about the close of the last or the beginning of the present century, and one of these, in 4 vols, fell into the hands of the great German Orientalist, Joseph von Hammer. This miss agrees closely with the printed Bull and Mac texts, as well as with a Drive Clark's Miss, though the names of the tales sometimes vary a little. One story, the two was given in von Hammer's list as inedited, no doubt by an oversight, is evidently number 7, which bears a similar title in trans. One title, Alcavi, a story which von Hammer says was published in Mag. Encycl, and in English, probably by Scott Innesley's Oriental Collections, Vidi Ante p. 491, puzzled me for some time, but from its position and the title I think I have identified it as number 145, and have entered it as such. No. 9a in this as well as in several other MSS, bears the title of The Two Lovers, or of The Lover and the Beloved. Von Hammer made a French translation of the unpublished tales, which he lent to Corson de Percival, who extracted from it 4 tales only, nos. 21a, 22, 32 and 37, and only acknowledged his obligations in a general way to a distinguished Orientalist, whose name he pointedly suppressed. Von Hammer, naturally indignant, reclaimed his miss, and had it translated into German by Zinserling. He then sent the French miss to de Sacy, in whose hands it remained for some time, although he does not appear to have made any use of it when it was dispatched to England for publication, but the courier lost it on the journey, and it was never recovered. Zinserling's translation was published under the title, Der Tosend und Einnacht nicht zu Besetztmachen, Ursulungen und Anekdoten, ze meisten Mail aus dem Arabischen ins Französische übersetzt von Joseph von Hammer, und aus dem Französischen ins Deutsche von August D. Zinserling, Professor. 3 vols, Stuttgart and Tübingen, 1823. The introductory matter is of considerable importance, and includes notices of 12 different MSS, and a list of contents of von Hammer's Miss. The tales begin with number 23, nos. 19 being omitted, because von Hammer was informed that they were about to be published in France. This possibly refers to Aslan Riche's Schkarken, published in 1829. The tales and anecdotes in this edition follow the order of the Nights. Number 163 is incomplete, Zinserling giving only the commencement, and 2 other tales, nos. 132b and 168, are related in such a confused manner as to be unintelligible, the former from transposition, perhaps in the sheets of the original miss, and the latter from errors and omissions. On the other hand, some of the tales, number 137 for instance, were comparatively full and accurate. A selection from the longer tales was published in English in 3 vols. In 1826, under the title of New Arabian Nights Entertainments, selected from the original Oriental Miss by Jos. von Hammer, and now first translated into English by the Reverend George Lamb. I have only to remark that no. 132b is here detached from its connection with number 132, and is given an independent existence. A complete French retranslation of Zinserling's work, also in 3 vols, by G.S. Trebuchet, Conzinedits des Millet and Wits, was published in Paris in 1828, but in this edition the long tales are placed first, and all the anecdotes are placed together last. The various MSS mentioned by von Hammer are as follows: Igerland's Miss in Paris. 2. Another Paris Miss, containing 870 nights. Number 9 is specially noticed as occurring in it. This seems to be the same as a Miss subsequently mentioned by von Hammer as consulted by Habicht. 3. Scott's Miss, Wortley Montague. 4. Scott's Miss, Anderson. V. Dr. Russell's Miss from Malabo, 224 nights. Vi. Sir W. Jones' Miss, from which Richardson extracted no. 60 for his grammar. 7. A. Miss at Vienna, 200 nights. 8. Miss in Etelinsky's collection. 9. Clark's Miss. X. An Egyptian Miss at Marseille. 11. Von Hammer's Miss. 12. Habicht's Miss, == Perez. Text. 13. Corson's Miss. 14. De Sacy's Miss. 15. One or more MSS. In the Vatican. Translations of the printed texts. These are noticed by Sir R.F. Burton in his foreword, Volume I, pp. X12, and consequently can be passed over with a brief mention here. Turin's edition, Volume 1, extends to the end of Night 50, Burton, 2, p. 118. Lane's translation originally appeared in monthly half-ground parts, from 1839 to 1841. It is obvious that he felt himself terribly restricted in space, for the third volume, although much thicker than the others, is not only almost destitute of notes towards the end, but the author is compelled to grasp at every excuse to omit tales, even excluding number 168, which he himself considered one of the most entertaining tales in the work, chap. 29, note 12, on account of its resemblance to No's 1b in 3d. Part of the matter in Lane's own earlier notes is apparently derived from No. 132a, which he probably did not at first intend to omit. Sir R.F. Burton has taken 5 vols to cover the same ground which Lane has squeezed into his Volume 3. But it is only fair to Lane to remark that in such cases the publisher is usually far more to blame than the author. In 1847 appeared a popular edition of Lane, entitled The 1001 Nights, or The Arabian Nights Entertainments, translated and arranged for family reading, with explanatory notes. Second edition. Igerland's old spelling is restored, and the explanatory notes, ostentatiously mentioned on the title page, are entirely omitted. This edition was in 3 vols. I have seen a copy dated 1850, and think I have heard of an issue in 1 volume, and there is an American reprint in 2 vols. The English issue was ultimately withdrawn from circulation in consequence of Lane's protests. Mr. S. L. Poole's Life of E. W. Lane, p. 95. It contains the woodcut of the flying couch, which is wanting in the later editions of the genuine work, but not Igerland's doubtful tales, as Poole asserts. Several editions of the original work, edited by Messrs. E. S. and S. L. Poole, have appeared at intervals from 1859 to 1882. They differ little from the original edition except in their slightly smaller size. The shortened tales included in Lane's notes were published separately as one of Knight's weekly volumes in 1845, under the title of Arabian Tales and Anecdotes, being a selection from the notes to the new translation of The 1001 Nights, by E. W. Lane, Esquire. Finally, in 1883, Mr. Stanley Lane Poole published a classified and arranged edition of Lane's notes under the title of Arabian Society in the Middle Ages. Mr. John Payne's version of the Mac edition was issued in 9 vols by the Villain Society to subscribers only. It appeared from 1882 to 1884, and only 500 copies were printed. Judging from the original prospectus, It seems to have been the author's intention to have completed the work in 8 vols, and to have devoted volume 9 to Glenn's doubtful tales, but as they are omitted, he must have found that the work ran to a greater length than he had anticipated, and that space failed him. He published some preliminary papers on the Knights in the New Quarterly magazine for January and April, 1879. Mr. Payne subsequently issued Tales from the Arabic of the Breslau and Calcutta, 1814-18, editions of the Thousand Nights and One Night, not occurring in the other printed texts of the work. 3 vols, London, 1884, of this work, issued, like the other, by the Villain Society, to subscribers only. 750 copies were printed, besides 50 on large paper. The 3rd volume includes indices of all the tales in the 4 principal printed texts. Finally, we have Sir R. F. Burton's translation now in its entirety before his subscribers. It is restricted to 1,000 copies. Why not 1,001? The 5 supplementary vols are to include tales wanting in the Mac edition, but found in other texts, printed and miss, while Lady Burton's popular edition will allow of the free circulation of Sir R. F. Burton's work among all classes of the reading public. Collections of selected tales. There are many volumes of selections derived from Gulland, but these hardly require mention. The following may be noticed as derived from other sources. 1. Caliphs and Sultans, being tales omitted in the usual editions of the Arabian Nights Entertainments. Rewritten and rearranged by Sylvanus Hanley, F. L. S., etc., London, 1868, 2nd edition 1870. Consists of portions of tales chiefly selected from Scott, Lamb, Chavis and Guizot, Trebuchet and Lane, much abridged, and frequently strung together, as follows: Nose. 246, 41, 32, including Nose. 111, 21a, and 89, 9a, including Nina, which Hanley seems, by the way, to have borrowed from some version which I do not recognize. 22 and 248, 155, 156, 136, 162, Xealon the Silly, from Guizot, 132 and 132a, and 169, including 134 and 135x. 2. Ilam and Naz. Historical tales and anecdotes of the time of the early Caliphs. Translated from the Arabic and annotated by Mrs. Godfrey Clark, author of the Antipodes, and Round the World. London, 1873. Many of these anecdotes, as is candidly admitted by the authoress in her preface, are found with variations in the Nights, though not translated by her from this source. 3. The New Arabian Nights. Select tales not included by Gulland or Lane. By W. F. Kirby, London, 1882. Includes the following tales, slightly abridged, from Violent Scott, Nose. 200, 201, 264, 215, 209, and 208. 2 editions have appeared in England, besides reprints in America and Australia. Separate editions of single or composite tales. 6e. The Barber's Fifth Brother. Mr. W. A. Clouston, in Lit., calls attention to the version of the story by Addison in The Spectator, number 535, November 13, 1712, after Gulland. There is good reason to suppose that this is subsequent to the first English edition, which, however, Addison does not mention. There is also an English version in Farry's Little Arabic Grammar, London, 1856, and likewise in Richardson's Arabic Grammar. The latter author extracted it from a miss belonging to Sir W. Jones. 5. Nur al-Din and Badr al-Din Hussan. There are 2 Paris editions of the Histoire de Comzedinet and Redine, edited by Professor Chibin. The first, 1852, contains text and notes, and the second, 1869, includes text, vocabulary and translations. 7. Nur al-Din and Anas al-Jalis. An edition by Qasim Iraqi of Anas al-Jalis, ou Histoire de la Belle Persienne, appeared in Paris in 1867. It includes text, translation and notes. 9. King Omar bin al-Aman. There is a French abridgment of this story entitled, Shkarkan, Conte Arab, Suivi de quelques anecdotes orientales, traduit par Ms Lanriche, membre de la Société Asiatique de Paris, Paris and Marseille, 12 Mo, 1829, pp. 240. The 7 anecdotes appended are as follows. 1. The well-known story of Omar's prisoner and the glass of water. 2. Elid Judge and the young Arab. 3 equals our number 140. 4. Anecdote of Elid Judge and a storyteller. 5 equals our number 86. 6. King Bahman and the Mubed's parable of the owls. 7 equals our number 145. 133. Sindbad the Seaman. This is the proper place to call attention to a work specially relating to this story, Remarks on the Arabian Nights Entertainments, in which the origin of Sindbad's voyages and other Oriental fictions is particularly described. By Richard Hole, LL.D. London, 1797, pp. 4. 259. It is an old book, but may still be consulted with advantage. There are 2 important critical editions of number 133, one in French and one in German. 1. Les Voyages de Sindbad le Marin et la Ruse des Femmes. Contes Arabes. Traduction littérale, accompagné du texte et des notes. Par L. Langels, Paris, 1814. The second story is our number 184. 2. Die Beiden Sindbad Odereis Bentiwa Sindbad's Daisy Fabras. Nach eines immersed in Mail in Europa bedruckten ägyptischen Handschrift und Mittelbar und wörtlich draus den Arabis nu besetzt und dem mighty Erklärenden Anmakungen, nebst zwei sprachlichen Billigans am Jeb och Verabji hen orientlichen Herausgegeben von J. G. H. Riensch, Breslau, 1826. 135. The Craft and Malice of Women. The literature of this cluster of tales would require a volume in itself, and I cannot do better than refer to Mr. W. A. Clouston's book of Sindbad, 8 Vo, Glasgow, 1884, for further information. This book, though privately printed and limited to 300 copies, is not uncommon. 136. Judah and his brethren. An edition of this story, entitled Histoire de Jouda le Betch, edited by Professor Houders, was published in the Bibliothèque Algérienne, at Algiers, in 1865. It includes text and vocabulary. 174. The 10 Wazirs. This collection of tales has also been frequently reprinted separately. It is the Arabic version of the Persian Baqiyaname, of which Mr. Clouston issued a privately printed edition in 1883. The following versions have come under my notice: 1. Nouveaux Contes Arabes, ou supplement aux millettes en wits suivis de mélanges de littérature orientale et de lettres, par Lab, Paris, 1788, pp. 425. This work consists chiefly of a series of tales selected and adapted from the 10 Wazirs, written in Europe by a European, and its interest is found in the terminal essay on the Mythologia Aesopica, Burton in lit. 2. Historien om de 10 Vezire og Hårolidstjik demd Kong Azad Bact's son, oversat of Farabisk Vdar. Rask, 8 Vo, Copenhagen, 1829. 3. Habicht, X. P. Vi, refers to the following: Historia de Vezerum et Filii Regius Azad Bact insertus 13. Alice narration ibus, in usum tyrannum K. Herensum, edit. G. Nos, Göttingen, 1807, 8 Vo. He also states that Nose published the commencement in 1805, in his Disquisitio de Fide Herodoti, quo prohibet fineses Africam navibus circumvecto sessicam recensierum super hacris intentis excussus ad nec specimen sermonis Arabici vulgaris s. Ignitium historiae filiae regius as ad bactico disinedito. 4. Cants Arabs. Historia Deidix Visas, Bacianema traduit et inati parene basset, Professor à l'École supérieure des lettres d'Algérie. Paris, 1883. Chavis and Cazot, Anta pp. 471, 472, included a version of the 10 Viziers in their work, and others are referred to in our table of tales. 248. The Wise Hakar. Subsequently to the publication of Gautier's edition of the Nights, the group republished his translation under the title of Les Sages Hakar, Conte Arab, Paris, 1824. A few tales published by Scott in Astley's Oriental Collections have already been noticed. Anta, pp. 434, 435. Translations of cognate Oriental romances illustrative of the Nights. 1. Les Messengers. Cants Persanes. In imitation of the Arabian Nights, was composed a Persian collection entitled Hazayakrouz or the 1001 Days, of which Baptiste de Lacroix published a French rendering, in 1710, which was done into English, by Drive, King, and published in 2 vols. With the Turkish tales equals 40 vezes, as early as 1714, and subsequently, by Ambrose Phillips, in 1738, Clouston, in Lit. Here, and occasionally elsewhere, I have quoted from some MSS. Notes on the Nights by Mr. W. A. Clouston, which Sir R. F. Burton kindly permitted me to inspect. Mr. Clouston then quotes Cazot's preface, not in my edition of the 1001 Days, according to which the book was written by the celebrated Dervis Mokles, chief of the Sufis, of Pagan, founded upon certain Indian comedies. Baptiste de Lacroix was on friendly terms with Mokles, who allowed him to take a copy of his work in 1675, during his residence in Ispahan. I find these statements confirmed in the Cabinet des Fils, 37. pp. 266, 274, 278, and in Weber's Tales of the East, pp. 36, The framework of the story is the same as Nose. 9a and 152, a princess, who conceives an aversion to men from dreaming of the self-devotion of a doe, and the indifference and selfishness of a stag. Mr. Clouston refers to Nakshabi's Tuti Nama, number 33 of Kadari's abridgment, and 39 of India Office Miss 2573, whence he thinks it probable that Mokles may have taken the tale, but the tale itself is repeated over and over again in many Arabic, Persian, and Turkish collections. In fact, there are few of commoner occurrence. The tales are told by the nurse in order to overcome the aversion of the princess to men. They are as follows. Introduction and Conclusion. Story of the Princess of Kashmir. 1. Story of Abu Qasim Bafri. 2. Story of King Razvanchad and the Princess Charistani. A. Story of the young King of Thibet and the Princess of the Naimans. B. Story of the Vizier Kavacha. 3. Story of Kaluf and the Beautiful Dilera. 4. Story of Prince Kalif and the Princess of China. A. Story of Prince Fadlallah, son of Bodok, King of Mosul equals Nose. 184 and 251. 5. Story of King Bedreddin Lolo, and his Vizier Al-Mulk, surnamed the Sad Vizier. A. Story of Al-Mulk and the Princess Zelika Begum. B. Story of Prince Saif al-Muluk. C. Story of Malek and the Princess Chirin. D. Story of King Hormuz, surnamed the King Without Trouble. D.A. Story of Avicenna. E. Story of the Fair Area. C.F. Nose. 135 Q and 225. F. Singular Adventures of Abu the Waries, surnamed the Great Traveller, 2 voyages. 6. Story of the 2 brother genii, Adis and Dei. 7. Story of Nasir-ad-Dowle, King of Mosul, of Abdurrahman, merchant of Baghdad, and the beautiful Zainab. 8. Story of Repsima equals No. 181 R. This work has many times been reprinted in France, where it holds a place only second to the Knights. Sir R. F. Burton remarks, concerning the Persian and Turkish tales of Patiz de Lacroix, the latter of which form part of the 40 Viziers, number 251, both are weak and servile imitations of Galland by an Orientalist who knew nothing of the East. In one passage in the story of Fadlallah, we read of Les Sacrifices du Montana Arafat, which seems to have become a fixture in the European brain. I found the work easy writing and exceedingly hard reading. The following tales require a passing notice: 1. Story of Abu Qasim Bafri. A story of concealed treasure. It has also some resemblance to number 31. 2. Razvanchat and Cheristani. Cheristani is a jinnia, who is pursued by the king, under the form of a white doe, marries him, and becomes the mother of Balkis, the Queen of Sheba. She exacts a promise from him never to rebuke her for any of her actions. He breaks it, and she leaves him for a time. 2a. The young king of Thibet. 2 impostors obtain magic rings by which they can assume the shapes of other persons. 2a. B. The Vizier Cavature. This is one of Scott's stories, No. 223 of our table. It goes back at least as far as the Ring of Polygrates. It is the 8th Vezir's story in Mr. Gibbs' 40 Vezirs, pages 200 to 205. 4. Prince Caliph. This story is well known, and is sometimes played as a comedy. The Princess Turandot puts riddles to her suitors, and beheads them if they fail to answer. 5b. Story of Prince Sage el-Muluk. This story is perhaps an older version than that which appears in the Knights, No. 154a. It is placed long after the time of Solomon. Sard is devoured by ants. Weber, 2. p. 426, has substituted wild beasts, and when Saif enters the palace of Malika, equals Daulat Khatun, the Jinni surprises them, and is overpowered by Saif's ring. He then informs him of the death of Sard, and that Bedi al-Janil was one of the mistresses of Solomon, and has also long been dead. 5.